Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Inside the Hongyan City Ecological Research Institute, Li Mingxian watched with shock as Li Chang'an shook out a giant crystal flower from Bubble's mouth. The most terrible thing is that his son also said that this was a creation of the gods and asked him to see what he could study. If Li Chang'an hadn't brought this thing out, he would have thought it was a handicraft custom-made by some dandy. Although Li Mingxian didn't believe it, since his son became a beastmaster, adventures and troubles have happened one after another. There is no guarantee that this crystal flower is really a rare creation of the gods. Li Mingxian called a group of trustworthy researchers and asked them to assist him in preliminary research on this crystal flower. But as Li Mingxian gradually came into contact with this giant crystal flower, he discovered many incredible things. How could there be such a thing? The amount of space energy penetration is actually a few tenths of a percent. Li Mingxian was already a little convinced that this was a creation of the gods. His troubled expression flashed away, and he took out a pale golden crystal ball the size of a thumb and stuffed it into an instrument. Then he pressed the button of the instrument, and a misty light shot out from the instrument and hit the surface of the crystal flower, but it could not penetrate very far. The penetration rate of time energy is only 0.093%. Damn it, what kind of divine creation is this? Li Mingxian couldn't help but cursed. No, this is what the gods left behind. At this moment, he deeply understood what this meant. This means that the flow of time in this crystal flower is extremely slow, and it is difficult for even time to affect it, and this is only the initial state of this thing. If some skills of the time beast are added, the flow of time inside can be slowed down to a crazy point. The researcher on the side was also amazed. Is this really a plant that can exist in the world? Isn't it more alive than the top turtles? Li Chang'an was watching their research and heard the words of the researcher and Li Mingxian. No wonder the fragments of Blazing God Village were sealed inside. Even after 210 for so long, when he took it out, the spirit on it was still there, but this spirit had no consciousness, not even as good as the Black Blade Fong. Li Mingxian walked up to Li Chang'an, pulled him to a corner, and asked, "Where did you find this thing? If these beast masters who are approaching their longevity know about this, they will go crazy." Li Chang'an shrugged and replied helplessly, "Didn't I tell Dad you? I found it in a secret realm left by a god. Didn't you fool me?" Li Mingxian was really surprised. "What's the benefit of lying to you? Tell me the process in detail." Li Chang'an had nothing to hide, so he explained the ins and outs of this mission in detail. After Li Mingxian heard that the secret realm collapsed, he felt very regretful. If he was still there, he could provide a lot of help for their research. He found that his son's luck was really strong, even though he sometimes felt powerless to wipe his asterisk afterwards. "Do you still have those crystals?" Li Mingxian remembered. Li Chang'an seemed to have mentioned which crystals he had packed away. Li Chang'an glanced at the bubble on his shoulder, and the bubble said proudly, "Well, there are still quite a few. I know Chang'an may need them, but I haven't digested them all." Li Mingxian was not surprised that Pao Pao could speak human words. He even accepted Peo Peo's identity as Gulong. What happened to Gulong suddenly speaking human words? In Li Mingxian's twitching eyes, Bubble returned to the ancient dragon form again, spitting out a large group of crystals and some fragments with a sound. It formed a hill 10 meters high. These crystals are not even 1/10 of the amount in a secret realm. So Li Chang'an naturally knows that Bubble has reservations. He also needs to keep some blazing crystals. What if they are found to be valuable after research? Making a fortune after becoming a king-level beastmaster depends on these windfalls. Li Mingxian stepped forward and pinched this crystal that could absorb the power of blazing light. He felt the same as Li Chang'an did at the beginning. This crystal is surprisingly hard. It's even comparable to those special alloys. In addition, it can store the power of blazing light that Li Chang'an said, which is the power of gods, and this kind of crystal can also carry it. Li Mingxian immediately realized how precious these crystals, which were regarded as garbage, were. Li Mingxian remained calm, glanced at Li Chang'an, and asked without leaving any trace, "Do you still have any left?" Li Chang'an looked sincere and said decisively, "No more. All the crystals are here, and the rest have been digested by Bubbles." "Right, Bubbles?" Bubble nodded repeatedly, indicating that it was really gone, and even opened his mouth to let Li Mingxian look at his cavity, indicating that it was empty. Li Mingxuan's eyes twitched slightly when he saw this. Originally, it was only 3 points, but now he is 9 points sure that his son must have hidden a lot, and there are quite a lot of them. It can only be said that there is no better son than a father. 4/5 of the remaining crystals in the secret realm were indeed in his pocket, and only 1/10 of the crystals had been digested by the Bubbles. Of course, Pow Pow just had a taste of it. After realizing that it was not as delicious as the spiritual food made by Yao Yao, he immediately lost interest in this kind of crystal. After initially detecting this, Li Mingxian also knew how significant Li Chang'an's harvest was to their scientific research community. Maybe some special spiritual plants can be cultivated that can greatly delay the passage of time and space. Maybe in the near future, human beast masters can hold time in their hands just like their ancestors held the power of space. Li Mingxian has thought about the future of this thing, but he also knows that it is a beautiful vision and there is a high probability that it will not be possible. Moreover, the first problem in conducting experiments is funding and materials. Funding is easy to come by. With his current reputation, he can tell how many large groups are willing to invest in his projects. Only this material, the essence of the crystal flower, involves time and space, and he lacks time-based materials here. Time-based materials have always been the most lacking resource in Dongwang Kingdom, and there is no such thing. Who makes all the beast control masters of Dongwang Kingdom be space darlings, while 90% of them are time fools? The round ball just now was a gift given to him by his teacher when he graduated that year. Li Mingxuan's face changed several times in a short period of time, and Li Chang'an wondered if he had also inherited the special talent of changing faces. "Dad, what are you worried about? There is insufficient time, material, and subsequent experiments are difficult to do." Li Chang'an replied matter-of-factly, "Insufficient time-based materials? Why don't you just ask Master about this? He definitely has a lot of time-based materials." Li Mingxian rolled his eyes. He and his son had different statuses. One was an incompetent disciple, and the other was a favored disciple. Kissing another generation also works herein by Suikong. If he brought up the same thing and Li Chang'an brought it up, the outcome would be very different. When Li Chang'an learned the reason, he looked disdainful, wondering why Comrade Li was so pretentious. If the master knew that Li Mingxian took the initiative to ask him for help, maybe he would be very happy. However, Li Mingxuan's worries were not unreasonable. Li Chang'an thought for a while and said, "How about the master ranks as the first author of the next paper in this field?" Li Mingxian immediately objected. "Your master is not this kind of person. If I say this, your master will probably come from Dongling City and break my legs." "What two works?" Li Chang'an suggested. "It's not a matter of games." Li Mingxian was a little irritated. "The corresponding author can do it. We must find a reason." Li Chang'an spread his hands, and Li Mingxian sighed, thinking that this was also the case. "That's all. I'll find time to ask Master later." Li Mingxian sighed. Li Chang'an sneered a few times. "I believe you. How long will it be from now on? 2 years or 20 years? He knew from Kong Sihui that his father came to this remote corner of Hongyan City after graduation in order to prove himself. After Li Chang'an finished speaking, he picked up the communicator and dialed by Sui Kong's number. Li Mingxian wanted to stop Li Chang'an's movements and tried to snatch the communicator from his hand, but Li Chang'an easily dodged it. Li Chang'an said leisurely, "Dad, unless you are a king-level beastmaster, you can't stop my actions." Li Mingxian was very helpless. He discovered that at some point, his son had grown to this extent. Li Chang'an was right. He knew that when his wife held a bloodline jump ceremony, his son could single-handedly kill a throne-level parasite. Although the throne-level person most likely did not display his strength, he was still a throne-level person. He can't really take action against his son. Besides, there are researchers and valuable research materials nearby, so it's not easy to take action here. At this point, Li Mingxian also knew that nothing could be done, so he let Li Chang'an dial by Sui Kang's phone number. The old-fashioned ringtone of the phone rang for a long time, and Bai Sui Kang's voice came belatedly. Hey Chang'an, why do you want to wipe your A** with Master again? Tell me quickly, I've been very busy recently. Bai Sui Kang's voice sounded very tired, and Li Chang'an was very surprised. Even a master's strength made him feel tired. How terrifying it was. Li Mingxian took a deep breath. He hadn't seen his master so tired for a long time. He realized that time flew by so fast. Even people like Master are old. Li Chang'an chuckled lightly. Master, it's not me who is looking for you to wipe your butt this time, but your young disciple, Comrade Li Mingxian. Bai Sui Kang's tired voice on the other side of the communicator revealed a hint of surprise and even a hint of joy. It's Mingxian. It's been a long time since I heard him ask me for help. Li Mingxian was silent for a while, then stretched out his hand to signal Li Chang'an to give him the phone. At this point, Li Chang'an naturally knew that Li Mingxian would not hang up the phone suddenly, so he handed over the communicator. Master, Li Mingxian called. Bai Sui Kang also smiled and replied, Hey, tell me. Li Mingxian told everything about the crystal flower, and Bai Sui Kang, who was opposite him, was also a little surprised. The kid from Chang'an is indeed very lucky. He can meet such a special treasure, huh? It seems that God wants me to complete this research. Bai Sui Kang's voice became excited, and even Li Mingxian did not expect that the master would be so excited. Mingxian, come me with that flower. It just so happens that you stopped by to help me. I feel old now. When I was young, I wouldn't even notice if I didn't sleep for half a year. Li Mingxuan's nose felt sore, and he responded dully. After the master and apprentice chatted for a while, Li Mingxian reluctantly hung up the phone, returned the communicator to Li Chang'an, and glared at him. Li Chang'an chuckled, not paying attention to his father's eye attack. Later, Li Chang'an knocked away a high-quality space ring from Li Mingxian on the grounds of contributing valuable research information. The ring in his hand was originally given to him by Kong Sihui, but now its capacity can no longer keep up with his pace. Even larger things have to be done by Bubble's infinite devouring. Anyway, he made a great contribution this time, and Li Mingxian didn't have much demand for space rings. Before leaving, he took away a space ring collected by Comrade Li. Although Li Mingxian felt extremely distressed, he pretended not to see it this time. After Li Chang'an recognized the space ring, he realized why Li Mingxian looked so painful. This high-quality space ring not only has a large capacity, almost like a small secret realm, but can also hold living creatures. Of course, this kind of living creature is limited to those with little strength. Powerful pet beasts like Yao Yao and Mao Mao cannot enter. This is already excellent. It means that Li Chang'an can even eat fresh meat instead of dry food when he goes out on missions in the future. Oh, it's indeed Comrade Li's collection. This kind of space storage device is difficult for even a throne-level beast master to make. After communicating with Bai Sui Kang, Li Mingxian moved quickly, told his wife, and set off on the third day. Li Chang'an originally wanted to stay at home until school started, but he didn't expect Mu Qingqing to take the initiative and decide to go to Tangling City. Mom, are you going to Dongling City? Li Chang'an was shocked. Knowing that Grandma was still at home, Mu Qingqing was willing to leave. Mu Qingqing glanced at her son. What are you thinking about? I finally brought your grandma out of the ravine. How could I let her live in Hongyan City and go out for a trip to see the beautiful scenery? 17. Li Chang'an thought about it, and it was right. With my mother's ancestral spirit tree here, there would be nothing wrong with her body. Not to mention the powerful medical capabilities of Tangling City, which could even bring Li Chang'an back from his near-death state. It will be seen later. Does Grandma agree? Li Chang'an asked. Mu Qingqing nodded, the corners of her mouth raised. Her dignified womanly temperament was no longer there, and there seemed to be a bright and energetic young girl standing in front of Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an seemed to have thought of something and joked. You and comrade Lao Li won't have a second spring, will you? Mu Qingqing was about to fight, but Li Chang'an quickly took a few steps back. This time when I go to Dongling City, I want to break through to the throne level. Mu Qingqing was full of confidence, and an unparalleled vitality and heavy aura spread out. Only then did Li Chang'an realize that his mother-in-law seemed to be on the verge of breaking through to the throne level. Although Kong Si-Hui had mentioned it before, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The Jade Dragon in the Blue Sea had just broken through a few days ago, and it was about to break through. The gap between the king level and the throne level is so big. Li Chang'an is no longer the ignorant rookie beastmaster before. To use a popular metaphor, it is the difference between a crown prince and a king who ascends a throne. One person is in name only as a noble status, but does not have the real power allocation. One has the same power, a transcendent status, and holds the power of life and death. A standard throne level can easily crush hundreds of king-level beastmasters. This is a qualitative difference. Of course, the same is true for the heavenly king level and the throne level. When you get to the later stages of practice, each one is completely different. Mu Qingqing released her breath, and only Li Chang'an could sense it, and only for a moment before she took it back again. Li Chang'an felt this charm and secretly said that he was lucky. Fortunately, the throne-level beastmaster was parasitized by the golden female worm. None of the pet beast and throne-level rules can be used. Otherwise, it would be hard to tell who would live and who would die if he faced a throne-level person who was really going all out. Mu Qingqing was in a good mood at the moment and did not embarrass Li Chang'an too much. She happily packed Mao Suifan's luggage and started her first interprovincial trip in the rest of her life. In the afternoon of that day, Mu Qingqing set off with her grandmother. Naturally, Li Chang'an would not stay at home alone, so he simply followed him back to Tangling City. After leaving the airport, the family of three lived in Ji Chang'an's three-story building. The residence in this Donghu community is not small in size and has many rooms, so it can accommodate even a few people. Mu Qingqing stayed at home with her grandmother. After spending her whole life in a mountain village, she had not recovered yet after riding in an aircraft once. Li Chang'an left the house and walked to the training room on a familiar route, while Yao Yao stayed in the yard of the small building to take care of her dragon grass. The group in the blazing mystery realm made it understand the importance of those core skills, so it wanted to cultivate more horny dragon grass, so that I can accumulate enough skill points and focus on areas that I have neglected in the past. The refining of blazing glue has only scratched the surface, and Yao Yao plans to wait until it evolves to do its full work, which will bring greater benefits. Tangli University was a little deserted at this time. After all, New Year's Eve had just passed, and most students had not returned to school yet. On the path between campuses, the lawns on both sides of the road are still covered with white frost that has not yet flourished in the morning. Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. This year's winter was indeed colder than before, and the cold air blowing down from Tianju Mountain seemed to be much colder and longer lasting. Could it be that the Ice Lord, Jade Linlong, has also had a second spring? Is he so energetic this year? Before he had time to think too much, a professor wearing glasses walked up to the left of Li Chang'an and said hello to him. Hey, isn't this Li Chang'an? He's back to school so soon. Li Chang'an originally wanted to say hello to the professor, but he tilted his head and looked sideways behind the professor. Said, "Are these professors together?" The glasses professor, who was the first to greet Li Chang'an, turned around and looked behind him. His mental energy was already deployed, and his face suddenly darkened. I saw a few more senior professors walking out from behind a few spherical bushes with smiles on their faces, and they didn't seem to be embarrassed or angry at all after being discovered. Li Chang'an sighed. He probably knew what these people were here to do. Although Mao Mao Gulong's identity has not been widely publicized, the few old professors who took care of him and supported him back still know it. This matter is currently only spread among the professors of Tanglin University, but as time goes by, more people will know about it sooner or later. Li Chang'an understood that blocking was better than blocking. A few professors also came to see Mao Mao, Seeing Li Chang'an's outspokenness, several old professors didn't feel offended. Instead, they felt a little happy. Since he did not pretend to be a snake, nor did he hide it, it means that Li Chang'an did not exclude them from coming to see the living ancient dragon. That's right. Yes. Several old teachers also answered directly. Li Chang'an thought about his words. He remembered that there was a guardian beast in Dongling University, and he also had ancient dragon blood in his body. But let me state in advance that it is impossible for Mao Mao to enter various instruments or conduct some experimental projects. You guys also understand the arrogance of the ancient dragon species. How many times has the Axu tortoise of Dongda been touched by scholars since the sacrifice of Senior Sun? After being reminded by Li Chang'an, several old professors also reacted from their excitement and expressed sadness. This makes sense. The Axu tortoise with ancient dragon bloodline is extremely arrogant by nature, does not have the gentleness of a tortoise pet at all. If a pet beast with the blood of an ancient dragon is like this, if it is an orthodox ancient dragon, how can they be allowed to pick up instruments and study it carefully? However, as soon as Li Chang'an's words changed, several old professors immediately pricked up their ears. A simple physical examination is still okay, as long as it does not involve blood, soul, and other deeper areas. Several old professors were in high spirits after hearing this. The ordinary physical examination was fine. They didn't expect that they would have the opportunity to perform a physical examination on a living Gulong. This is like a Big Mac falling from the sky. Of course, the physical examination was not random. Li Chang'an asked him to be present, and the old professors readily agreed. It should. They also hope that the owner Li Chang'an will be present. If they do something wrong and offend Gulong's dignity, someone will need to restrain Gulong. They may be stronger than Mao Mao on the surface, but after experiencing the ringworm battle, no one present wanted to face the furious Hellflame dragon. That was the fate of the golden female insect that turned into flying ash. Li Chang'an summoned Mao Mao, and Mao Mao didn't have much resentment. After staying with Li Chang'an for a long time, he also understood some of the twists and turns of human beings. Today's physical examination can stop a lot of people from talking. Next time, no one can force Li Chang'an to contribute Mao Mao research. After all, next time, Li Chang'an will not be a small high-level beastmaster. The news of giving Mao Mao a physical examination spread quickly, and soon, 2/3 of the professors from the Department of Biology, Animal Control, and Hunter Department of Dongda gathered in the pet animal examination room. Anyone without the title of professor in this physical examination room is not qualified to stand in it. When Li Chang'an saw that people were almost here, he asked the most respected old professors to start the simplest physical examination ceremony in the history of the physical examination room. An old professor took an energy detection instrument and looked at Mao Mao. His eyes widened when he saw the explosive value on the instrument. Does the strength of the leader of one star have such an outrageous energy reserve? No, there's more hidden. He knew that what he was holding was not the most compact instrument, and the energy contained in Mao Mao's body was more powerful than he imagined. Zero, please give me flowers. Several other professors, who could only look but not touch, gathered around and commented in surprise. No wonder any battle against an ancient dragon requires the deployment of at least 5 or more powerful men of the same level. This number cannot be used in a large-scale attrition battle. F***CK those 5. There was no time when several powerful men, one level higher than me, joined forces to besiege them, and the beast masters at the same level couldn't intervene at all. No one else has this kind of defense. Even the Axu turtle at the same level may not be able to defeat it. An old professor took a metal rod and knocked on one of Mao Mao's scales. There is an instrument connected to the tail of the metal rod, which displays the test of defense power. Even though it was just the simplest physical examination, the several data obtained could make several old professors who had been immersed in research for most of their lives have intracranial orgasms. Although they had come into contact with the corpse of an ancient dragon, this was the first time they had examined a living ancient dragon at such a close range. After the physical examination, some professors still wanted to talk to Li Chang'an about something. At this time, a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses and a warm smile came to Li Chang'an after being deliberately avoided by several professors. The young man clapped his hands, calming down the excited old professors immediately. Okay, you guys have gotten what you want, so don't overdo it. Save some face for yourself. Let go of what needs to be gone. 0. The young man spoke calmly, with an unquestionable dignity. Li Chang'an pretended to be calm on his face, but his heart was filled with turmoil. Which fairy boss is this? He knew that there were several old professors present, old guys who would give Kong Sihui a headache when he saw them. They actually seemed a little restrained, even fearful, in front of this young man. After a while, the pet animal physical examination room, which was bustling just now, became deserted, and everyone left. Only a few professors who were sorting out the data are still here. Li Chang'an remained calm, feeling a little apprehensive in his heart, but he still thanked the young man. Thank you very much, teacher, for rescuing the students. When the young man heard what Li Chang'an called him, he suddenly burst into laughter and corrected Li Chang'an's statement. Although there is nothing wrong with calling me teacher in college, I still prefer you to call me uncle. Ah, Li Chang'an's mind buzzed. This young man turned out to be his master uncle Zhuo Xiu, Kong Sihui's senior brother, and by Fakong's founding disciple. Zhuo Xiu looked at Li Chang'an's shocked expression meaningfully, but heard Li Chang'an say respectfully to him, "Hello, uncle." A rare feeling of loss appeared in Zhuo Xiu's heart. Master Zhong had done a good job of hiding it. In this case, he had miscalculated. Zhuo Xiu still had a warm smile on his face and seemed very satisfied with Li Chang'an's question mark. He took out a 2-finger-thick metal pillar and put it in Li Chang'an's hand. I'll give you this gadget. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Zhuo Xiu left. Li Chang'an is holding this metal pillar in his hand. He already knows what this thing is. A high-level inheritance permanent memory projector. As long as the device is not broken, this projector can be used countless times, and there are no restrictions on who can use it. Looking at Zhuo Xiu's leaving figure, Li Chang'an followed his inner thoughts and threw the memory projection device into the old space ring to eat ashes. In just a few minutes of meeting, he already knew what Master Bo Zhuo Xiu's talent was. He has the same spiritual system as Elder Zhong Yuanling, and also has top-notch talents, giving birth to mental power. No wonder the other party is a great scholar in the spiritual field. Although it is not yet clear what the uncle's focus is, Zhuo Xiu feels more dangerous and more fearful to Li Chang'an than Zhong Yuanling. Perhaps Elder Zhong Yuanling has returned to his original nature and his aura has been restrained better. Maybe there are other reasons. No matter which one it is, Li Chang'an will never accept this high-level inheritance before he is sure. Only those who are also spiritual people know how hidden the similar methods are. Killing invisible. The real meaning can be achieved by suicide. Wen Miaohua's father, Wen Sibo, was the head of the Wen family and had 2 sons and 1 daughter with Feng Sisi. In this regard, they are much luckier than Li Mingxian and his wife. Wen Sibo usually loved his eldest daughter the most and relied on her for everything. Of course, he would not look kindly on Li Chang'an, a pig who tried to take over his family's cabbage. As soon as he heard that his precious daughter was chatting with a man, Wen Sibo's face changed. Even if this man is approved by his wife, his family background is also from his own family. But as an old father, it is not easy to see his precious daughter once. But when encountering this situation, how can he feel better? Fortunately, Lin Fia, who was following Wen Sibo, rescued Li Chang'an in time. At the signal of the 2 men, Wen Miaohua had no choice but to adjust the communicator to the hands-free button. Lin Fia asked Li Chang'an into the communicator, "Have you finished handling the matter over there? Didn't the professors in the school give you any trouble?" "It's almost done. The professors just gave Mao Mao a brief physical examination, and it's over." Li Chang'an spoke easily, not as if he had been forced. Lin Fia didn't say much. He knew that Li Chang'an was not a pushy person. If he said it was nothing, it really was nothing. "That's fine. You are Bai Lao's disciple. I don't expect them to dare to cause trouble." Wen Miaohua was very confused when he heard what the 2 said. What were Master and Chang'an talking about? Not to mention Wen Sibo, he is just a businessman, and his strength is not very strong. He is only at the level of a level 9 Beastmaster. Lin Fia and Li Chang'an were obviously talking about some secrets, so how could he understand them? What kind of Riddler is this? Lin Fia saw the confusion on his apprentice's face, gave an apologetic expression, and said to the two of them, "This is confidential. I can't tell you specific things." Oh, when Miaohua nodded obediently, while when Sibo moved his eyes elsewhere, indicating that he was not interested. Li Chang'an took this opportunity and quickly inquired about the news about snow toad soup. "Uncle Lin, do you have any snow toad soup production over there?" Lin Fia's eyes suddenly narrowed. He only knew that Li Chang'an had done a lot of things, but he didn't know that Li Chang'an 957 had broken through to the level of a high-level Beastmaster. Being able to name snow toad soup means that Ji Chang'an needs auxiliary elixirs like Shueqingji. He asked with great interest, "What? Are you stumped by the practice of a high-level Beastmaster?" When Miaohua heard this, she covered her mouth in surprise. She didn't know that the man she longed for was actually a high-level Beastmaster. As expected of Chang'an, he started later than me, and his cultivation speed is so much faster than me. When Sibo's eyes flickered, he knew how talented his precious daughter was, and he also knew that Li Chang'an was only 18 years old this year. For an 18-year-old level 7 Beastmaster, this is already outrageous. But when he thought that this guy only started practicing in June last year, even when Sibo, a business giant who was used to seeing big waves, couldn't help but feel horrified. What the hell kind of monster is this? In less than a year, he jumped 7 times in a row. Even when Sibo himself didn't notice that his rejection of Li Chang'an seemed to have weakened a lot. If there were so many monsters in the world, he could not find anyone else who was most suitable to accompany Wen Miaohua, except Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an felt a little nervous about Lin Fia's question, but fortunately, he was well prepared. "Well, I still need the assistance of high-level magic potions, so I'm here to find you, right?" Li Chang'an told the truth. When Sibo on the side clenched his fist slightly, it was too reckless, and the child's words were too straightforward. The smile on Lin Fia's face did not change, and he asked again, "Do you need other materials as well?" This is what Li Chang'an was waiting for. Otherwise, how could he elicit Yao Yao's abilities? "There is no need for other materials. One of my pet beasts has a top-level skill like Qingling Hotbed, because I can grow some of the materials." The smile on Lin Fia's face almost broke. He originally thought that this boy was here to purchase goods, but after hearing this, he felt that he was here to show off. "Really?" Now it was Lin Fia's turn to ask. Li Chang'an laughed. Took a few photos of his yard, and specially took some photos of spiritual plants, and sent them to Wen Miaohua's communicator. From Lin Fia's perspective, he could tell that there was no trace of Photoshop in the photo, and he also recognized that this special piece of land contained many materials needed for snow toad pills and tiger bone powder. There are also many raw materials for medicines that he will prepare for Wen Miaohua in the future. This little guy came prepared. Lin Fia felt a sudden realization in his heart. Top-level resource-based skills similar to Qingling Hotbed correspond to the entire King level, which means that Li Chang'an will be able to continuously obtain King level, Throne level, and even King level spiritual plants in the future. As long as the pet beast's strength and skill proficiency keep up, there will be no problem. Lin Fia didn't think Li Chang'an was a Philistin at the moment. Instead, he felt that Wen Miaohua's temperament would mean that if he followed Li Chang'an, he would suffer less in the future. Moreover, Wen Miaohua's practice at Wangjie will be much smoother in the future. At least the cost will be much less than others. Although he belongs to the 8 Pillars Kingdom, his wallet is not as rich as any other country. He can support Wen Miaohua's high-level Beast Master's training expenditure, but it may not be able to support the cultivation consumption of the King level. Li Chang'an was very comfortable with this preparation, and even Lin Fia was a little envious of his apprentice. When he was practicing at the King level, if he had this kind of skill, wouldn't it be so comfortable? As soon as the Yuling fetal bed came out, both of them had their own concerns in their hearts. For Li Chang'an, it was just to let Yao Yao spend some time planting grass. If she could exchange for snow toad soup, that was the most important thing. To Lin Fia, They were just some snow toad cakes. They could help his precious apprentice clear some obstacles in his future cultivation, and he would make a lot of money. The two parties hit it off immediately, and Li Chang'an exchanged the spiritual plants that Miaohua needed for snow toad soup. As the middleman, Miaohua was still a little confused. How could Master and Chang'an reach an agreement without knowing it? Sibo watched the whole process without saying a word. He had already initially recognized Li Chang'an's son-in-law's ability. She is highly talented and understands the ways of the world. The most important thing is that in the whole thing, his daughter has always been the ultimate beneficiary. Cici and Huahua's taste is still as good as ever. Sibo sighed in his heart. However, the old father's dignity was unshakable. After Lin Fia negotiated with Li Chang'an, he immediately asked Miaohua to hang up the phone. Let's finish talking. I'll hang up after I finish talking. My Huahua hasn't had dinner yet. Miaohua exclaimed and quickly protected the communicator in his hand. Sibo only heard Li Chang'an's last words. Nawa, you eat first. When I'm free, I'll call you and play in the snow with you for a week. Li Chang'an specially emphasized the word 1 week. Sibo's face turned completely darker than the bottom of the pot. What? 1 week? That's not bad. Do you want to make raw rice and cooked rice? No. Huahua, stay away from this kid with ulterior motives. He definitely has no good intentions. Sibo solemnly warned Miaohua. Lin Fia smiled. He's an old classmate. Of course Li Chang'an has ulterior motives, or in other words, every man who pursues his wife has ulterior motives at this stage. Definitely not with any pure intentions. Besides, if Li Chang'an really didn't have this kind of intention, if he waited for a while, it would be Sibo and his wife who would be so anxious. Being too monstrous in talent is not a good thing in some aspects. The fertility rate of king-level beastmasters is frighteningly low. In the end, the dispute between father and daughter ended in Sibo's fiasco at the cost of Miaohua's neglect of his father for a day. The old father burned to ashes. Li Chang'an hung up the phone in time, showing a hint of anticipation. He was not only happy to get the channel for snow toad soup, but also missed the girl. Guji, have you finished a phone call? Yao Yao asked, staying next to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an rubbed Yao Yao's ears and said gently, It's solved. We have a stable channel to obtain snow toad soup. Yao Yao's silver-white pupils showed a look of surprise. With the snow toad soup, Li Chang'an could improve his strength faster. Before the Star Tree Secret Realm and the Qinghua Secret Realm are opened, the more Li Chang'an improves his strength, the greater the probability that he will successfully evolve. This is also great news for it. Yao Yao shook her little paw, so she would plant spiritual plants and try to accumulate empty skill points as soon as possible. Guji, I'm going to look at the herbs in the yard, Yao Yao said to Li Chang'an, then jumped off the sofa and skipped towards the yard. The matter of the raw materials has been solved. Li Chang'an suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Now it's time to think about the mixing of the medicine. He had no intention of entrusting others to make snow toad pills and tiger bone powder. It would cost money and would easily lead to kickbacks. What a loss. Although high-end blending potions like snow toad pill require a blending master to produce stably, he has plug-level talents. Moreover, his mental power has also reached the king level, and he has even found an instructor. When Mu Qingqing ends her retreat, he will contact his teacher Hua Jing. With the guidance of this blending master, Li Chang'an is still afraid that he cannot make Shui Chan pills and tiger bone powder. At night, Li Chang'an was still meditating when suddenly a strong and overbearing vitality came inexplicably from outside. Li Chang'an opened his eyes suddenly, and he felt a familiar breath in this vitality. It's Mom. She's going to break through to the throne level. Li Chang'an put on his coat and shoes and rushed to the Blender Association. Before going out, he deliberately left a bubble to protect his grandma. With such strong vitality, there is a high probability that there will be some riots near Donghu community. As long as there are bubbles, there won't be any big trouble. Li Chang'an is very fast, but there are people faster than him. Mu Qingqing's breakthrough to the throne level was even louder than she originally expected, attracting many king-level beast masters to watch. I saw a shadow of a tree covering the sky and sun appearing above the Blender Association. The giant tree was vigorous and green, bearing 27 red fruits. There is also golden mist surrounding the branches and leaves, like an immortal fairy tree that has fallen from the divine world. Is he actually a throne-level person who specializes in the wood element? With such a strong vitality, it seems that he is a well-known auxiliary element master. The 10 king-level beast masters who couldn't see clearly exclaimed. Didn't they come here one after another just for this breath of pure vitality? Of course. They don't dare to break into the Blender Association directly now. The receptionist said that the person who made the breakthrough is a master of blending. If they don't want to be hunted down by the powerful men of the Mandong Huang Kingdom, they'd better be honest. The connections of a blending master are beyond what ordinary kings like them can compare with. Of course, there are some with bad intentions, but immediately after, 2 dragon shadows, one green and one white, circle the shadow of the giant tree and rise to the top of the tree crown. Pure-blooded dragon, a king-level beastmaster wearing a purple robe exclaimed. Apparently, he did not expect that this master of reconciliation would actually contract 2 pure-blooded dragons. The eyes of a king-level beast master hidden in the darkness flickered. When the 2 dragon shadows met on the tree crown, he suddenly rushed towards the shadow of a giant tree. The Dragon Ball Chi machine is mine. The eyes of several king-level beast masters who saw the man rushing over were full of annoyance. They were beaten first. They knew they didn't care about the reserve of a strong man. Just when the shadow was about to catch the golden Dragon Ball shadow, a black sword shining with blue electricity tore through the darkness. The sword roared like a dragon, and the sword light resembled the falling sun. With an unrivaled momentum, the king-level beast master was slashed away, creating a long stream of red light in the night. I saw a young man wearing a coat and pajamas, with red fire in his eyes, holding a knife in his right hand and a certificate in his left hand, standing on the roof of the Blender Association, looking down at the many king-level beastmasters indifferently. The Night Patrol Division patrols, and those who break into the association without permission will be killed without mercy. Many king-level beast masters looked at each other in confusion. Night Patrol Division? How did they come back here? No, there was only one person in front of me. Judging from his clothes, he obviously came here in a hurry like them. Does this person seem to be taking all the benefits? Several king-level beast masters who have thoughts about the Dragon Ball Phantom have begun to secretly exert their efforts. Li Chang'an, who was standing on the roof of the building, felt very helpless. Who would have thought that his mother would make such a big fuss after breaking through to the throne level? He also knew what the vision behind him was. The throne level is originally the realm where the Beast Master begins to master the rules. So when he breaks through, the origin of the Beast Master begins to accept the rules. In this process, it is inevitable that some aura will leak out with the charm of rules, which is very useful for king-level Beast Masters. Especially Mu Qingqing's vision, which is full of vitality and has the aura of a divine dragon, is a great tonic for a king-level Beastmaster. But this kind of thing is essentially the origin of the throne-level Beastmaster. The original aura has been robbed, which means that the own origin has been weakened a little. Benefit yourself at the expense of others. Li Chang'an will naturally not let others get involved in his mother's things, which will make Mu Qingqing's future practice smoother. Night Watch Division? Ha ha ha. The shadow strongman who was killed by Li Chang'an flew out of the rubble and laughed disdainfully at Li Chang'an. Aren't you the same as us? You covet the aura of the throne. Why are you pretending? As soon as the Shadow King said this, someone immediately echoed, Yes, looking at you like this, you don't look like a patroller. You are pretending to be a big-tailed wolf. Li Chang'an looked at the several king-level beast masters who agreed indifferently. He neither explained nor got angry, but just repeated it mechanically for the second time. Second warning, the Night Patrol Division is patrolling, and anyone who breaks into the association without mercy will be killed without mercy. The Shadow King-level beast master laughed ferociously and summoned a king-level magic flame shadow wolf and a king-level hunting knife hornet. His body was covered in a layer of thick black liquid, and his hands had turned into a pair of sharp claws. Blood web weaving. The king-level beast master shouted in his heart. His claws turned into afterimages, and he unleashed thousands of colorful attacks. The other two king-level pet beasts also followed closely behind. Shadow Strike, Hunting Knife, Impact. The demonic flame shadow wolf blends into the night, like a flowing black stream. It is extremely fast. It strikes last and arrives first, faster than the bloody attack. The hunting knife-shaped tail needle of the hunting knife hornet's tail flicked hard, and a waning moon-shaped golden attack tore through the air, making a whistling Diabolo sound. Three-party attack. Some non-committal king-level beast masters watched the show and sighed. It's a pity that this genius will be wiped out by that ruthless man in the black area. Li Chang'an looked at these three attacks with a look of disappointment in his eyes, showing poor technique. Whether it was the blood web attack that the Shadow King-level Beastmaster was proud of, or the hunting knife hornet slash, it seemed to him that it was full of flaws. On the other hand, the demonic flame shadow wolf is quite remarkable, and its sneak attack angle is very tricky. Li Chang'an pointed his thunder demon sword downwards and slashed upwards. The blade's light was silent, tearing a dark crack in the night. First class. The moment the space crack appeared, the pupils of some king-level beastmasters with extensive experience shrank suddenly. They recognized Li Chang'an's sword technique, and some strange thoughts in their hearts quietly dissipated. There was no concentration of sword power or preparation, just a simple swing of the sword, and this effect could be achieved. They knew that even though the space crack was only 2 fingers thick, it was Qian Lu's sword technique that could even tear the body of a pure-blooded dragon into pieces. Instead of tearing open a space crack as thin as 2 fingers, the originally violent space turbulence was compressed into a thin line. But the violent force forcefully opened it up to the thickness of 2 fingers. Some people quietly took a step back. They were already planning to escape, but being affected by the extremely concentrated space turbulence was no joke. Even they're in danger of falling. A mocking smile appeared on the Shadow King-level Beastmaster's lips, and he just opened up a small amount of space. And that's it? You young boy, let me teach you how to tear open space. But the smile on his face only lasted for a moment. The blood web attack and the hornet slash were swallowed up by the space cracks, without causing any waves. The Shadow King-level Beastmaster's hair suddenly stood up, and a sharp and violent space turbulence erupted in front of his eyes, like a storm of space blades, cutting his body into pieces. Before he could react mentally, his whole body was torn into pieces of bloody foam, and even the hunting hornet was not spared. The demon flame shadow wolf was the first to arrive, but as a member of the wolf clan, it is particularly sensitive to danger. After Li Chang'an slashed out the knife, he hesitated for a moment, but he didn't expect that within half a second of hesitation, its companion and owner had already drifted away in the wind. The demon flame shadow wolf was stunned when he saw this scene, and he didn't even have time to express anger and grief. The next person who appeared on the battlefield was Yao Yao carrying the Tianxiang Silver Gui hammer. 100% power, moonlight shines. In an instant, a moonlight bullet comparable to the origin-level flash technique rose in the night. The demon flame shadow wolf hiding in the shadow was forced out of the shadow by the bright light from the shining moonlight. The purification effect of the moonlight made the dark shadow wolf feel uncomfortable. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a wooden hammer bigger than his wolf face appearing in front of him. Bang, bang. 2 dull thumps followed by the sound of cracking bones rang out in the silent night. The demon flame shadow wolf was hit twice on the head and flew backwards. The 3-meter-tall figure knocked down a wall. The entire wolf was buried under broken bricks and fell unconscious. The corner of Li Chang'an's mouth twitched slightly. The effect of moonlight armor plus the original level of Tianxiang Silver Gui hammer. Even a high-level talisman can smash a big hole, let alone the famous demon flame shadow wolf. Even though it is a king-level shield, it may not be as hard as a high-end talisman-level alloy shield. Yao Yao cheered on the spot, seemingly very satisfied with the effect of these two hammers. Li Chang'an tried hard to look away. He felt that since Yao Yao learned the moonlight armor, this rabbit seemed to have started to take a detour. After sending 2 rays of sword light to the unconscious demon flame Shadow Wolf, Li Chang'an once again faced the king-level beast masters who had not yet left and said, "How many of you have any ideas?" Li Chang'an's breath was steady and his tone was calm. He didn't look like he had just killed a king-level beast. The corners of the mouths of the few king-level beast masters who were still at the scene twitched. They also knew the king-level beast master just now. He was a ruthless man in the black area of Dongling City, known for his brutal methods, but he didn't expect to be killed by a high-level beast master with a single knife. What's even more outrageous is that this high-level beast master didn't look like he was fighting for his life at all, as if he just swung his sword casually. What else do they have in mind? It would be nice to be able to escape unscathed today. Some of the beasts who have not yet appeared have fled long ago for fear of being captured by Li Chang'an's law enforcement recorder. As for those who did not run away, they were too confident before and did not hide their faces, so they appeared in front of Li Chang'an so carelessly. He couldn't beat him, and he was caught by the law enforcement recorder, so it was difficult to run away. They don't want to be wanted by the Night Watch Department and thrown into the dark prison of the Night Watch Department. How could we have any idea? We just came to admire the heroic appearance of this senior. A king-level beastmaster laughed and said with an apologetic smile. The others also agreed one after another, without any sense of superiority just now. Li Chang'an's eyes flashed. He didn't believe what these people said. Since the other party had no desire to take action, he was content to relax. He sat down on the spot, took out a spirit, and chewed it happily. Seeing the young man's arrogant and domineering appearance, several king-level beastmasters didn't have much idea, but the current situation was neither advancing nor retreating, which made them very distressed. I should have known better than to take a trip into this muddy water. The commotion on the Mediators Association naturally attracted the attention of other organizations. Soon the police arrived at the scene and began to evacuate nearby people to maintain public order. Of course, they did not dare to say anything to the few king-level beast masters standing still at the entrance of the Harmony Association, for fear of being remembered and retaliated later. After a while, people from the Beastmasters Association also arrived. Since there were many king-level beast masters involved, the police still called the people from the Beastmasters Association. A director of the association rushed to the scene with the association's adjudicators. He took a general look at the scene and found it very interesting. No one from the Mediators Association came out, and no one was seen. On the contrary, there were a lot of people watching the theater. The king-level beast masters looked like they wanted to leave, but the expressions on their faces seemed a little fearful. The director of the association found that one of these kings was familiar to him, so he stepped forward and asked, "Mr. Wan, why don't you leave? There are many people at the scene. It's better to leave first." 0. The Wang Jie, named Ruan, had a look of helplessness on his face, pointed to the roof of the building, and said, "I think so too." He didn't say anything, so he didn't dare to move. The director of the association looked up and discovered that there was a young high-level beast master sitting on the roof of the Mediator Association, slowly munching on the spiritual fruit. Just this high-level beast master. Can he scare all of you kings? The association director was in disbelief. A king-level beastmaster squinted and said, "Just a high-level beastmaster? Do you know the Red Claw and the Black Zone?" Of course, the director of the association knows that Red Claw is a ruthless person who has recently emerged in the black area and likes to tear the opponent's body into pieces. The king-level beast master fanned the air with his hand and said faintly, "Smell it. It's everywhere." The expression of the director of the association changed greatly, and he was a little livid. He quickly figured out what the other party meant and stammered, "You mean Red Claw was beaten by the one above?" The director of the association made a beheading gesture, and the beast master Juan gave him a calm look. Just wait for the night watchman to arrive." The expression of the director of the Beast Control Association changed again. The young man above was still from the Night Watch department. Little did he know that he was lying in a wave of muddy water this time. After another half an hour, the golden Dragon Ball was completely formed and blended into the shadow of the giant tree. The phantom image of the ancestral spirit tree changed drastically. Dragon scale-like bark bulged on the surface of the trunk, and the branches were twisted together like a tangled dragon. The 27 red fruits are also carved with dragon patterns, 18 with jade dragon patterns, and 9 with white dragon patterns. The permeating golden aura is like swimming dragons, guarding beside the ancestral spirit tree. Then the shadow of the giant tree shattered, and the rich vitality carried the shadow fragments into the building of the Conciliator Association. Li Chang'an knew that Mu Qingqing had successfully broken through. Card rub. The door of the Blender Association opened from the inside, and a beautiful woman wearing a long cyan dress came out. The long dress was embroidered with various flowers. Not only did it not look messy, wearing it on a beautiful woman gives her a sense of dignity, as if thousands of flowers are worshipping her. There was a king-level beast master who recognized the person who came. His throat moved a few times, and he struggled to spit out a few words, Master Shenhua. Several king-level beast masters who were forced to stand suddenly had faces. The lust is crazy, Grandmaster Shenhua. Is it the third Grandmaster of the Harmonizer headquarters? Sure, Huajing. Could it be that the person who made the breakthrough inside is related to Grandmaster Shenhua? Several king-level beast masters were in a state of confusion. There were just a few king-level masters, but the other party was a master of reconciliation who even treated saint-level beast masters with courtesy. Not to mention the other party's terrifying connections. His own strength alone is enough to crush several of their ants to death. Li Chang'an looked happy when he saw the people coming out below. He clicked a few times on the surface of the building of the Blender Association and then went downstairs. Grandma Mirror. Sure, Huajing glanced coldly at the several king-level beastmasters in front of him. After hearing Li Chang'an's voice, he turned around quickly, and the indifference on his face instantly turned into a gentle smile. Shaoan, let Grandma see if she has grown taller. Sure, Huajing opened his arms, and Li Chang'an followed him, hugging Sure Huajing with his backhand. Well, not bad. My body has become much stronger. Sure, Huajing rubbed Li Chang'an's head. Let's go see your mother first. Yes. Li Chang'an let go of the teacher's flower mirror and, under the guidance of the receptionist of the Mediator Association, went to Mu Qingqing's retreat room. After Li Chang'an left, Sure Huajing paid no attention to these king-level beastmasters, but looked at the horizon of Dongling City. Stretching out a white jade finger, a lotus flower appeared on the fingertips. As the petals turned, a beautiful spot of light quickly flew out and disappeared into the night. Oh, you idiot who can't remember his lesson. Sure, Huajing snorted coldly. Soon, several people faintly heard a scream of unwillingness. When Master Huajing's eyes fell on them again, their scalps suddenly became numb. Master Shenhua, there's a misunderstanding. A king-level beast master almost knelt down. Sure, Huajing said lightly. Take them all away. If you misunderstood me, it doesn't matter what I said. Several people from the Night Watch department also appeared at the right time and took away several king-level beast masters who were forced to stand. The man leading the team looked deep into the Mediator Association and commented, he is indeed the youngest commissioner in the department. His combat power is unparalleled. In the training chamber of the Mediator Association, Li Chang'an met Mu Qingqing after her breakthrough. Mu Qingqing was wearing an elegant blue dress. Her black hair was casually scattered around her waist, and her autumn eyes held a hint of majesty. Mom, you have become more beautiful. Li Chang'an praised sincerely. Mu Qingqing rolled her eyes at Li Chang'an angrily. What are you talking about? Wasn't I beautiful before? Li Chang'an was speechless, so he changed his words. Mom, you have become more beautiful. Mu Qingqing looked at her son's perfunctory words and chuckled. Huh, not bad. I'll let you go today and go home to make you a midnight snack. As the center of this incident, she knew exactly what Li Chang'an had just done. Her son could go toe-to-toe with so many king-level beasts for her, and if she didn't say she was touched, it would be a lie. No amount of words of praise can compare to Li Chang'an's actual actions. When Li Chang'an heard that there was still midnight snack, he immediately pushed Mu Qingqing's shoulder and shouted to go home. From the moment he saw Shi Huajing, he understood that this breakthrough was not unprepared. With Shi Huajing, the master of harmony, all the monsters are just passing by. Seeing Li Chang'an pushing Mu Qingqing away, Shi Huajing also smiled, gave instructions to the people from the Blender Association, and took the two of them back. The president of the Blender Association is a man in white. After Shi Huajing and others left, he asked the secretary behind him, "Have you written down all the people who want to take action this time?" The long-legged secretary wearing OL's black silk suit answered very professionally, "I have recorded all this 793. In addition to the Red Claws, there are also 17 king-level beastmasters with abnormal emotions detected." Often, a smile bloomed on the face of the man in white, which made the long-legged secretary feel a little scared. Okay, there are actually 17 of them. It seems that our Blender Association is usually too low-key, and so many people come to bully us. The long-legged secretary lowered his head, stared at the bulging uniform on his chest, and felt a candle for these people in his heart. It's not good to mess with anyone. You have to act wild in front of the Blender Association. Don't you know they have the widest connections? Li Chang'an and the other two returned to Donghu community, and Mu Qingqing took the lead to visit her mother. Bubbles stayed in the room, while Grandma Mount Suifan, including the bed, was wrapped in a giant bubble and fell into a deep sleep. This kind of memory bubble can isolate sound, and its defense is so high that Dong Feishuan and others have a right to speak. Moreover, under the control of bubble master level proficiency, the air inside and outside can be constantly exchanged without suffocation. Seeing this scene, Mu Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. It was okay. Mu Qingqing handed Pao Pao a characteristic water-based nutrition bar to express her gratitude. Pao Pao accepted it with peace of mind. The moment he put the nutrition bar into his mouth, his eyes widened. "What is this?" "Delicious." Pao Pao bit off most of the nutrition bar in one bite, leaving some for Yao Yao to see if she could recreate it. When it comes to eating, Pao Pao is serious about it. Mu Qingqing returned to the living room on the first floor, but did not find Shi Huajing and Li Chang'an. After a little mental exploration, only then did he realize that it was Yao Yao who was holding Shi Huajing's skirt and taking her to visit its medicinal garden in the yard, while Ji Chang'an was responsible for the translation and explanation of the two. Li Chang'an translated, "This is a spiritual plant that Yao Yao usually grows. It has just matured, and Yao Yao asked if there is anything that could be improved." Shi Huajing sensed the many spiritual plants in this medicine garden, glanced around the species, and roughly understood Li Chang'an's purpose of planting these. Shi Huajing expressed some of his feelings about planting. Yao Yao's eyes were full of excitement. She held a communicator in her little paws and recorded all these words. Seeing this, Shi Huajing's beautiful eyes were almost melted by Yao Yao's cuteness. How could there be such a cute and motivated little rabbit in this world? In the end, Shi Huajing was unambiguous and directly summoned a half-human tall flower fairy, wearing armor made of flower petals, a crown of flowers on her head, and her wrists were wrapped with green thorns. Mu Qingqing came to Li Chang'an and introduced, "This is Bai Huaxian, who has mastered the super-level skill of Wanmu, Fertile Field." Li Chang'an immediately understood that Wanmu Woi was the advanced skill of Wood Puppet and Qingling Hotbed, ranking among the super-level attributes. Its effect in cultivating spiritual plants can be regarded as top-notch in Blue Star. After Bai Huaxian came out, he received Shi Huajing's instructions and started chatting with Yao Yao. It can be seen that Bai Huaxian is also very interested in the transformation skill of using the fetal bed. The communication between the two pet beasts was very pleasant. "Let's go in first." Shi Huajing turned to the two of them and said. After returning to the living room, Mu Qingqing first went to the kitchen to make supper, while Shi Huajing and Li Chang'an sat on the sofa chatting. "Shaoan, let me see the types of spiritual plants grown in Yao Yao's medicine garden." Do you want to make snow toad pills, tiger bone powder, and some potions from the Shuai Luing series? Li Chang'an was shocked. He was indeed a master of harmony. After reading it once, he had a rough idea of his plan. Grandma Jing, your eyesight is like this. Li Chang'an gave Hua Jing a thumbs up. Hua Jing looked at Li Chang'an kindly and asked, "Can you reconcile?" Li Chang'an shook his head. "I plan to wait until my mother breaks through and teach me a few times." Li Chang'an's words were very arrogant. Even a master blender could easily miss a complex high-end blend like Shui Chanwan, let alone a senior blender. If such big words were said by others, sure Hua Jingli would not pay attention, but this was what Li Chang'an said. She knew that Li Chang'an's talent, which could be called a rule level, would become real after being taught a few times. It was not just a boast, but a fact. In addition, when she saw Li Chang'an this time, she had noticed that this disciple's mental power was a bit strong, and it seemed that he had broken through to the king level. This kind of talent makes her, the master of harmony, secretly stunned. She is only a level 7 beast master, but she has a mental power comparable to that of a king-level beast master. If this becomes king level, that would be great. A sly smile appeared on Shi Huajing's face. How could she be willing to let such a good conciliator go? How about Grandma teaching you how to make snow toad pills? Li Chang'an's eyes lit up. He was just worried about how to speak, but Shi Huajing came to his door by himself. Okay, Grandma Jing's skills are much better than my mother's. I will definitely learn it soon. Mu Qingqing happened to come out of the kitchen with a plate of skewers in her hand and replied, "What's better than me?" "No, it's nothing." Li Chang'an leaned towards Shi Huajing without leaving any trace, so as not to see any blood. Shi Huajing noticed Li Chang'an's little move, smiled, and the three of them started eating supper. The next morning, Li Chang'an went to the Hunters Guild early and spent a huge amount of money to buy 10 copies of snow toad pills and tiger bone powder ingredients. Then I replenished the daily ration materials for the 3 little ones. I made more than 6 billion in the past few days and spent half of it in the blink of an eye, which shows the difficulty of high-level cultivation. After Li Chang'an bought the materials, he somewhat understood why O Ping and the others in Mabe City like to engage in the business of banditry and murder. The training of a beast master is too expensive. This is still the consumption of the beast master himself, plus the pet beast. Even a wealthy family cannot withstand the speed of spending money. When he got home, he saw Shi Huajing and her grandmother chatting there, and it seemed that they were not having a very harmonious conversation. "Shaolin is back," Shi Huajing said with a smile. When Grandma heard this, she also looked towards the door. This kid doesn't know what to do so early in the morning, and he doesn't know how to entertain guests when they come to the house. Shi Huajing asked Li Chang'an, "Did you buy the materials?" Li Chang'an nodded, and Shi Huajing stood up and apologized to Mao Tzuefen. "Then I'll leave first and teach Xiao on how to prepare the potion." When Grandma heard that she wanted to teach Li Chang'an something, she quickly asked Li Chang'an to study hard. The two came to the Harmony Studio on the 3rd floor, which Li Chang'an usually took the time to decorate, and the instruments were quite complete. "Then let's get started." Shi Huajing asked Li Chang'an to take out the materials and explained, "Snow toad cake is the most difficult to process. You should watch carefully and be careful not to be invaded by cold poison." Shi Huajing showed Li Chang'an how to process various materials. After processing them once, he asked Li Chang'an to do it again. It was slightly different from what Shi Huajing expected. Li Chang'an initially mastered this complicated processing method the first time and became more proficient the second time. By the third time, Shi Huajing could no longer see the traces of a novice on Li Chang'an, as if he was a senior blender who had been practicing for decades. "Shaolin, is your talent stronger? Why do I feel that you are faster than the last time I taught you?" Shi Huajing couldn't help but ask. After Li Chang'an processed it for the 4th time, he put down the materials in his hand and smiled sheepishly. "I have become a lot stronger. My talent has been born." Shi Huajing was speechless. At her level, how could she not know about mental strength? With the help of mental strength, no wonder Xiao got started so much faster. Shi Huajing secretly decided to go back later this time. Try to let Li Chang'an learn all the teaching parts of a senior blender, so that she can take Li Chang'an to that place. Sure, Huajing's smile was like a flower, and the more she thought about it, the happier she became. Li Chang'an always felt a little confused when he looked at her smile. As expected, Sure Huajing sped up the teaching speed, and Li Chang'an not only mastered the making of snow toad pills and tiger bone powder, but also briefly went through the making of other high-level magic potions. Of course, it was made by Huajing, the material room engineer, and Li Chang'an didn't have time to buy it. Before the end of today's teaching, Sure Huajing also asked, Shaolin, do you have a way to obtain snow toad jelly and watertight oil? If not, Grandma can provide it. Li Chang'an was suddenly knocked down by the pie falling from the sky and was a little overwhelmed by the surprise. I have a channel for snow toads. I reached an agreement with Lin Fia. I will provide other ice spiritual plants, and he will give me a stable supply of snow toads. Out. Sure Huajing glanced at Li Chang'an in surprise. Her disciples' methods were quite barbaric, and the channels were all connected to the Bazu Kingdom. Does that mean there's still a lack of watertight oil? Yes, one. It just so happens that Grandma, I have control over several watertight secret realms, and I can provide them to you at cost price. Thank you, Grandma Jing. The price of watertight oil provided by Sure Huajing was 30% lower than the internal price of the Hunter Guild, which made Li Chang'an overjoyed. With his current blending level, one serving of snow toad pill materials can produce 20 pills, and one pill is equivalent to 1 hour of cultivation. Including 5 hours a day in the training room, 20 pills are enough for 4 days. He planned to take snow toad pills 5 days a week and tiger bone powder 2 days a week. The best effect would be best if he alternated the two. In the next 2 weeks, until mid-February, Sure Huajing knew Li Chang'an and Yao Yao in Donghu community. Yao Yao got her wish this time, and Sure Huajing was also surprised by the effect of Yao Yao's talent, Tianxiang Silver Gouet Hammer. Once during the production of snow toad pills, Yao Yao cooperated with Li Chang'an to successfully sublimate a portion of snow toad pills. There are a total of 25 snow toad pills, each of which is 3 times more effective than ordinary snow toad pills, and the auxiliary effect can last for 5 hours. Both Sure Huajing and Li Chang'an were stunned. After this incident, Sure Huajing was considering whether to. I want to make a contract with a medicine rabbit and train it from scratch. Fortunately, Li Chang'an stopped her in time and told Yao Yao her special identity. How could any ordinary medicine rabbit be as perverted as Yao Yao? After Sure Huajing learned the identity of Yao Yao Moon God Chosen, she decisively gave up her original idea. Shaolin, you are really lucky. You can find a harmonious master like Yao Yao. Sure Huajing sighed. Li Chang'an smiled naively. At this time, any explanation would be to show off, so he changed the subject. Grandma Jing, how much do you think these ordinary snow toad pills I make can be sold for? There is actually a sublimated version of snow toad pills. Li Chang'an naturally does not plan to take ordinary snow toad pills, but these extraordinary versions cannot be wasted. Increase revenue and reduce expenditure. Sure Huajing originally wanted Li Chang'an to calm down and practice his blending skills, but he thought of the match between Yao Yao and Li Chang'an. The Beast Master's extremely high reconciliation success rate, coupled with the sublimation effect triggered by the pet beast from time to time, it seems that eating the sublimated version of snow toad pills with every meal is not just a fantasy. You want to sell ordinary snow toad pills for money? Li Chang'an chuckled and said, Grandma Jing still understands me. The prices of low-level and mid-level blended products are relatively low. Li Chang'an has not considered developing in this area before, as he has not yet made money quickly by selling materials. This thing is just like cultivation. After reaching a high level, the price skyrockets, which is more exciting than the stock market. Li Chang'an has this potential, so he will not let go of this opportunity. Sure Huajing thought about it and decided not to pressure Li Chang'an. After all, Li Chang'an's main job is a hunter, and the twists and turns of the mediator industry may not necessarily be effective for him. So he said, if you want to sell it for money, you can do it, but you must first verify it. The Blender Association, which has experienced the turmoil, is not only not deserted, but also lively. The Mediator Association used thunderous means to severely punish all the king-level beastmasters who tried to take action that night, flexing their muscles for all forces in Dongling City. This makes many mediators have full confidence in their own associations and become more attentive to the tasks of the associations. The blenders began to work enthusiastically, and the beastmasters naturally did not watch. Many people came to the Blenders Association to purchase the blending potions they needed, or ask a spiritual food blending master to customize a banquet. Today, the office of the president of the Blender Association welcomed a young face. The man in white that day, who was also the association's president, Ji Chunfeng, warmly entertained Li Chang'an. "Mr. Li, thank you for your help in what happened a few days ago," Li Chang'an said politely. "I just protect my mother, not that much touching spirit." The smile on Ji Chunfeng's face did not change. He seemed not to have heard what Li Chang'an said. He was Mu Qingqing's precious son. Who is Mu Qingqing? A throne-level beast master and a second-level spiritual food master. There may not be a young spiritual food master like her in the entire Dongling City. Not to mention that Li Chang'an's grandma mirror a few days ago still left a deep impression on him. Apparently, the master of Shenhua also loved Li Chang'an very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't show that expression. In general, Li Chang'an is the person that Ji Chunfeng needs to please. If he can make a few remarks in front of Shenhua Jing, getting promoted and making a fortune is not a dream, and you can even be transferred back to the headquarters. Ji Chunfeng patted his chest and said politely, "No matter what, Mr. Li, you are a friend of our Blender Association. You can tell me anything you need." "Anything is okay?" Li Chang'an's eyes lit up and he asked. Ji Chunfeng said categorically, "Anything is fine." Li Chang'an took out a letter of recommendation and said, "Just arrange an assessment for me as a senior blender." Ji Chunfeng took the recommendation letter and looked at it twice. It was a recommendation letter signed by Mu Qingqing 08, recommended by a spiritual food master. "This section is sufficient." Ji Chunfeng asked, "May I ask Mr. Li if he has experience as a blender and if he has any certificates?" "No, Li Chang'an has never taken the exam, so naturally he does not have a blender certificate." "You don't even have a low-level blender certificate?" "No." Ji Chunfeng's smile gradually stiffened. "That's going to be difficult. It's very troublesome to take the cross-level examination. If you take the first-level examination, it will take a lot of time. The implication is that it is difficult to handle, does not comply with the process, and cannot be decided by him as the president." Li Chang'an had already expected it, and Mu Qingqing had mentioned it to him before leaving home in the morning. Now the accounting director had been demoted from the headquarters and wanted to go back. Therefore, this person will definitely ask Li Chang'an to ask Shenhua Jing for a favor in a roundabout way. I remember there's a special test in the Blender Association called Extreme Blending, right? Li Chang'an's face looked half-smiling. Ji Chunfeng suppressed his smile and felt a little embarrassed. This was really embarrassing, because the test of extreme blending requires a high level of overall quality of the blender. And if you fail, you will face huge fines. If Li Chang'an failed, he would definitely be unhappy, and it would be even harder for him to go back than to reach heaven. Ji Chunfeng showed an ugly smile and advised Li Chang'an, "Mr. Li, this extreme test is really difficult, and the price of failure may be unbearable for you." Li Chang'an looked nonchalant as he took out a bank card and put on the table, "There are 50 billion Dongwon coins in it. I have prepared the fine for failure." Now that things have come to this, what else can Ji Feng say? This 50 billion is not enough money for a child to save, and Shenhua Jing also acquiesced in this matter. Li Chang'an was even prepared to pay the price of failure, but he could not stop Li Chang'an from going his own way. In the end, Ji Chunfeng could only gather people and start preparing for extreme reconciliation. Li Chang'an came to the reception room and waited slowly. Of course, the 50 billion is not his own money. He is extremely poor. How could he spend so much money? Of course, it was lent to Li Chang'an by Shenhua Jing. The reason why extreme attunement will set a high failure penalty is because the preparation for this test is very expensive. If everyone had to come once, then the Blender Association would not need to be opened. It would simply close down. The 50 billion fine is exactly twice the cost of preparing for the test, which would make a fortune for the Mediator Association. Of course, if the test succeeds, they will not lose. The tester obtains a high-level certificate, and the association owns the ownership of the tester's concoctions. If you buy them, you can get your blood back. But the trouble is, without a letter of recommendation from a master attunement or above, ordinary people cannot apply for this test. More than half a day passed, and Ji Chunfeng was finally ready for the extreme test. Li Chang'an was notified to come to the assessment site. At this time, with his mental ability, he could sense that the private rooms around the site were full of people. Ji Chunfeng couldn't deal with such a big matter, so naturally many blenders knew about someone applying for extreme blending. It spread to 10, and everyone came to watch the fun. They were naturally very interested in this kind of assessment, which was rare in 10 years. Although the private room fee is expensive, it definitely cannot stop the curiosity of a group of well-heeled blenders. When Li Chang'an walked into the assessment site, the surrounding illusion changed instantly, from an empty site to a beautiful starry sky. A powerful and thick voice came out. The first assessment, Yaoling Xinghai, will officially begin in 5 minutes. Candidates, please be prepared. Li Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. Yaoling Galaxy is a basic level, requiring the examiner to quickly identify the name of the spiritual plant in a short period of time. The assessment time is half an hour. A photo will appear on the galaxy every 3 seconds. The assessor must name the correct name of the material in just 3 seconds. After the entire assessment, you have to recognize the correct names of at least 600 materials. You can't make mistakes. If you make a mistake, you will fail. It is very strict. That's why it's called the extreme assessment. Li Chang'an was very confident in this. Shi Huajing gave him a hellish cramming teaching for the first time, which provided him with a lot of harmonization foundation. Just identifying the material is not difficult for him. Now the assessment begins. When the first starlight fell, a green and purple herb appeared in front of Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an blurted out, "Purple swallowtail grass. Answer correctly, and the next starlight will arrive as promised." Jintao Baojian, Binjairu, Gray Star Stone. Li Chang'an recognized it very quickly without any ambiguity. After half an hour, he had successfully named the correct names of 894 materials. Once every 2 seconds, almost the second after the picture appeared, he answered the correct answer. There were 5 blending masters invited by Ji Chunfeng at the assessment site, all of whom were highly respected people in Dongling City. They were also very satisfied with Li Chang'an's performance, and it was a worthwhile trip for them. Master Musun has laid a solid foundation and is so beautiful. Well, if my grandson had 1/3 of his talent, I would be able to laugh even when I die. Master Yu is just talking nonsense. I asked about it when I came here. The kid below killed a king-level beast master head-on. If your grandson had 1/3 of his talent, your ancestors would have its time to laugh and live. The blending master who invigilated the exam was talking a lot, and the blending masters in the private room were also dumbfounded. Darling, there are nearly 900 types. What kind of magical memory is this? If they had such a memory, would they still worry about verification? The second assessment, Chemical Medicine River, will begin in 10 minutes. Candidates, please be prepared. The sea of stars around Li Chang'an quickly receded, and a snow-capped mountain appeared in front of him. Not far from his feet was a mighty long river. This long river is not a real river, but a river formed by concentrating a large amount of pure life energy and liquefying it. Not only can people not be drowned, but people who jump in can also live longer. Li Chang'an came to the edge of the long river of life and looked toward the center of the river. This should be the chemical river mentioned in the assessment. Hundreds of light clusters were seen floating in the chemical river, like transparent crystal balls. When they collided with each other, the clear sound of glass knocking could be heard. What surprised Li Chang'an even more was that his mental power was able to penetrate this light film and sense what the medicinal materials inside were. The test of the chemical river is the blender's method of handling medicinal materials. Not only are candidates required to be extremely skilled in handling techniques, but they are also required to be flexible and have a wealth of pharmacological knowledge. Li Chang'an also recognized that the medicinal materials in the river were all the medicinal materials he had just identified in the Yaling Xinghai. There were no more, no less, and there were exactly 894 light clusters. Wei Yaohi's assessment time was only 2 hours, which meant that he had to process all the materials within this hour. And the quality of the processed materials must not be lower than good quality, otherwise it will be deemed as a failure in the assessment. Li Chang'an looked solemn at this time. The more answers he answered in the previous level, the more difficult the test he faced now. In addition, he had a hunch that the key to the final step of blending the finished product was also related to the materials he had processed. The performance of this level directly affects the subsequent finished product. TSK, it was that devil who came up with the assessment. It's too torturous. He could already feel the deep malice coming from the extreme test. The so-called limit is naturally the limit of each candidate. No wonder Grandma Jing didn't disclose the specific assessment content before she came. Li Chang'an seemed to understand the meaningful look in Shi Hua Jing's eyes before he left. Any candidate who does not know the details will definitely try his best in the first level. 253. Because most of the people who dare to apply for this kind of assessment are geniuses, and their own pride does not allow them to hide it. Although Li Chang'an did not have such pride, he thought that it was just to identify a medicinal material. It was not something unknown, and there was nothing to hide. So he showed his level very honestly. And then I was confused. At the invigilator's seat, the 5 blending masters laughed heartily. Ha ha! This kid discovered the real difficulty of the extreme test. It seems that Master Mu and Grandmaster Shan Hua did not tell him the specific details. Those two are still proud of themselves. How could they reveal such unspoken rules? Looking at him like this, he must be confused. Every time I watch the extreme test, the second level is always the most interesting. At this moment, there was also a roar in the private room at the scene. Apparently, they were also shocked by this shameless difficulty. Damn it, I counted correctly. 894 light groups. This is to force people to a dead end. No wonder the old man in the family doesn't want me to take part in this assessment. The person who said this was obviously a master of reconciliation in the family. Hey, if someone only answered 600 materials in the first level, wouldn't that make a lot of money in this level? Someone refutes. Said, the premise is that you have to answer the 600 materials correctly within half an hour. You don't have this ability. You are just assuming. Indeed, any genius with this ability will never be satisfied with just 600 materials. Everyone was talking a lot. At this moment, Li Chang'an's heart was racing through a field of grass and mud. He had to deal with 894 species in 2 hours, and it would definitely be too late to deal with them one by one. More than 10 materials must be processed simultaneously. Information about various materials flashed through Li Chang'an's mind, and Yao Yao, Mao Mao, and Pao Pao were also helping to share the calculations. Although the rules don't say it, it should be the default that pet beasts are also part of the mediator's strength. These 10 minutes before the exam start are particularly critical. Just like before the listening exam, candidates should read the reasoning of the questions first. In just 10 minutes, Li Chang'an roughly constructed a classification of 894 materials to save some time for subsequent processing. The second assessment, Chemical Medicine River, officially begins. Li Chang'an's eyes flashed, and his majestic mental power surged out, as if thousands of invisible hands were sorting these complicated materials into categories. Time is running out, so hurry up. As soon as the assessment began, Li Chang'an and Yao Yao performed the beast control resonance simultaneously, followed by Pao Pao. Since the compatibility between Yao Yao and him is not very high, unless the beast control fusion is carried out, even the beast control resonance cannot achieve vision sharing. At this time, a middleman is needed to broadcast the vision, and bubbles with memory bubbles are the best choice. Li Chang'an quickly passed the previously classified material information to Pao Pao, who then passed it to Yao Yao. As soon as the assessment began, Li Chang'an and Yao Yao performed the beast control resonance simultaneously, followed by Pao Pao. Since the compatibility between Yao Yao and him is not very high, unless the beast control fusion is carried out, even the beast control resonance cannot achieve vision sharing. At this time, a middleman is needed to broadcast the vision, and bubbles with memory bubbles are the best choice. Li Chang'an quickly passed the previously classified material information to Pao Pao, who then passed it to Yao Yao. This process takes very little time. After all, the three are now in a state of spiritual communication, but their soul visions are not connected to each other. After finishing his work as an intermediary, Pao Pao immediately withdrew from beast control resonance and gave up the stage to Shake. Li Chang'an's eyes were occupied by the silver-white moonlight. Yao Yao assisted Li Chang'an in dealing with the most selective problem, and at the same time released the blessing of the moon tide to help him recover his mental strength. Li Chang'an has been using his hands since the beginning of the assessment. If he wants to process 894 types of materials in 2 hours, he must rely on collaborative reactions. The so-called synergistic reaction is a professional term in the field of mediators. By orderly arranging various factors, such as the processing sequence, processing time, and mana output of each material, after a certain period of time, these materials will react independently and continuously like dominoes, and finally the processed materials will be obtained. This method of processing materials requires extremely high requirements for the blender's knowledge reserve, precise control of mental power and spell power. It's not something that just an ordinary blender can do well. Among the 894 kinds of materials, Li Chang'an divided them into 3 large pieces and 7 small pieces, including 843 kinds of materials, which constituted the top 10 synergistic reactions. The remaining relatively independent materials require him to deal with them one by one. Looking at Li Chang'an's classification movements, many mediators didn't understand what he was doing. It's been a quarter of an hour. Why hasn't Li Chang'an started to deal with this? Is the CPU in your brain burned out? Nonsense. If you burn him, he won't be able to shut down. The 5 people at the invigilator table understood what Li Chang'an was going to do. One mellow master blender said, "It looks like he's found a way. 10 different reactions to the same collaboration. It's really a talented person in the country. It must have relied on the power of the pet beast." Look at what you said. Which public mediator competition banned the use of the power of pet beasts? Ahem, I'll just tell you. Another skinny master wearing a brown scarf carefully looked at Li Chang'an's choices several times. Some of the medicinal materials are not very good. I'm afraid it requires a lot of mental assistance. The mellow master sighed. Let's see if he can create a miracle. The combination of materials this time is indeed much more irregular than before. After Li Chang'an divided out 10 pieces, he first used magic power to activate the 3 major synergistic reactions. After watching over it for a while, he saw that the autonomous reaction started and stopped caring about it. He turned his attention to the 7 small co-reactions, which were also activated by magic power. After escorting them for a while, Yao Yao watched the progress of these 10 major co-reactions. Li Chang'an himself began to deal with the remaining 51 independent materials, which were very troublesome. Of course, during the process, Li Chang'an would also pay attention to Yao Yao to avoid making mistakes. It took about an hour and 5 minutes for Li Chang'an to process 894 pieces of materials. Most of the materials are of good quality, and a small number of materials can still maintain good passing standards. After all, it is not an ideal situation. It is beyond Li Chang'an's expectation that most of the materials can maintain high quality. The second level, the Chemical Medicine River Assessment, is over. All 894 materials have been processed and passed. The third level Balan Banquet will start in half an hour, and the exam will last 6 hours. Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. It was really tiring to operate more than a dozen lines at the same time. Even with his strong mental strength, he was a little exhausted in the end. Is there still half an hour of rest time? It's quite late. The environment around Li Chang'an changed again, from snowy mountains and rivers to lush forests. The place where he was in the middle of the forest on an open forest floor. In the center of the forest stood an alchemy furnace, a test bench, and a stove. This corresponds to the three major directions of the blender: the alchemist, the medicine master, and the spiritual food master. In the following assessment, Li Chang'an can use these three major equipments at will. Li Chang'an did not go to observe the venue, and immediately sat down cross-legged and began to recover his mental strength. If his mental strength was not enough, he would still fail the test later. While Yao Yao was taking drugs in the beast-controlling space, she used the blessing of the moon tide to speed up Li Chang'an's mental recovery. After meditating for a quarter of an hour, Li Chang'an recovered a lot and set aside part of his mind to sort out the things to be reconciled later. The third assessment was as he had guessed, requiring all 894 materials that had been processed in the second level to be reconciled. No materials are allowed to be left, otherwise it will be regarded as a failure. For ordinary mediators, this is a huge problem, but this level is indeed the easiest level for Li Chang'an. It's very simple. Under Shi Huajing's cramming teaching, he not only has the skills of a pharmacist and an alchemist, but also has good cooking skills because of Mu Qingqing's words and deeds since childhood. Those materials that cannot be fused with other materials to refine into potions or elixirs can all be made into long food. It is precisely because of this that Li Chang'an calmly meditates on the spot to restore his mental strength. The slender, blending master sighed. If nothing else happens, he will succeed. The other four people nodded. This level is the easiest for the spiritual food master. Even if it is a stone, the spiritual food master can make delicious spiritual food. The most stringent condition of not allowing any ingredient to be left behind is the same as having none at all for the spiritual food master. In addition, Li Chang'an is the son of Mu Qingqing, and Mu Qingqing is a second-level spiritual food master. They don't believe that Li Chang'an is not capable of being a spiritual food master. Chun Feng was watching the assessment broadcast in his office. His expression was lost. Sure enough, he had to get along with these geniuses who were beyond common sense. Another quarter of an hour later, the thick voice came again. The third level, Belan Banquet, officially begins. The exam lasts 6 hours. Li Chang'an suddenly opened his eyes. He was much better now than before when his eyes were bloodshot. 6 hours is still plenty of time for him. Just like the second level, there are still 3 big pieces and 7 small ones, and the remaining ingredients are made into drinks or small cold dishes. The 3 large pieces Li Chang'an intended to make an unprecedented spiritual food feast, while the 7 small pieces were refined into potions or elixirs. Li Chang'an first prepared the ingredients that need to be marinated in advance for the spiritual food feast, shredding them into shreds, slicing them into slices, and cutting them into pieces. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Yao Yao is responsible for the first rough processing of 7 small pieces of material, so that Li Chang'an can blend the finished product faster later. 2 hours later, Li Chang'an finally completed the preparations for the spiritual food feast. Without stopping for a quarter of an hour, he came to Yao Yao's side and started mixing the potion without stopping. Yao Yao was on the sidelines, handling the 51 independent materials when she had time. After Li Chang'an's side had reconciled, Yao Yao went to the spiritual food feast, boiled water in a pot, and began to roughly process the spiritual food. In the private room outside, many blenders' eyes turned red after seeing Yao Yao appear. Although it looks a little different, the special little medicine hammer is still recognizable. The medicine rabbit, this person's pet animal, turned out to be the medicine rabbit. I envy them so much. You must know that the medicine rabbit clan is the best pet beast in the Blender's Divine Pet Rankings. It ranks among the top 5 all year round and rarely falls out. No wonder this Li Chang'an dares to challenge the extreme test. With the trick rabbit here, the difficulty is instantly reduced by 5 points. That's right. Some people also strongly agree with this view. In a small private room, a pair of sisters' hearts almost melted after seeing Yao Yao's appearance. There are such cute things in this world. Uncle G, I want that. The younger girl pointed at Yao Yao on the screen and said to a middle-aged housekeeper behind her. Butler G's eyes were dull, and when his gaze fell on the girl, he showed a rare hint of doting. Second miss. The real potion rabbit looks different from this one. 11. The girl called the second young lady pouted, shook her sister's hand, and said coquettishly, "Sister, I want it, I want it." The girl, who was a few years older, was annoyed by her younger sister's voice. She sighed, and without looking back, she ordered to Butler G, "Go and ask this person afterwards if this medicine-making rabbit can be sold." Butler G said respectfully, "Miss, everyone who can participate in the extreme assessment has the background of a master of reconciliation. The implication is that it is not easy to mess with." The eldest lady snorted coldly, seeming to look down on the so-called blending master. It's just a blending master. There are many in the family. If Li Chang'an doesn't agree, then let him come down with him. The girl's voice carried an unquestionable flavor, and Butler G bowed humbly. "Your will, Mississippi." Butler G exited the private room, and the coquettish voice of "Sister, you are the best," could be heard faintly outside the door. During the bland banquet, Li Chang'an started cooking. Yao Yao helped, and Mao Mao acted as the cook. The stove here did not have enough firepower, so Li Chang'an called Mao Mao to provide strong firepower support for his spiritual food cooking. The person in this world who can make the dust demon-suppressing prison dragon work as a cook is probably the big-hearted guy like Ji Chang'an. With the help of Yu Yin, Li Chang'an cooked all the dishes in an hour and a half. And as the number of dishes increased, he became more and more interested in cooking. In a wonderful state, he completed the last dish in his hands. 3 yuan spring banquet completed. The so-called 3 elements are actually the main attributes of 3 large materials: wood, water, and thunder. Through the increase of the wooden banquet and the water banquet, the effect of the main course thunder banquet has reached its peak, which can be regarded as a summary of the blending knowledge Ji Chang'an has learned during this period. Including the time spent on mixing other things, Li Chang'an spent a total of 5 hours and 7 minutes. Did not time out. Candidate Li Chang'an has detected the king-level spirit banquet and 7 high-level concoctions. There is no material left, and the results are being reviewed. The review is completed, the results are excellent, and the assessment is passed. A licensed 4-pattern Phoenix post. When Li Chang'an heard the words king-level spiritual banquet, his inner premonition was confirmed by Li Zhao. Sure enough, the banquet he made reached the king level. But the final reward left him a little confused. A golden name card slowly fell from the sky and was placed in his hand. The theme pattern of the name card is a phoenix with fluttering wings, and there are dragon patterns circling in each of the 4 corners. The weird thing is that Li Chang'an can neither open the so-called 4-stripe phoenix sticker, nor can he get any information by detecting it with magic power and mental power. So what is the use of this thing? Li Chang'an looked at the phoenix post again, and after finding that there was nothing there, he put it into his space ring. Then, the surrounding forest environment began to slowly fade away, and the surrounding scenery once again returned to the assessment site of the Mediator Association. Ji Chunfeng was already waiting for Li Chang'an's return at the venue, and he enthusiastically handed over the Senior Blender certificate as soon as he came up. "Congratulations to Mr. Li for successfully passing the assessment. This is the Senior Blender certificate and deposit. Please keep it." 17. Li Chang'an took back the bank card and rubbed the Senior Blender certificate with his fingers. It felt like it was made of the skin of some kind of monster, and it was a little soft. Now that the assessment was over, Li Chang'an said goodbye to Ji Chunfeng and took the Shuechan pills he had made during this period to the front desk of the Blender Association. With the newly obtained Senior Blender certificate, Shuezhen was put up for auction. Li Chang'an calculated that if they were all auctioned, he would not only recover the cost, but also earn more than 10 times the cost price, which can be called a huge profit. Just as he was imagining the bright future of compound interest, an inappropriate female voice sounded from behind him. "Hey, how much does your little rabbit cost?" The smile on Li Chang'an's face disappeared instantly, and he turned around to see who dared to mess with him. 2 women and 1 man. The 2 women looked like young ladies from wealthy families. The older girl was wearing a white skirt, Her skin was delicate. Her eyes seemed to be filled with a pool of clear water, and she looked a little indifferent. The little girl looks very much like the older girl, with bright eyes and white teeth, but her condescending expression is disgusting. And that man. Li Chang'an's eyes stayed on the middle-aged man for a while. Throne level? The middle-aged man who looked like a butler nodded slightly, with a hint of pride in his professional smile, which made Li Chang'an narrow his eyes slightly. It seems that these people are not easy to get along with. Li Chang'an acted like he didn't hear clearly and asked the two girls, "What did you just ask me?" The younger and petite girl, wearing a pink tutu, held her head high and said proudly, "I told you how much a rabbit cost. I bought it, and I also paid for the repair and medical expenses caused by the termination of the contract." Li Chang'an's face turned completely cold, and he sighed. "I didn't expect that I would encounter such a mentally retarded child after I reached a high level of cultivation. Why don't you understand my background first before you come to make trouble?" Butler G's cold eyes flashed. "Young man, please speak politely. A student from Dongling University is not enough for the two young ladies of my Ming family to understand their background. Besides, it is an honor for your pet to be favored by the second lady of my Ming family." Li Chang'an looked at the housekeeper and sneered. "Fortunately, you are not a king. Otherwise today would be really difficult." Butler G is a little confused. What does this mean? Li Chang'an took out the Thunder Demon Sword and stretched his muscles. "It's just the throne level. It's not like I haven't killed anyone before." In an instant, Li Chang'an's body erupted with extremely piercing, murderous intent. His breath was like prison, and the smell of blood on his body seemed to have been soaked in a sea of blood for thousands of years, thick and cold. Butler G's pupils suddenly shrank, and he protected the two girls behind him. A white unicorn appeared next to him and released a light shield, 417 protecting the three of them inside. Has this person been killing people since he was born? Such a strong smell of blood. Originally, Butler G was dismissive of the fact that Li Chang'an had killed the throne class. Is the throne class so easy to kill? But after the bloody breath broke out, he already believed it. The aura on Li Chang'an's body came from his other self. He killed hundreds of king-level insect beetle warriors, plus an insect nest of ring insects. The smell of blood on his body has long been stronger than that of ordinary people, and there is also a prototype of the world of purgatory and an endless abyss in his body. When combined, it's a horror. Li Chang'an put his right hand on the handle of the knife, stared at Butler G indifferently, and said, "If we really want to fight, you can't protect those two brats. I am a kind-hearted person who will never see blood. I will give you a chance to get out of my sight." Butler G was already furious at this moment, and Li Chang'an's arrogant words completely angered him. "I don't know how high the sky is, so let me, a senior, help you understand the cruelty of reality." Just then Ji Chunfeng arrived at the scene. Naturally, he couldn't ignore such a big battle. "Do you guys have any misunderstandings? Can we sit down and talk?" Ji Chunfeng's forehead was almost sweating. He was just a throne-level beastmaster, an ordinary master of harmony. But one of the people present was two young ladies from the Ming family, a family of mediators, and the other was Grandmaster Shenhua's favorite disciple, neither of whom he could afford to offend. Butler Ji snorted coldly and ordered Ji Chunfengji, "President Ji, you are here just in time. This young man insulted my young lady. You must give us a satisfactory explanation." Ji Chunfeng's mouth is full of bitterness. What should he do? No matter how you explain it, the other side will not be pleased. However, Ji Chunfeng was more afraid of the Ming family, so he whispered to Li Chang'an, "Mr. Li, the Ming family's power is complex and has a great say in the field of mediators, so it's better not to provoke him. Give me some face. Could you please take a step back?" Li Chang'an's dark eyes glanced at Ji Chunfeng, with a hint of madness in the darkness, which made Ji Chunfeng's back feel cold. If it were Li Chang'an in the past, he might have taken a step back, but unfortunately he has completely merged with Gulong's side. In this world, except for his respected teacher, family, and a few close friends, no one can give him face. The eldest daughter of the Ming family looked coldly, while the second daughter looked at Li Chang'an provocatively. Both of them had a giving attitude, looking aloof. It seemed that he was waiting for Li Chang'an to kneel down and admit his mistake. There are 13 elders in this world, as well as my family members and teachers. There are no more people than I can give face to on my hands. Ji Chunfeng, do you think you are worthy? As soon as Li Chang'an said these words, Ji Chuanfeng's face suddenly turned the color of pig liver. He was kindly giving advice to Li Chang'an, but he actually said such words to humiliate him. Ji Chuanfeng's eyes suddenly became cold, and he smiled coldly and said, "Since Mr. Li doesn't want to give Ji some face, then please do what you want. That person from the Ming family." Ji Chunfeng got out of the way and no longer blocked the housekeeper's actions. Li Chang'an took out his certificate from the Night Watch Department and placed it on the front desk of the Mediator Association. This thing was sent to him by the Night Watch Department in Dongling City after Mu Qingqing's last breakthrough. Since none of you are willing to get out, then crawl instead. Li Chang'an pulled out the Thunder Demon knife and showed a provocative smile. Butler Ji's face was gloomy. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a madman who dared to challenge the dignity of the Ming family. He also summoned 2 throne-level monsters, a light-scale pterosaur and a day candle fire spirit, covered with a layer of white leather armor. Beast-controlling weapons. Although Butler Ji was angry, he still acted very cautiously. Facing Li Chang'an, a level 7 Beastmaster, he took the lead in using beast control weapons. Just when Butler Ji was about to take action, an angry shout suddenly sounded. "What do you want to do to my son?" A fist covered in blue dragon scales knocked the furious Butler Ji away and was firmly embedded in the tile wall of the Mediators Association. Mu Qingqing arrived. It turned out that she and Shi Huajing had secretly booked a private room to watch Li Chang'an's performance. Since it was Shi Huajing's authority, Ji Chunfeng didn't even know that these 2 people were here to watch the assessment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done what he did just now. Originally, Mu Qingqing and the 2 planned to give Li Chang'an a surprise and congratulate him on becoming a senior blender, but they did not expect to see this terrible scene after coming out of the private room. Shi Huajing walked up to Ji Chunfeng. Ji Chuanfeng's eyes were filled with fear. Why was his big boss here? Why didn't anyone tell him? Ji Chunfeng. Shi Huajing's tone was very cold, making Ji Chunfeng shudder. When was the Blender Association opened by the Ming family? Ji Chunfeng was so anxious that he was sweating profusely and could not say a few words. This is not. Shi Huajing was too lazy to listen to this bureaucratic idiot's explanation and said directly, "Since you like the Ming family so much, Ida, remember that there is a branch of the Mediator Association in Heishui City of the Ming family, so you can go there and be the president." Ji Chunfeng had a dull look on his face, his legs softened, and he sat blankly on the cold marble floor. "It's over, it's all over. What kind of place is Blackwater City? It's not even a city, it's a small town in the border area, although it is the sphere of influence of the Ming family. But it's such a shabby place that even the Ming family themselves probably don't even remember the existence of this place." For Ji Chunfeng, who wanted to return to the coordinator's headquarters, it was tantamount to a devastating blow. Li Chang'an whistled and looked at the frightened Ming sisters. "It seems that your protective umbrella is too busy to take care of itself. I'll give you a chance to climb out." The eldest lady of the Ming family frowned and said sternly, "What do you want to do?" "I am the eldest lady of the Ming family." Li Chang'an glanced at the eldest lady of the Ming family with cold eyes, and the next words of the other party were immediately stuck in his throat. The aura on his body suddenly surged, and a red flame faintly appeared in his eyes, but then disappeared. The dark red hell scales turned into magma-like lines and were imprinted on Li Chang'an's skin. His jet black hair was entangled with a stream of fire, making him look like a demon coming out of hell. The Thunder Demon's sword was shrouded in a dark film of light, and the malice coming from the blade suffocated the 2 young ladies of the Ming family. This is the change that King of Ancient Dragons brought to Li Chang'an. He is no longer covered by the characteristics of the Ancient Dragon, but the power of the Ancient Dragon appears on his body as a foil. What Mao Mao brought to Li Chang'an was a 20-fold increase in all attributes of the prison-suppressing demonic body, and the magma lines on his body were Li Chang'an's version of the magic lines. The dark horn of bubble covers the thunder demon sword, allowing it to carry the power of the giant horn of destruction. In an instant, Li Chang'an and Bubble used 3 vortex eyes at the same time, increasing their power by 45 times again. Coupled with the 10-fold increase brought about by the resonance of the two beasts, there is also the explosive momentum of the purple phoenix broken cloud in the Mingyi realm and the yellow blade raised by the secret method of nourishing energy. Li Chang'an had already touched the shackles without the need to fuse with the beast, and at this moment he understood. 100-fold increase in combat power is the limit of all living beings in this world. But his intuition told him that this limit did not seem to be insurmountable. The eldest daughter of the Ming family was protected by a throne-level bright unicorn owned by Butler Ji, but the moment it saw Li Chang'an draw his sword, it trembled all over and could not muster the will to fight. As if he saw some unspeakable, terrifying existence, he could only condense a stronger holy light shield to protect himself and the 2 human girls. The dark thunder demon sword struck hard on the holy light shield. The shield only lasted for a second and a half before it jammed and shattered. The bright unicorn neighed in horror and ran away, no longer able to hold back the fear in its blood. It's a pity that it's such a close distance. How could it be possible to avoid Li Chang'an's slashing attack? The jet-black blade struck out with a flash of red light and cut off the head of the bright unicorn. The blood spurted from the body, spread all over the 2 ladies of the Ming family. How could the always pampered young lady from the Ming family see such a bloody scene? One child burst into alarming screams. Li Chang'an frowned, sheathed his sword, and struck the 2 girls' legs hard with the sword. Suddenly, the screams of the 2 girls turned into miserable screams. They fell to the ground and kept shouting, "My legs." Li Chang'an coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. The effect of increasing the effect by 100 times was great, but the sequelae were also quite shocking. Li Chang'an took a drop of silver osmanthus moon dew without hesitation and suppressed the injury. He looked at the ugly appearance of Miss Ming, who was so arrogant just now, and smiled disdainfully. He said with a voice mixed with spiritual power, "Give you 5 minutes to climb out of the gate of the Blender Association, and I will let you go. If you don't crawl out after 5 minutes, I will break the bones in your left hand, and after 10 minutes, I will break the bones in your right hand. If you haven't crawled out after a quarter of an hour, I regret to tell you that the housekeeper will have to take your heads back to the Ming family to report the news." The cries of the 2 young ladies of the Ming family stopped for a moment, and then broke out into even more harsh and unpleasant cries. Li Chang'an holds 1. The timer was placed in front of the 2 of them. Crying counts as time. The tone was indifferent, with cold, murderous intent, just like the cold wind in winter, tearing apart the delicate skin of the 2 people and shattering their bones inch by inch. The 2 young ladies from a Ming family sobbed and stopped crying. Their nerves were filled with even greater fear. Die. The 2 of them exhausted all their potential and climbed out of the door of the Blender Association without risking their lives. Their bloody legs drew 4 bright red traces on the marble floor. Some of the onlookers took a sharp breath. Ji Chang'an must have been too cruel this time. This kind of top-notch little beauty can do it. You will regret humiliating my Ming family like this. Steward Ji spit out a large mouthful of blood and struggled to crawl out of the wall. "Oh, is it so?" Butler Ji saw Shi Hua Jing with a cold face at the first sight when he came out, and he immediately held back the rest of his threatening words. "Master Shanhua." The eldest daughter of the Ming family was in good health, and within 5 minutes, she endured severe pain and crawled out of the Blender Association. But the second young lady of the Ming family had no such luck. Li Chang'an crushed her right arm inch by inch, and while she screamed in despair, her left arm was wasted. If the eldest daughter of the Ming family hadn't pulled her sister out at the last moment, I'm afraid there would only be one eldest daughter of the Ming family in the future. Mu Qingqing did not kill Butler Ji, and asked him to take the two young ladies from the Ming family back. Li Chang'an looked at the embarrassed backs of the three people and sneered, thinking it would be fine if they went back. When he crippled the legs of the two young ladies from the Ming family, he did not let go of the water and added the red lotus mark and the curse of Feng Lingshu Yuan Long on them. And the unreserved version is not the overseas version given to the students at Tanglin University. Even the medical doctors at Tanglin University were helpless against the castrated version of the red lotus mark, let alone the fully loaded version. Li Chang'an was absolutely sure that unless the Ming family hired a saint-level medical doctor, the two Ming family ladies would have to live in pain in wheelchairs for the rest of their lives. Besides, how can it be so easy to hire a saint-level medical doctor? There are only a few who are famous in Dongwang Kingdom. Most of them are disciples or subordinates of Elder Zhong Yuanling. Due to the relationship between Elder Zhong and Bai Sui Kong, the Ming family wants to cure these two sisters. Oh, you have to pay more. I think Elder Zhong wouldn't mind receiving some extra money. Li Chang'an thought of this and smiled again. His smile was a little excited, which affected the injuries in his body and made him cough up a few mouthfuls of blood again. Sure, Huajing quickly summoned a pet beast that looked like a scepter. This pet beast was green all over, resembling a withered tree trunk, and its head looked like a book. Qingkong, Qinghua Healing Fruit. Under the command of Shi Huajing, the scepter pet beast quickly opened the book above its head. Then a sapphire-like fruit condensed from the book, and Shi Huajing motioned for Li Chang'an to take it. Shaolin, if you eat it, you will feel much better. Li Chang'an immediately took the fruit and took a bite. As soon as the fruit entered his mouth, it turned into a pool of sweet liquid and flowed from his mouth down his throat and into his stomach. A strong fragrance of vegetation emerged from the depths of his body, treating those serious injuries. After a while, Li Chang'an exhaled a breath of turbid air. With this fruit, 70% of his injuries were recovered, and the rest could be treated by Yao Yao. He is worthy of being the overlord-level heavenly book with spirit, but it is a pity that Yao Yao is not at a high level. Otherwise, a drop of silver osmanthus moon dew would have cured him. Li Chang'an has recognized the origin of this scepter beast. It is a very rare auxiliary beast. The book on its head can record various wood skills. If it is well prepared, there is no need to think that the fighting overlord-level pet is too weak. Unexpectedly, Shi Huajing, a woman who looked elegant and weak, could actually contract with such a powerful pet beast. Shi Huajing took Li Chang'an's pulse and made sure that nothing happened before he said in surprise, I originally thought Qingqing was bragging when she said you killed a throne-level beastmaster, but I didn't expect Shaoan to do this. Mu Qingqing was also extremely lucky. She only heard about it from Kong Sihui. Seeing is not as good as hearing. Her son's outburst today frightened her. Fortunately, he had broken through to the throne level. Otherwise, it would have been really embarrassing to be surpassed by a son who had practiced for less than a year. Mu Qingqing didn't seem to expect that Li Chang'an was only level 7. If he waited until he reached level 9, maybe his worries would come true. Li Chang'an scratched his head in embarrassment and said, This won't last long, and at most it can only kill a throne-level person in a sneak attack. Shi Huajing smiled silently. Aren't you satisfied with being able to sneak kill one of them? That was a throne-level beastmaster, not a king-level beastmaster in name only. What's more, Li Chang'an is only level 7, so it is already shocking to achieve this. Finally, Shi Huajing asked Mu Qingqing to take Li Chang'an back first, and she would handle the follow-up of the matter. After returning to Donghu community, Li Chang'an also asked Mu Qingqing about the background of the Ming family. Mu Qingqing introduced. The Ming family is considered a famous family in the world of harmony, and the only ones who can compare with them in the world of harmony are the Murong family and the Yen family. There are 3 harmony grandmasters in the Ming family, and one of them is the second in the harmony grandmaster ranking, 1 rank higher than your Grandma Jing. But you don't have to worry. The Ming family is not the only one in the world of reconciliation. There are 2 other major ones that are restricting each other. In addition, your Grandma Jing is the 3rd harmonious grandmaster. If you turn against the top grandmaster for the sake of 2 incompetent juniors, Even the Ming family has to consider the consequences. Only then did Li Chang'an understand the inside story of the mediator field, and then he remembered the four-pattern phoenix sticker he had obtained in the extreme secret realm. So he took it out and showed Mu Qingqing what it was. When Mu Qingqing saw this golden phoenix post, her eyes almost popped out of her head. Golden phoenix post? Mu Qingqing's voice suddenly rose an octave higher, as she immediately covered her mouth for fear of waking up her sleeping mother. Where did it come from? Mu Qingqing asked in a low voice. Li Chang'an pointed in the direction of the Blender Association. It was given to me after I succeeded in the extreme assessment. Mu Qingqing blinked her eyes in disbelief. The last scene everyone saw on the broadcast was the voice announcing that Li Chang'an had passed. Unexpectedly, I was rewarded with a phoenix post after this. Li Chang'an looked at Mu Qingqing's surprised look and couldn't help but ask, "Mom, is this expensive?" Mu Qingqing took a deep breath, calmed down her excitement, and carefully considered her words. "This is no longer expensive, it's hot. No, you can only rely on Grandma Jing to get the bottom of this matter. It's best to ask Mr. Bai to come forward." Li Chang'an's hand holding the phoenix post trembled slightly. "Damn it, the master still needs to take action." Mu Qingqing explained the function of phoenix tie. "Do you know the Holy Land of the Harmonizer?" Li Chang'an shook his head. He had never paid attention to these things, and Shi Huajing had never mentioned them, so naturally he didn't know. The City of 1,000 Souls and 10,000 Foods is a 9th-level secret realm that does not belong to any country or individual. The reason why the Ming family, the Murong family, and the Yin family can stand firm in the Dongwang Kingdom is because someone in their ancestors obtained the Phoenix tie and obtained part of the authority of 1,000 Souls Food City through Phoenix Post, a secret realm on the same level as Qinghua's secret realm. Li Chang'an didn't expect that this Phoenix Post would involve such a level of secrecy. Mu Qingqing added, "Although 1,000 Souls and all Food City is at the 9th level, it is speculated that the actual level of 1,000 Souls and all Food City is higher, but humans are currently unable to judge." The Phoenix Post is divided into 3 colors: gold, silver, and copper, and each color is divided into 1 to 9 patterns. The ancestors of the 3 families had only 3 patterns of golden Phoenix Post at the time. The golden 4-pattern Phoenix sticker in your hand may have higher authority than the 3 major families. "It's really hot," Li Chang'an murmured. "Not to mention the Ming family. If the 3 families knew that he had a golden Phoenix card with 4 patterns in his hand, they would not be able to sleep well. No matter what the cost, his existence must be erased." The mother and son looked at each other and sat in the living room in tacit understanding, quietly waiting for Shi Huajing's return. At 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, Shi Huajing finally finished dealing with some troublesome aftermath and rushed back to Donghu Community. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Mu Qingqing and Li Chang'an sitting silently in the living room. They looked a little strange and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Li Chang'an took out the Phoenix tie from the space ring and handed it to Shi Huajing. For a moment, the small building was isolated by a terrifying magical shield. Shi Huajing took the golden Phoenix Post with trembling hands. After seeing the dragon patterns on the 4 corners, he took a breath of cold air again. 4 patterns? Where do they come from? Wait, it's the ultimate test. Shi Huajing asked and answered his own questions, and he quickly figured out the key. "It shouldn't be. I just made a king-level spiritual banquet. How can I get such a high reward?" At this stage, mediators who are more outrageous than Shao and have appeared. After passing, they only got the silver Phoenix Post. Li Chang'an touched his chin and thought, "Indeed, I debuted halfway, and there is still a certain gap between me and those geniuses who have been exposed to the content of the mediator since they were young. It's just that my talent is too outrageous, so I have closed a lot of distance." 0*1. Maybe it's not a human problem. Li Chang'an raised a possibility. Shi Huajing frowned. It is possible that Yao Yao is a medicine rabbit and a rare moon god. If this part is included in Li Chang'an's blending potential, it is indeed better than those people. But she always felt something was wrong. Mu Qingqing thoughtfully said, "According to this, Both Yao Yao and Mao Mao are possible. Sure, Hua Jing was stunned. Yao Yao, just let it go. There is nothing special about that little kitten. Mu Qingqing immediately explained. I forgot to tell you, Mao Mao's race is the Hellflame dragon, and it is a member of the ancient dragon species. Li Chang'an shrugged. Anyway, many professors knew that Mao Mao was Gulong, and they didn't care about having another blending master. Sure, Huajing's eyebrows trembled. She had lived for more than 100 years and was as shocked as she was today. Can ancient dragons be contracted by humans? What kind of monster is her disciple? No, this can also explain why his combat power is so far beyond his realm. A doubt in Sure Huajing's heart was answered, and he sighed. No matter what the reason is, this Phoenix Post is in Chang'an's hands, and this fact will not change. Originally, I was thinking of taking Xiao into the City of Thousand Spirits and Foods in the future, but now it seems that it is better to go as soon as possible. Mu Qingqing asked worriedly, if Xiaoan goes at this time, wouldn't it be a sheep entering the tiger's mouth? Sure Huajing waved his hand and said, I'm not asking him to compete for authority. The Thousand Souls Festival is coming soon. With Xiaoan's qualifications, he could try to win a Thousand Souls blessing. This will be of great help to him in fighting for authority in the future. Let's put the Phoenix Post here to isolate the breath. 7-inch. Sure Huajing took off a ring from his hand and placed it on Li Chang'an's hand. This is the Ivy Spirit Protection Ring. It is a treasure given to me by the Qing Emperor. It can maximize the freshness and activity of the wood's spiritual plants. It can also isolate the breath. Li Chang'an was about to refuse, but he heard Sure Huajing's next words. Of course, I'm not giving it to you. I'm just keeping it with you until you're able to use the Phoenix Post and then return it to me. I wouldn't be willing to give away a treasure of this level. When Li Chang'an heard this, a burden fell in his heart. He smiled and kept the Ivy Spiritual Protection Ring in his hand with peace of mind. Okay, it's almost time today, Xiaoan. Go and have a rest. Sure Huajing asked Li Chang'an to rest, and he got up and went back to his room. At midnight, Sure Huajing did not rest, but stood by the window, quietly looking at the moon in the sky, with a bit of excitement flashing in his quiet eyes. The next day, Li Chang'an received news from the Night Watch Division that the Ming family sisters had left Tangling City, and the Night Watch Division would also send people to put pressure on the Ming family. Others are afraid of the Ming family's strength, but the Night Patrolman is not. Throughout the ages, the combination of power and strength has been the right way. Unfortunately, these two items have made the Night Watch Division. They all have it, but the Ming family is in a weak position. The connections of the Blender family are as brittle as paper in front of the Night Watch Division. If Dongwang Kingdom wants to obtain special medicinal materials, it does not necessarily have to be obtained from the Ming family. Aren't there two other families? I have never defeated a high-level Beastmaster at the throne level, which makes people laugh even if I say it. Moreover, it was the Ming family who threatened the commissioner of the Night Watch Division first, which was even more justified. If this did not bite off a few pieces of meat, the director of the Night Watch Division said that he would resign on the spot. At the same time, the Night Watch Division also sent the Black Blade Fong back to Li Chang'an, which greatly alleviated Li Chang'an's weapon problem. Since the Thunder Demon sword broke out yesterday, Li Chang'an sent it to Boss Missouri early this morning to be rebuilt. Boss Missouri saw that the weapon he had forged was turned into this by Li Chang'an, and he almost chased Li Chang'an with a forging hammer. Li Chang'an finally escaped from Boss Missouri and saw Xian Guiyang, the president of Dongling City Trade Union, walking over. Your meritorious service has been approved. According to your previous request, it will be exchanged for a place in the secret realm of the 9-story Soul Tower. Xian Guiyang handed him a metal badge with a 9-story tower printed on it. Li Chang'an was overjoyed that it was finally approved. At 3 o'clock in the day, Li Chang'an rarely got up again at noon. Mu Qingqing added a lot of ingredients to yesterday's supper, which could replenish energy and blood and restore the body. What's even more rare is that Li Chang'an hasn't eaten it yet. When he felt sleepy after going to bed, he realized something was wrong. It was already too late, and he slept soundly. Mom is indeed a second-level spiritual food master. This skill is really impressive. Li Chang'an finished washing and came out of the toilet. When he turned on the communicator to see if any important information had been sent today, he suddenly saw a big red dot on the list of people of special concern. Huh, Master is looking for him? Li Chang'an quickly turned on the communicator and read the message from Bai Suikong first, basically asking him to go to his office. Can something like this in the Ming family alarm Master? Li Chang'an was confused, but he still chose to go to Bai Suikong's office first. You can leave the matter of a 9-story Seoul Tower secret realm aside for now. Li Chang'an came to the first floor and found that Mu Qingqing was already clearing away the dishes. When he saw him coming down, he took out a lunchbox from the kitchen. Are you awake? Eat the food left for you first. Mu Qingqing's words were full of warmth, but Li Chang'an couldn't help but take a step back. Mom, this isn't a meal with added ingredients, is it? We agreed in advance that I will go to the master's office later to report it. Arrive. Mu Qingqing's mouth burst into laughter like a silver bell. Eat yours, I didn't put anything in it. Li Chang'an also knew that his mother was not someone who couldn't figure out the seriousness of things. Since she knew that Bai Suikong had something going on, she probably wouldn't do anything unnecessary. 810. Li Chang'an sat down, took 2 quick bites, and swept all the food in the lunchbox into his mouth. I'm full because I'm leaving. A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Mu Qingqing's mouth, who said that there was no seasoning in the rice just now. This seasoning was different from yesterday's. It takes 2 to 3 hours for digestion and absorption to take effect. These 2 or 3 hours were enough for Bai Suikong to talk about things. Li Chang'an came to Bai Suikong's office with ease, a place that even university professors rarely visit a few times a year. It's better for him to come every once in a while. I don't know how many scholars I have envied. Master, Li Chang'an knocked on the door and asked. Come in. Bai Suikong's calm voice came, and Li Chang'an could tell that he was much more energetic than before. After pushing the door open and walking in, Li Chang'an saw Bai Suikong's rosy complexion and bright eyes, not looking haggard at all. Master, what do you want from me? Li Chang'an asked about the purpose of this trip. Bai Suikong's eyes swept over the ivy ring on Li Chang'an's left hand without trace. I heard that you had a conflict with someone from the Ming family yesterday. Li Chang'an said truthfully, they want to buy and sell Yao Yao. How can I let them go so easily? A trace of satisfaction appeared in Bai Suikong's eyes. Li Chang'an did not say that he was young and reckless, nor did he say that he got into trouble in a fit of anger. It seems that after his spiritual transformation, he has indeed become very different, more confident and calmer. This is the basic quality necessary to become a strong person. Well, it's similar to what I heard. Don't worry about the people of the Ming family. Some people want to tear off a few pieces of flesh from a Ming family. Bai Suikong ended the matter lightly and said meaningfully, before you go to Thousand Spirits in Food City, remember to call your master. If you want to use the Golden Phoenix Post, remember to inform me. The water is too deep, and you can't control it just by relying on the teacher's flower mirror. Li Chang'an coughed violently several times, and almost coughed up the lunch he had just eaten. Master, how did you know? Only 3 people knew about this, and they said it last night. The other 2 people didn't have time to inform Bai Suikong. Bai Suikong took a sip of tea and said, before you go out next time, remember to change the color and style of the Ivy Spirit Ring. This thing, Hua Jing, is usually very precious. In addition, your boy has just completed the extreme test, and this ring will appear on your hand the next day. Do you still need to guess the key? Li Chang'an's eyelids were twitching wildly. His master was so mature that he couldn't hide anything from him. However, he also grasped an important point and quickly asked, Master, does this Phoenix Post belong to everyone who has passed the extreme assessment? Bai Suikong glanced at Li Chang'an and understood the worries in his heart, and explained, not everyone has it. The key to the extreme test is that the Harmonizer Association intercepted the aura of Thousand Souls Food City and then arranged it. With this aura, the extreme assessment can be combined with the Thousand Spirits in Food City so that talented blenders can obtain the Phoenix Post. If someone takes a trick in the 3 levels and fails to do his best, this great opportunity will have nothing to do with him. Only then did Li Chang'an understand why Shi Huajing didn't tell him the cheating point of the extreme assessment. It turned out that this was the key. The 3 levels of the extreme assessment are interlocking. If someone cheats on the first level and can answer 700 materials, but only answers 600 in order to pass the test, then the Phoenix Post has nothing to do with him. What about the Ming family? Li Chang'an thought of the reason why the 2 ladies of the Ming family came all the way to Tangling City. Bai Suikong chuckled. They're here to recruit you. Grandmaster Xinhua's disciples take part in the extreme test. This is a big deal. There's a high chance that they can pass. Moreover, with Shi Huajing's character, he would not do anything like buying a pearl for a pearl, so the probability of you getting the Phoenix Post is quite high. It's just that the Ming family has enjoyed glory and wealth for too long, and the ability of this courtesy corporal was given back to their ancestors a few generations ago. If Spiegel knew that his descendants, who were separated by who knows how many generations, had provoked a genius with a golden phoenix sticker, they would be filled with regret. Ming Jingtai is the second-ranked harmony master. Li Chang'an heard it from his teacher Hua Jing. After Bai Suikong sighed, he asked Li Chang'an, "Where is the Phoenix Post? I have never touched such a rare thing. Master has never touched it." Li Chang'an was a little surprised. Bai Suikong rolled his eyes. Those who got the golden phoenix sticker are all so secretive. Who are they? That's right, Li Chang'an also thought of himself. Wasn't he the same? Li Chang'an took out the phoenix sticker from the ivy spirit ring. Bai Suikong almost spit out the tea in his mouth after seeing the dragon patterns on the 4 corners. For lines, Bai Suikong took it and touched the Phoenix Post carefully. He originally thought that what Li Chang'an got was a Phoenix Post with 3 lines or below, but he didn't expect that it turned out to be the 4th pattern. The gap between the 4th pattern and the 3rd pattern was larger than the gap between the king level and the low-level Beastmaster. Put away. Don't take it out until you have the strength to match the king level. Bai Suikong handed the Phoenix poster back and said solemnly. In Li Chang'an's mind, the opportunities and risks behind the Phoenix Post were raised to a higher level again. Even Bai Suikong, who is the 13th elder, said this. It must be a danger that he cannot imagine at the moment. Bai Suikong originally wanted to say something. Forget it. You should go back and take a nap. Qingqing's drugging methods are not so easy to bear. Let me remind you, after go to the 9-story Soul Tower, don't think about creating a powerful sword technique first. Sort out what you have learned first. Roughly build the overall framework, and then think about other things. That's it. Go back and have a good rest. Li Chang'an. Mom actually lied to me. Li Chang'an took off the Ivy Spirit Protection ring from his hand, hung it around his neck, covered it with his clothes, and then hurried back to find Mu Qingqing Xingshi to question him. But before going back, Li Chang'an asked the old man about the time crystal. Ever since he saw this thing in the hands of Comrade Li, he had been itching for a long time. Bai Suikong didn't explain anything. He happily threw a golden crystal to his grandson, as if he were giving him a strange toy. After returning home, he saw Shi Huajing was there. Mu Qingqing stood behind Shi Huajing and showed a provocative smile to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an originally wanted to report to Shi Huajing, but what Bai Suikong said before came to mind, and he immediately changed his mind. Business matters. Grandma Jing, I want to see Master today, and he saw through the Phoenix Post. Shi Huajing was shocked and then thought about it, but still couldn't figure out why Bai Fa Gung knew about the Phoenix Post. Li Chang'an gave a reminder, Ivy Spirit Protection Ring. Shi Huajing was not a stupid person. When he heard the name, he reacted and slapped his head. I was negligent. As expected of Mr. Bai, his eyesight is vicious enough. Shi Huajing's right hand brushed her left hand, and another Ivy Spirit Protection ring instantly appeared on her left hand, with the same aura. If Li Chang'an hadn't been convinced that the real Ivy Spirit ring was hanging around his neck, he wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. Shi Huajing smiled slightly and lit a ray of light from his fingertips, which fell on the Qingdu protector Lingcheng hanging around Ji Chang'an's neck. Li Chang'an suddenly felt a little hot in his chest. I took out the Ivy Spirit ring and saw that the original cyan color had turned into dark silver. The style has also changed from rattan rings to metal rings. That's no problem. Fortunately, I haven't seen many people this morning. This little detail should not be discovered. Sure, Huajing breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his elegant and dignified temperament. Then he said to Li Chang'an gently, "Go back and rest first. We'd better leave the matter of the 9-story Seoul Tower to tomorrow. It's too late." Mu Qingqing covered her mouth and laughed slyly. Li Chang'an glared at his mother and went back to the room to rest. It takes less than an hour for Li Chang'an to come back and forth, and there is still some time before the effects of the medicine take effect. He heard by Sui Kong's last reminder, feeling puzzled but unwilling to do so. He went to the 9-story Seoul Tower just to create a sword technique that was more suitable for him and to increase his combat power. But Bai Sui Kong told him not to worry, to settle down his own framework first, and then think about other things when he had time. Li Chang'an has an advantage. That is, he listens to others' advice, especially for people like Bai Sui Kong who have lived from the early days of the catastrophe to the present. He has seen more things than he has ever eaten in his 2 lifetimes. In order to understand the reason, Li Chang'an still chose his master, who could not see anyone at both ends of the day. "Sister Kong." Li Chang'an sent a message to Kong Sihui about his doubts today and about the 9-story Seoul Tower. Counting the time, Kong Sihui is almost coming out of the Golden Land. Unfortunately, Li Chang'an did not receive a reply from Kong Sihui until the medicine took effect. It wasn't until Li Chang'an woke up and had dinner that Kong Sihui's call came at 12 o'clock in the evening. Li Chang'an answered the phone drowsily. Mu Qingqing also gave medicine for dinner tonight. Although medicinal food and sleep can help recovery from injuries, but he is more than 90% better, so there is no need to spend so much time. Fortunately, for tomorrow's 9-story Seoul Tower, after eating, he asked Yao Yao to come and shine with the moonlight, which dispelled some of his sleepiness. 0.5. No one has to be like a dead pig. "Hey ha, Sister Kong." Kong Sihui didn't expect Li Chang'an to be in such a state, so she asked, "Where have you been wandering? You are so sleepy. Young people should pay attention to your health." Li Chang'an's face darkened, and his sleepiness dissipated a lot. "It is indeed you, Kong Sihui. My mom added some ingredients to her cooking tonight, so she's a little sleepy. Hey, where did you offend Qingqing to make your mother target you like this?" Li Chang'an decided to skip the matter. He didn't have much time to wake up, but business was still important, so he quickly changed the subject and asked Bai Sui Kong's advice. Only then did Kong Sihui remember the purpose of her call and explained, "Just listen to the old man. Don't worry about temporary improvement. Sort out what you have learned first, and it is best to create the prototype of the framework. You, Sister Kong, and I were disobedient back then and took some detours. Fortunately, we made amends in time, so we didn't have any regrets. To give you an example that you are familiar with, do you know why Tianyi only has one trick to get on the stage?" Li Chang'an was shocked, but after reading Kong Sihui's previous words and having learned from Tianyi, he already had a guess in his mind. "Sister Kong, you mean?" "That's right. The person who created Tianyi was me, a fool who picked up sesame seeds, but lost the watermelons, and was still complacent. But I was luckier than him. I had another chance, and the old man took care of me, so I was able to save my life. Otherwise, just like Tianyi Ilio, there's only one move that can be seen. You listen carefully." Li Chang'an listened quietly to Kong Sihui's explanation. It turned out that applying for a place in the secret realm of the 9-story Seoul Tower was not something you could apply for at will. Only when the trade union confirms that the applicant's basic skills have reached at least the level of Mingyi will the application qualifications be opened. Li Chang'an's basic techniques are all at the divine level, so they naturally meet this condition. Everyone who enters the 9-story Seoul Tower for the first time will get a special epiphany, and it's only for the first time. If you go again later, there won't be this magical effect. The only effect is to improve the efficiency of deduction. This kind of epiphany can bring people's thinking and understanding to an astonishing level. In this state, people's creativity will be greatly increased. Many people will be addicted to this state to understand the profound inheritance they have learned or to create a stunning move like a world-class creator. But only some lucky people know that it is too wasteful to understand these things in this state. Because this state of enlightenment can make people's mental power infinitely close to the operating rules of the blue star, which is commonly known as the way of heaven. With this condition, isn't it nice to see clearly which path with the highest ceiling you should take in the future, compared with some powerful moves? This is why Bai Suikong insists on letting Li Chang'an sort out what he has learned first, and then build a framework of his own. To put it another way, there are 3,000 avenues, and I only choose the one that is best and most suitable for me. The 9-story Soul Tower is an opportunity for Li Chang'an to choose the path that suits him best, and only this time. Kong Sihui also said that her situation cannot be replicated and she must not act out of emotion. Li Chang'an also repeatedly promised not to act out of impulse. He already knew the reason. He could still figure out which was more important, the future upper limit and the current combat power. After talking to Kong Sihui on the phone, Li Chang'an couldn't help feeling sleepy anymore and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Li Chang'an went out without even eating. 08. Without him, there's a shadow in my heart. The quota for the 9-story Soul Tower has a time limit and will be invalidated tomorrow. He cannot sleep another day. After arriving at the Hunter Guild, Li Chang'an ordered breakfast and submitted his application to join the Secret Realm. After the review, Li Chang'an also had enough to eat and drink. Witnessed by the Union supervisor, he stepped onto the teleportation array and headed to the Secret Realm of the 9-story Soul Tower. As soon as he stepped into the Secret Realm, Li Chang'an felt a feeling of returning to his mother. In front of him was a majestic 9-story stone tower. It towers into the sky and covers a vast area, as big as 3 or 4 football fields. Li Chang'an came to the first floor under the guidance of the Guardian of the Secret Realm. This is the best position he can apply for, and the subsequent 8 floors are not suitable for him. Because as the first epiphany, the first layer connected to the earth is the most broad and gentle, which is enough for Li Chang'an, a high-level beastmaster. Before Li Chang'an entered, the Guardian of the Secret Realm handed him a stone talisman, which felt very smooth and had the texture of jade. The Guardian of the Secret Realm reminded, "You have 1 day of enlightenment authority. This stone talisman will bring you out intact after the time expires, and it can also bring you out before your mental energy is exhausted. Don't lose it, it's very expensive, one worth 100,000 merits." When Li Chang'an heard the price, his hand holding the stone talisman shook, and he almost threw out 100,000 meritorious service. The exchange price for the first floor of a 9-story Soul Tower is only 20,000 merit points, but this stone formation is 5 times as much. Li Chang'an solemnly put the stone talisman into his pocket, sealed it with a zipper, and then walked into the 9-story Soul Tower with confidence. After stepping through the light door of a 9-story Soul Tower, Li Chang'an stepped into a vast white place, with a whole white jade-like floor under his feet. When I looked up, I saw a pure white sky, and the entire first floor was completely white. The next thing to do is very simple. Sit down cross-legged, start meditating, and then keep recalling what you have learned and thought along the way. After Li Chang'an thought about it 3 times on the spot, a strange feeling gradually arose in his heart. Many difficulties that usually stuck on him were easily captured, just like using Kaizalu, 1,000 miles away. This feeling is so wonderful that Li Chang'an seems to be addicted to it. But the last bit of rationality allowed him to continue his previous approach and continue to sort out his own system. With this kind of strong self-control, Li Chang'an really made some tricks. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed through Li Chang'an's mind, and he felt blessed. Li Chang'an directly superimposed the 3 opportunities for enlightenment in the Tree of Soul into one. Judging from Kong Sihui's experience, this very special opportunity for enlightenment will not last long. If you want to use it on the edge. The deduction effect of the Tree of Mind has 3 forms. The first one is to use nothing. The simple effect is 10% better than the previous mental skill. The second type is to burn mental energy, which is used to assist deductions, and the effect is 10 times that of the first type. The third method is to burn mental energy and use the opportunity of spiritual enlightenment, and the effect can be doubled again. This 3-minute epiphany bonus with 3 times the effect, as well as Li Chang'an's desperate burning of mental energy, are all used to assist the deduction of the Tree of Soul. At this time, Li Chang'an had reached the strongest understanding in his life, and he had the special blessing of this 9-story soul tower. In his inner vision, 3 fruits fell from a small spiritual tree and then melted into the ground at the same time and integrated into his body. In an instant, the scene in front of him was no longer a vast expanse of white, but a variety of twisted lights intertwining with each other. The terrible sense of oppression emanated from the distorted light, making him very uncomfortable. Only by constantly burning his mental energy can he feel better. Li Chang'an understands that at the critical moment, he needs to find and choose the path he wants to take. Relying on the deduction of the Tree of Soul and the blessing of the 9-story soul tower, a stream of warm breath continued to flow into his body, clearing away all kinds of discomfort for him. In the end, Li Chang'an stopped at a quiet blacklight spot. Unlike other complex lights, it was so small and not connected into a line. There is no other light nearby to entangle with it, as if it were a lonely outsider, indifferent to the joys and sorrows of other existences. Intuition told Li Chang'an that choosing this would make cultivation more difficult and the things he would face more dangerous. But his instinct and talent told him that this was the best path for him. No one. And the warm atmosphere brought by the 9-story soul tower is watching silently from the side. Like a gentle mother, no matter what the child chooses, she will not object. Li Chang'an didn't hesitate and ran directly into the blacklight spot. That's right. He always remembers the saying that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. The higher the difficulty, the more powerful it is. Who wouldn't take shortcuts? It's rare to really get what you want. After Li Chang'an's mind hit the blacklight spot, in an instant, he seemed to see all the evil and darkness in the world coming towards him, and it was extremely cold. Waves of desperate will kept attacking his soul. But when these cold breaths rushed into his body, a large amount of boiling blood surged out of Li Chang'an's heart. Suddenly his whole body became warm again, feeling numb and numb all over, and felt extremely comfortable. But those will attacks reminded him all the time that this was not a place to indulge. In this state of intertwined comfort and despair, he continued to sort out what he had learned along the way. The knife intent that made Mao Mao uncomfortable at first was reminded of him again, and he picked it up. At that time, he thought he had touched the threshold of killing his soul with a knife. But now it seems that this is not the case. His sword intention only reminded Mao Mao of unhappy things. In other words, it triggered the evil side in Mao Mao's heart. Of course, this is only the first step. He didn't realize it before, or maybe he didn't realize before this, how suitable he is to be a villain. Now in this state, he saw it and took the second step. Inciting malice was only the first step. What he has to do is to chop it into pieces, and make the source of malice surrender to him without even the emotion of resistance. To do this, his knife must be sharp enough, so sharp that even the concepts of good and evil cannot stop his thoughts. This is evil is to be killed. Good and evil are inherently uncertain. What is good in your eyes may be great evil in the eyes of others. He holds a sharp blade to suppress all evil and good in the world. So his sword needs to be indifferent to good and evil. The auras in Li Chang'an's mind kept flashing and merging, and a framework of sword and Tao took shape in his mind. But this state did not last long. There was a popping sound in his ears, like a stone falling from the water and falling back into the riverbed. 3 minutes have passed. When Li Chang'an opened his eyes, it was still a vast expanse of white. There was no intricate interweaving of light, and there was no oppressive despair in the black light spots. Only silence. Li Chang'an took out the black blade Fong, and his path is already clear. And the next time, he will try to take the real first step. There is no magic power, nor is the spirituality of Black Blade Fong activated. Li Chang'an was just in this soul tower, constantly swinging his sword and facing the evil thoughts caused by himself. Then, chop. I don't know how many hours passed, but Li Chang'an fell into the state of mind. He casually slashed out a bright sword light, which was bright and thorough, but when he looked carefully, it reflected a side of himself that he didn't want to face. Good and evil are one, and they are mutually exclusive. After Li Chang'an slashed out this sword, he was a little stunned, and then he felt a little satisfied in his heart, and then he was filled with overwhelming ecstasy. The state of harmony between man and nature was immediately broken. I succeeded, Li Chang'an exclaimed in surprise. He had successfully created the road framework and moves. Under the powerful effect of Tree of the Soul, Li Chang'an said that only children make choices, adults want them all. His mood was broken by himself, and Li Chang'an also knew that he would not gain much benefit if he stayed here any longer today. So he patted his butt and left. When the guardian of the secret realm saw Li Chang'an coming out, the expression on his face was full of confusion. Since he was guarding the secret realm, this was the first time he saw someone come out willingly. What's even more outrageous is that there are still 3 or 4 hours before the end. What's going on? Li Chang'an returned the stone talisman to the guardian of the secret realm, finally returning this hot potato. Li Chang'an hummed a song and stepped onto the teleportation array easily, returning to the Hunter Guild in Dongling City. As soon as he finished, Bai Sui Kong and Kong Si received the news. They also attach great importance to the fact that Li Chang'an entered the 9-story Soul Tower, but the 9-story Soul Tower is very special, and even Bai Sui Kong cannot interfere with the situation inside. So they could only wait, and someone would notify them after Li Chang'an came out. After seeing the news that Li Chang'an came out early, Bai Sui Kong burst into a very happy smile and said good 3 times in a row to Li Mingxuan's confused expression. As expected of my disciple. Li Mingxian blinked. What was going on? What did he do in Chang'an? Apart from Li Chang'an, Li Mingxian could not think of anyone else who could be regarded so highly by Bai Sui Kong as a 3rd-generation disciple. Kong Sihui was having a celebration party with her companions who had entered the secret realm when they heard a message coming from the communicator. I got some news and learned that Li Chang'an came out in advance. Damn it, you can hold it back, you're better than me. Kong Sihui's face was also very surprised, and she shouted loudly, I, Kong Sihui, will pay for today's expenses. Some people cheered, while others were surprised. Sister Kong, what's going on? You're so generous today. 17. Yes. Kong Boppy actually took the initiative to pay. Kong Sihui hummed twice and said, I'm happy today, it's up to you. Everyone laughed, raised their shower-sized wine glasses, and started cheering. Li Chang'an didn't know what a surprise today's move had brought to the 2 division commanders. He only knew that he was very tired. It's very cool to burn your mind and cheat in a 9-story Soul Tower. But afterwards, my mental energy was almost exhausted, and this drowsy exhaustion was even more uncomfortable than being seriously injured and dying. Under Mu Qingqing's puzzled gaze, Li Chang'an returned to the room and snored as soon as his head touched the pillow. Mu Qingqing quietly opened a crack in Li Chang'an's door and secretly looked at Li Chang'an, who was snoring. Why did this child come back early? Shi Huajing also heard the movement. After hearing Mu Qingqing's soliloquy, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she was extremely surprised. Chang'an seems to have a secret even more mysterious than the ancient dragon. He is indeed the monster that Mr. Bai values. As the sun set, Li Chang'an slept until the evening of the next day. When he woke up, the feeling of mental fatigue had dissipated a lot. He stretched lazily and left the room. Yao Yao was already waiting for him, looking towards a yard. Li Chang'an immediately understood what was going on. The grass had grown, and it was time to cut it. Shi Huajing returned to the small building and saw Li Chang'an working in the yard. He couldn't help but sigh. This kid is really hard-working. It's rare for a monster like him to be willing to work in the fields. What Shi Huajing didn't know was that Li Chang'an had huge benefits from working in the fields. If he didn't have the ability of hunting notes to plunder the source of life, he wouldn't be so active in cutting leeks. After a wave of harvesting, Li Chang'an calculated that a total of 418 blank skill points could be obtained by decomposing it, which is worse than the output of Qilong grass. But the advantage is that it can produce snow toad pills, which are more expensive to buy, recover costs faster, and are less likely to fall into economic crisis. This is already the third wave of materials planted by Yao Yao. Li Chang'an packed when Miao Hua's share and stuffed it into the Ivy Spiritual Protection Ring to prevent the loss of spirituality. After saving 2 more times, he could contact Lin Fia to pick up the goods and visit his little wife by the way. Not long after Shi Huajing came back, she took a call and left. Li Chang'an could see that she was very busy these 2 days. Mu Qingqing rolled her eyes at Li Chang'an and said, "I'm not going to wipe your A****. Although the Ming family doesn't want to offend the master, they won't let anyone humiliate their face. Your grandma Jing is still negotiating with some forces. Is everything going to be okay?" Li Chang'an was worried. Mu Qingqing said strangely, "How could something happen? It's just some wrangling over interests. I heard from your grandma Jing that Mr. Bai and the Night Watch Division also intervened. The Ming family is in trouble right now. What your grandma Jing is negotiating is how to distribute the benefits that the Ming family has spit out." Li Chang'an, well, he was overthinking it. Qingcheng City, Ming Dynasty Ancestral Temple. The Ming family, located in Qingcheng City, Province Y, is now in a hot stage. The head of the Ming family, Ming Juin, has lost a few hairs recently. You know that he is a throne-level beastmaster, so losing his hair is simply unbelievable. A man with gray hair, an extremely smart and well-dressed man bowed and said to Ming Juin, "Master, the law enforcement hall has found out that it was indeed the second lady and the others who did the trick." Ming Juin was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. Why did he send his 2 daughters? Isn't it just because Li Chang'an is young, has no partner, and has not yet gained a reputation? So if he wants to strike first, he will be the first to gain the upper hand? These 2 evil obstacles. Ming Juin was furious. A good relationship was turned into such a mess by these 2 idiots. Then why didn't the quarter fee stop these 2 evildoers? The white-haired man said in a very plain but indifferent tone. The law enforcement hall asked, "Li Fei has been getting along with the 2 ladies for a long time and regards them as his granddaughters, and has thoughts that he shouldn't have. I lost my duty as a servant, so I didn't stop it." Ming Juin's majestic eyes flashed with cold, killing intent, and said to the gray-haired man, "Kill him, find someone to pretend to be him after a while, and go to the border." The white-haired man lowered his eyebrows and said calmly, "I understand. I will make arrangements now." "That's right," Ming Juin called to the white-haired man. As soon as the white-haired man turned around, he immediately turned around. "Did Li Chang'an get the Phoenix Post?" The white-haired man immediately replied, "Judging from the confessions of the 2 ladies and Ji Fei, as well as the information collected from Dongling City, we did not see Li Chang'an obtain the Phoenix Post." Ming Juin breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand to let the white-haired man go down. If other holders of the Phoenix Post knew that he was being bullied by the Ming family, no matter if it was copper or silver, he would get a bad reputation. The consequences are very serious. In the future, those genius mediators who obtain the Phoenix Post will be more inclined to join or befriend the Murong family and the Yin family. This is extremely detrimental to their Ming family. Fortunately, we didn't encounter the most serious consequences. Ming Juin thought to himself, "As for my 2 ineffective daughters, the family doctors have also examined them. Without the treatment of saint-level medical pets, there is basically no hope of standing up again. For the sake of 2 useless descendants, it is not worthy for the family to use saint-level favors, and the family elders' council will not agree to such a thing. Just find a remote place to settle, lie down, and wait for death." Anyway, he was very romantic when he was young, and his descendants moved. As for Li Chang'an, Ming Juin has constant murderous intentions in his heart and has caused so much loss to our Ming family. How can we let this young kid off so easily? But he knew that if he wanted to take action against Li Chang'an, he had better be absolutely sure, and he also had to deal with the situation cleanly. Otherwise, when the forces behind him are liquidated, even if the Ming family is not wiped out, they will lose the ability to compete with the Murong and Yin families. Either don't do this kind of thing, or do it absolutely. Before that, he must give an attitude to the Ming family, make good friends with Li Chang'an, and compensate for his losses. Ming Zhuyin clenched his fists. This was the first time since he became the head of the Ming family that he encountered such a situation where he had to bow to his juniors. He will slowly recover this debt in the future. Dongling City, Donghu Community. Li Chang'an has been consolidating the insights gained in the 9-story Seoul Tower at home these days and manifesting them. Tanglin University has already started school for more than half a month, and Li Chang'an's freshman credits have already been accumulated, so it's okay not to go to school. That's what it feels like. Li Chang'an laughed loudly, and a pure and bright sword light lit up in the yard, passing through the herbs growing in the yard without harming them at all. Yao Yao screamed excitedly, came to Li Chang'an's feet, and angrily kicked Li Chang'an's ankle with her hind legs. Guji, if you want to practice swordsmanship, go to the training room and don't harm my herbs here. Li Chang'an knew that he was in the wrong and hurriedly comforted the angry Yao Yao with kind words. But then he heard a familiar voice. That knife just now was pretty good. Li Chang'an looked at the back door and saw Kong Sihue leaning on the door frame, looking at him with satisfaction. Sister Kong, you're back. Kong Sihue, who had disappeared for a month and a half, finally returned to Tangling City. When she came back, she saw her disciples polishing their skills. Although Kong Sihue said it was good, she was secretly shocked in her heart. Although Li Chang'an's knife just looked like it had no power. But in fact, it reminded her of some bad things, and, coupled with the extremely sharp knife force she felt, if these bad emotions were cut away, it is easy to make opponents lose their minds and even cause inner demons. If only Li Chang'an were stronger, experienced more killings, and added his own energy to this knife. If you use your unparalleled killing intent and malice to crush your opponent with your sword skills, the opponent may start thinking about running away before the fight even begins. You want to run before the fight begins. How can you win the face of Li Chang'an, a highly skilled enemy? Sure enough, he is a little monster. Kong Sihue muttered in a low voice. Her approach was completely opposite to Li Chang'an's, and she adopted the method of convincing people with reason. But Li Chang'an fights evil with evil. If you show malice towards me, then I will attack you with even more terrible malice. And the effect of inducing negative emotions is only incidental. The most important thing to pay attention to is the self-will contained in Li Chang'an's sword light. Although it was evil and terrifying, he followed the right path. The murderous intention and malice were clearly contained in the sword light, without even covering it up. If you can't catch it, don't blame Li Chang'an for being vicious. Just blame yourself for being weak-willed. However, this crazy and easily lost path is very dangerous. Unfortunately, Li Chang'an himself was contracted by Gulong, which made his tolerance for negative emotions far beyond that of ordinary people. It was precisely when Kong Sihue saw this that she lamented Li Chang'an's genius. Otherwise, she would have drawn her sword to clean up the family. Does this move have a name? Kong Sihue asked curiously. Name? Li Chang'an pondered for a while. He had been immersed in consolidating his feelings these days, and he hadn't had time to think about it yet. How about Louis? Li Chang'an finally came up with a name. Kong Sihue chewed on these two words, and the flowing shadows. The interlacing of light and shadow corresponded to Li Chang'an's sword of good and evil, which was very appropriate. Good name, this is it. Li Chang'an decided. Kong Sihue didn't say anything, as long as she was satisfied with the move she created. But then, she puffed up her chest, showed off her rich capital, held her head high, and was as proud as a phoenix, trying to attract attention in front of her apprentice. Kong Sihue's unusual behavior was naturally noticed by Li Chang'an. Although he was helpless in his heart, he still praised, Sister Kong. The clothes you wear today really suit you. You are so graceful. Kong Sihue was stunned for a moment and asked, Really? Oh no, what else is there? Li Chang'an racked his brains and thought for a while, then said, Sister Kong's hairstyle is good, and paired with these purple earrings, she shows her mature style. Kong Sihui looked at her unchanged hairstyle and earrings, pointed at her whole body, and said dissatisfied, "What else?" For example, the overall aspect. Li Chang'an is completely confused. Overall, her breasts seem to be a bit bigger than before, but seems to be more upturned. Her waist is still so elastic, and her S-shaped curve is more exciting. But can this be said? Ha! Mu Qingqing happened to come out of the house and heard the conversation between Li Chang'an and Master Kong Sihui. She couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. Hui Hui, I want to ask you about the changes in your strength. I don't know Shaolin. Ha ha ha. Mu Qingqing's laughter made Kong Sihui's cheeks dyed red, and she chased Mu Qingqing angrily. The two were fighting in the yard, and they were driven back into the house by Yao Yao, who was even more angry. Li Chang'an hit his palm with his fist and suddenly realized, oh, I didn't feel Sister Kong's breath. Since he broke through to the high-level beast control master, he has been able to vaguely sense Kong Sihui's terrifying strength, and he is not like looking at flowers in the garden like before. But this time Kong Sihui came back and walked into the yard. Li Chang'an didn't even notice her approach until before she was born. Even in the previous chat, he didn't sense Kong Sihui's strength, which was even scarier than seeing flowers in the smoke before. Li Chang'an thought of a possibility. Kong Sihui had broken through to the venerable level. Immediately, he felt excited. He had a great breakthrough, and his thighs became thicker again. So he quickly pretended to be amazed and came to Kong Sihui and said, Sister Kong, your strength has broken through again. I didn't notice it this time. It's amazing. Li Chang'an gave Kong Sihui a thumbs up, and Kong Sihui snorted and puffed up her chest proudly. Finally, someone discovered what I am capable of. Mu Qingqing pursed her lips and smiled. So Hui Hui would be happy with such an extremely fake compliment to her son, who was so good to Zhao. However, Li Chang'an's next words made Mu Qingqing feel a little tired. As expected of a master and disciple, his brain circuit was also strange. Sister Kong, you broke through to the venerable level in the Golden Land. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by others? You see, when my mother broke through to the throne level before, there were a lot of king-level beast masters coveting her aura. Unexpectedly, Kong Sihui became even more proud, as if he wanted to show his infallible wisdom in front of his apprentice. Xiao Wu and I went there together, and no one dared to come close to him because of Xiao Wu's guardian. Li Chang'an realized that Xiao Wu should be his fifth master uncle fan senator. I heard that Jiang Tongfu and the others had talked about him. The fifth master uncle was ruthless and powerful. No wonder Kong Sihui was so relieved to break through in the secret realm. Next, Kong Sihui's mouth was like a river bursting its banks, telling them the good things they had seen and heard in the Golden Land. Finally, he asked Li Chang'an, by the way, Chang'an, why are you still here? Aren't you going to attend the exchange meeting between Dongda University and Longda University? Huh? Li Chang'an blinked blankly. Is this happening? I don't know. I haven't been to school much recently, and no one informed me. For a moment, Mu Qingqing and Kong Sihui had a familiar feeling in their hearts. Hey, this situation of no one coming to notify them seemed familiar. Did they also meet it when they were young? At the exchange meeting at Donglin University, Jiang Tongfu made an okay gesture to President Xiaoming. That boy is practicing swordsmanship in the yard and is not free today. 11. Principal Xiaoming quietly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That disaster just brought disaster to the Ming family. So don't bother the few delicate flowers of Longhai War School again. Otherwise, he was worried that the principal of Longhai Battle School would fight with him. Tanglin University and Longhai Battle School hold an exchange meeting at the beginning of every day. Moreover, the two famous schools are not too far apart from each other. The two neighboring provinces are G and A. Longhai Battle School is responsible for the defense line in the southeast, while Dongling University corresponds to the east. The exchange meeting not only allows students from the two schools to communicate with each other, but also broadens the horizons of their respective students and knows that there are people outside the world. The host rotates every year, and occasionally other universities participate, but this is rare. This year happens to be the year when Longhai Battle School comes to Tanglin University to participate in the exchange meeting, and every grade can participate. Later, this exchange meeting evolved into a competition among the 4 grades. The leaders of the 2 schools were also happy with this, and they arranged 4 rewards respectively. As long as someone wins the top spot in their respective grades, they will receive reward from the 2 prestigious schools at the same time. Due to the generous rewards, many students actively participate in each exchange meeting with a positive attitude. However, this year, because Li Chang'an had many things to do, he went back to school less often. The few times he went back to school, he went straight to Bai Sui Kong's office. No one knew about this until Kong Sihui's return. Li Chang'an asked in confusion, "Sister Kong, what is this exchange meeting about?" Kong Sihui gave a general explanation of the exchange meeting and said unconvincingly, "Actually, I have only participated once, so I don't know much about it. I either don't have time at other times, or I don't know about it." Li Chang'an had a few black lines hanging from his forehead and looked at Mu Qingqing. He felt that his mother should have a better experience. Unfortunately, Mu Qingqing's eyes were also wandering, and she said insincerely, "Don't look at me. I was busy making money at the time. How could I have time to participate in children's playhouse?" Li Chang'an always felt that there was something fishy between these 2 people, and they were hiding something, but he had no evidence. Since the 2 graduates were unreliable, Li Chang'an could only turn on the communicator and check the university class group that he had not seen for a long time. You don't know this by looking at it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Li Chang'an did not expect that the rewards from this exchange meeting would be so generous. The rewards from the freshman exchange meeting included 880 high-level inheritance and a secret realm bead with random attributes. The rewards for sophomores and juniors are even more generous, and they all directly award king-level resources. Li Chang'an drools when he sees them. No, how can I just sit idly by and do nothing about such a major event that brings glory to the school? Li Chang'an said righteously. Mu Qingqing Kong Si Hui. 11. Do you want to bring glory to the school? Li Chang'an didn't even eat much. After successfully registering through the communicator, he rushed to the venue nonstop. Grandma walked out of the house and asked, "And then what are you doing? Why haven't you eaten?" Mu Qingqing quickly explained the reason and said comfortingly, "Mom, how about we go see your grandson's skills after lunch?" Grandma readily agreed, but Kong Sihui was a little silent. She was the one who knew Li Chang'an's strength best. Is it still too late after they finish lunch? In the exchange meeting venue, Dong Feishuan stood on the field and faced off with Wang Chengyuan, this year's newcomer from the Longhai War School opposite. Cheng Hao Yuan is a master of swordsmanship, but he is not a hunter like Dong Feishuan. Longhai Battle School is the most important source of students in the Dongling military region. Most of the students in the school are concurrently majoring in weapons use or close combat. But these techniques are mainly used to deal with high-risk humanoid units, such as invaders from foreign groups. Their majors are more in the use of armament weapons and battle formation exercises, so they have more advantages when facing beast masters. Hunter skills are more focused on dealing with large monsters, and they may be at a slight disadvantage when facing students from the Longhai War School with full stacks of anti-human buffs. This is the case with Dong Feishuan now. He is a great swordsman and has full speed. Cheng Hao Yuan on the opposite side is a beast master who uses a one-handed sword. Even if he has the speed increase of Wind Rider, it will be difficult for him to catch up with Cheng Hao Yuan's speed. Therefore, from the exchange to the present, Dong Feishuan has been in a passive defensive state. The opponent contracted a Silver Blade War Beast and a Speed-type Pet Beast with good attack power and agility, AFC. Even if he sent a few Pet Beasts to contain Cheng Hao Yuan, it is also difficult to achieve the ideal effect. It is more likely that Cheng Hao Yuan will defeat his pet beast and consume his strength. So he stayed still. He could be attacked by Cheng Hao Yuan hundreds of times, but the opponent couldn't stop his sword. The single burst power of the Great Sword has always been at the top of the list of many hunters' weapons, and there is no one above it. Chung Hao-Yuan also knew his own strengths and weaknesses and was unwilling to reveal any flaws. He also knew that he could not stop Dong Feishuan's sword. Chung Hao-Yuan kept harassing him with his sword energy from a distance. He felt a bit toothache for the turtle shell of Dong Feishuan. He thought to himself, if I hadn't contracted a silver-armored beast, I wouldn't have to be so passive today. Silver-armored war beasts and silver-blade war beasts are equipment-type pets developed by Longhai War School, so that students of Longhai War School can also enjoy the treatment of hunters. It's just that Chung Hao-Yuan is only a freshman, and the Silverblade War Beast is the reward he gets when he becomes the new queen. If he wants to contract a Silver Armor War Beast again, he can't do it without a big contribution. Dong Feishuan's eyes were dark and filled with overwhelming anger. Ever since he was tortured by Li Chang'an with a hunting knife, Dong Feishuan worked hard to practice his sword skills. At the same time, he also took on several tasks during this holiday. He replaced the yellow blood suit on his body with a thorn-scale suit that can increase damage. The upper limit of this kind of armor is also very good. By being injured, the blood and rage value is accumulated, thereby increasing one's own attack power. Of course, we are not advocating that hunters take the initiative to receive attacks from monsters, but rather to take damage. Even if the skin is scratched by a monster, the effect of this set will be activated. The Great Swordsman has always been a profession that wears heavy armor or plate armor and has very high defense. For them, damage caused by them is almost like the pain of pulling out a hair on their body. Dong Feishuan, relying on the defense of his armor and pet beasts, has been beaten until now, just for the moment when his blood and rage points are full. I saw him holding the big sword lying in front of him on his shoulders, twisting the strength of his whole body into a rope, holding the handle of the sword firmly with both hands, and the veins in his arms popped out like thick pythons. First charge, second charge, third charge. The sword in Dong Feishuan's hand was fully charged, and the shadows of dragons and tigers suddenly appeared on his body. The wind-walking pony appeared behind him because he was protected by the strong wind. This astonishing momentum froze Chung Hao-Yuan's movements. He suddenly felt something bad in his heart and immediately activated the beast control resonance, increasing his speed and attack to the extreme. Dong Feishuan grinned at Chung Hao-Yuan, showing his blood-stained white teeth, and the anger in his eyes turned into a violent, bloody aura that clung to his sword. In Chung Hao-Yuan's horrified eyes, a bloody air blade sword more than 10 meters long appeared in front of him. Can't be attacked, not even rubbed. Chung Hao-Yuan hurriedly stepped back and let his other pet beast harass Dong Feishuan. The tungsten steel beast immediately returned to defense. The tungsten steel beast is a metal pet beast covered with high-purity special steel. It has amazing defense and can roll around its body to attack. It can roll extremely fast. Coupled with its sharp, protruding spine, its lethality is astonishing, and it is an excellent pet beast that combines offense and defense. But this pet beast with astonishing defensive power was only scratched by the 10-meter-long sword, and the tungsten steel armor on its back cracked and was thrown away. But the tungsten steel beast stopped him for a short while, and with Chung Hao-Yuan's speed, he was already out of the attack range of the airblade sword. When he originally thought that Dong Feishuan's attack would end there, he didn't expect that the moment Dong Feishuan swung the sword, a sword light of hundreds of meters erupted from the sword. In just this moment, he came in front of Chung Hao-Yuan. Chung Hao-Yuan felt the breath of death, but he had no time to escape at this time. A happy expression appeared on Dong Feishuan's face, who said that the swordsman couldn't use his sword. Great sword users don't use sword rays and other attacks. They simply think that such attacks are flashy. Where can a great sword directly see the feeling of forging iron on a warcraft? And the reason why he used Jin Meng was just because Chung Hao-Yuan on the opposite side was a little squishy, and any attack he made, just a little bit would be enough to determine his occupation. At this time, attacks such as Sword Light and Sword Light are most effective. The 10-meter-long airblade sword was just a feint attack used to confuse Chung Hao-Yuan. The real killing move was the Sword Light produced by the airblade sword. A drop of cold sweat ran down Chung Haoyuan's face, and the sword light that was hundreds of meters away stopped only a finger's width away from him. Dongluan University, Dong Feishuan 1. The king-level beast master who acted as the referee announced the result of the game. He was also the one who saved Chung Haoyuan. For a moment, the auditorium of Dongling University burst into shocking cheers, while the Longhai War School was somewhat silent. Xiao Ming, the president of Dongling University, looked at Mo Yuntian, the vice president of Longhai Battle School, with a smile and joked, "How about it? Lao Mo, the students in our school are qualified." Mo Yuntian snorted, a little dissatisfied, and said harshly, "It's not all about the equipment." Xiao Ming, "Then you can equip this little guy with a blanket. We don't mind anyway." Mo Yuntian turned his head away with a stiff expression, no longer looking at Xiao Ming's triumphant face, and thought to himself, if the principal hadn't allowed Yin Ping to leave the station, who would have gotten old Xiao to show off here? When Dong Feishuan was about to leave, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the Longhai War School. A young man with half-white hair jumped out of the audience and landed steadily on the freshman stage. Yin Ping, a first-year student at Longhai Battle School, came to challenge the students from Dongling University. Yi Ping said loudly. Mo Yuntian almost choked on his saliva. "Why is he here? Didn't the principal order him not to go out?" Xiao Ming looked at the young man with half-white hair in the audience, a little surprised, a level 7 beast master. He actually crossed the high-level threshold at such a young age, so Lao Hai hit it a bit deeply. Then he also noticed Mo Yuntian's words and said without thinking, "You also have a stupid young man who specializes in getting into trouble?" Mo Yuntian was stunned for a moment. Dong Feishuan stopped immediately as he was about to leave, turned around, and looked at Yin Ping opposite him solemnly. He also noticed the aura of the other party's high-level beastmaster and felt a little bitter in his heart. At the same age, the other party had already entered the high-level field, and he is still working as an intermediate beastmaster, and it is expected that he will be able to break through in the second half of the year. The opponent is also a genius and will not stand still. The gap during this period, Dong Feishuan cleared away the distracting thoughts in his mind. After experiencing Li Chang'an's severe beating, his mood has become much stronger and he will not give up on himself so easily. Mo Yuntian saw Dong Feishuan's resolute face and sighed. What a good young man. Why did Mr. Dong's fifth-generation grandson come to Tangling University to study? Xiao Ming shook his head guiltily. He would not say that he had turned it over himself. Yin Ping on the stage looked very confident and elegant. "Brother Dong, you have just experienced a big battle. I can wait for you to recover and then compete again, so as not to say that I am invincible." Dong Feishuan is not as impulsive now as he was before. He is indeed in a bad state now. If he tries to be brave, his chances of winning are less than one level. Yin Ping is not an ordinary high-level beastmaster. The opponent is a student of Longhai Battle School, and he also has the ability to fight beyond the ranks. Therefore, Dong Feishuan planned to agree. Only after he recovers will he have a better chance of winning. "Xiao Dong, you have to rest anyway. How about I come first?" The familiar voice behind him made Dong Feishuan open his mouth slightly, and then his muscles relaxed. Dong Feishuan exhaled a breath and walked off the stage without looking back under Yin Ping's surprised gaze. He waved his hand and said, "Okay. Damn it, didn't you say that this kid is practicing swordsmanship in his yard?" Now it was Xiao Ming's turn to jump anxiously. Mo Yuntian looked at Xiao Ming's furious look and felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Yin Ping saw an overly young boy walking up, and the aura emanating from him made him narrow his eyes. Level 7 Beastmaster. On the rostrum, Xiao Ming quickly called Jiang Tongfu, who was also sweating profusely. He just wanted to check why Li Chang'an came back to the venue of the exchange meeting. Jiang Tongfu. Kong Sihui suddenly came back. This guy should have heard the news from Kong Sihui. Xiao Ming opened his mouth wide and slumped on the chair dejectedly. Mo Yuntian seemed to see a ghost floating out of Chiu Ming's mouth. It's over, it's all over. Lao Hai is going to come to me with a 9-dragon sword to settle the score. Chiu Ming never expected to guard against the small, but not the large, troublemaker. I heard that Kong Sihui and Fan Sun had a big fight in Golden Township, but they didn't expect that they would give him a heavy blow when they came back. When Mo Yuntian saw Chiu Ming's appearance, his heart skipped a beat. He was originally worried that Yin Ping would psychologically shadow the student opposite him. Instantly, he turned into worry that Yin Ping would be psychologically affected. Although Chiu Ming is a bit shameless, his vision is still very vicious. What he does is definitely not without purpose. Yin Ping. Mo Yuntian tightened his hand on the chair. On the ring, Yin Ping's expression remained unchanged. He raised his hand towards Li Chang'an and asked, "Who is this classmate?" Li Chang'an waved his hand and glanced at the sophomore stage next door. "Stop talking useless nonsense. I have time." The sophomore chief obviously noticed Li Chang'an's arrival, and the originally tepid offensive suddenly sped up a bit. He and Chiu Ming had the same idea. Damn it, why did this guy get here? No, you have to hurry up and win. Otherwise, Li Chang'an will definitely do something like fighting to win love. The sophomore chief made a decision in his heart instantly. Almost all students at Tanglin University already knew Li Chang'an's true combat power. That night, what happened in the Mediators Association made such a big fuss that the video of Li Chang'an killing a king-level beastmaster alone became an uproar in the school. A level 7 beastmaster has crushed a powerful king-level beastmaster. What fantasy! If it weren't for the video evidence, they all thought it was someone joking to gain popularity. Now even the junior and senior students who think they can compete with a king-level beastmaster are very afraid of Li Chang'an. They were just competing, and Li Chang'an had already killed alone without taking any damage. There is a world of difference between the two. Coupled with what I learned about Li Chang'an's character, I can't afford to be too early if there is no benefit. They don't think that the other party is here just to be satisfied with a freshman reward. Coincidentally, the junior chiefs also accelerated their actions. As for the seniors, they were about to graduate, and the rewards from this exchange meeting were more focused on post-graduation job recruitment. They knew that Li Chang'an would not come to grab the reward for his senior year, so they were very calm because they couldn't afford it. But this is a hardship for sophomore and junior students. When the Tanglin University auditorium saw Li Chang'an's appearance, Longhai War School had a completely different reaction than when Yin Ping appeared. There was dead silence. They knew about this exchange meeting, and it was a disaster. They now only hope that this exchange meeting will end peacefully. Yin Ping frowned slightly. He noticed something was wrong. He was facing a level 7 Beastmaster, but there was no reaction at all from the audience at Donglin University. This is very weird. But Li Chang'an's impolite tone made this peerless prodigy of the Longhai War School a little unhappy. I'm also a level 7 Beastmaster. Who am I looking down on? He didn't waste much time talking, and a white ape that commanded 1 star appeared next to him. The white ape had hair and blood all over his body, and he carried a green bamboo sword behind his back. A shadow of a bird with huge wings appeared behind Yin Ping. The shadow flashed, and a strong wind blew up on the ring. Dong Feishuan was shocked in his heart. He recognized the names of these 2 pet beasts, White Ape with Negative Sword and Qing Feng Kuangyi. The former is a special pet beast with extremely high swordsmanship talent and can also give the contractor stronger swordsmanship power. The latter is a pet bird with the blood of Gale. It has super wind control ability. The acceleration effect of riding on the wind is as slow as a child riding a bicycle in your eyes. Dong Feishuan's own abilities were completely restrained by Yin Ping. The key was that the opponent was a level higher than him. If he met Yin Ping, even if he was in his prime, his chances of winning would be less than half. Li Chang'an's eyes were slightly attracted by the white ape with the sword bearer and Qing Feng Kuangyi. He has always had a tendency to have a preference for cherished pet beasts. Just when he wanted to take action directly, a voice suddenly appeared in his ears. Li Chang'an's movement of drawing the knife paused for a moment. Alas, the elderly are so pretentious that they have to worry about this and that in a fight. Yinping was puzzled that Li Chang'an stopped taking action. What's wrong? Why don't you take action? Li Chang'an sighed. It's okay. Someone just asked me to give you at least a quarter of an hour to perform. After saying that, Li Chang'an put away his black blade fangs, used his king-level mental power to grab a chair from the audience, and sat down. When the king-level referee saw Li Chang'an's move, his pupils shrank, and he had a king-level mental power. Only king-level mental power can interfere with reality. Yinping, who looked peaceful but was actually arrogant in his heart, had never been wronged like this. The high-level beast master's spell power suddenly exploded. The white ape with the sword suddenly drew his sword and stabbed at Li Chang'an. A green wind blade was like a ruthless guillotine trying to chop him hard. In an instant, an invisible pressure directly crushed the blue wind blade, and the ancient and bloody aura made the sword-bearing white ape kneel down on his knees and could only rely on the bamboo sword to support his body. Li Chang'an crossed his legs and took out his communicator to start the quarter-hour countdown. I'll give you 15 minutes. Try your best to walk 1 meter in front of me. You will win this competition. Yinping also half-knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with shock. Is this king-level mental power? Here he comes, he's here. The familiar scene made the students in the Tanglin University auditorium tremble with excitement. Dong Feishuan, who was undergoing treatment, had his mouth twitching violently, feeling inexplicably sympathetic to Yinping from Longhai War School. Principal Chiu Ming suddenly turned into a pale stone sculpture. I asked you to release the water and let the other side hold on for a quarter of an hour, but I didn't ask you to release it like this. Mo Yuntian's expression was uncertain. He finally understood the reason why Chiu Ming was nervous before. Another Zhong Yueza? Why are you so fond of Donglin University? It is outrageous that a genius of this level appears only once in 100 years. Only 20 years have passed since Zhong Yueza, and here comes another one. Mo Yuntian was in confusion amidst the violent storm in his heart. Yinping, whose handsome face was full of ferocity, was dripping with sweat, and a gurgling roar came from his throat. Move for me. Yinping roared in his heart, not only using the resonance of the two beasts, but also using his desperate skills. But his legs were firmly kneeling on the ground, and the aura of the Lord of the Abyss was like a yoke from the sky, cuffing his body. Without Li Chang'an's order, neither heaven nor earth had the power to forgive his transgression. Enough! Mo Yuntian's roar came from the podium, and a majestic breath came from him, shattering Li Chang'an's pressure. The king-level referee took half a step toward Li Chang'an and blocked the powerful aura for Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an dispersed the pressure, stood up and bowed slightly to the referee to express his gratitude. The referee showed a rare smile, and then returned to a calm state. Chiu Ming's voice followed closely, dissipating Mo Yuntian's breath. Some students who were close to him breathed a sigh of relief, as if the lights in the arena were brighter. Oh, Lao Mo, it's just a fight between children. It can't be taken seriously. Mo Yuntian took a deep breath, knowing that he had lost his composure, and said solemnly, I will admit defeat on behalf of Yinping in this competition. Li Chang'an raised his eyebrows and glanced at the referee. The referee also understood the situation and immediately announced, Ji Chang'an of Dongling University wins. Li Chang'an rubbed his hands, quickly got off the stage, and rushed to the sophomore stage. Wait! Yinping gasped heavily, stretched out his hand, and shouted to Li Chang'an's back with a look of unwillingness. What's your name? Unexpectedly, Li Chang'an didn't look back, waved his hand behind him and said, I don't have time. I'm in a hurry. I'll check it myself. Hearing this, Yinping's outstretched hand froze in midair, and Chiu Ming's face turned livid. Don't you know your own files? Let the little guy opposite check it out. The night watchman is not allowed to invite him to tea all night long. 0. Please give me flowers. What Chiu Ming didn't know was that since Bai Qiushi's incident happened last time, Bai Suikong quickly adjusted Li Chang'an's file records. Some people with status can indeed check Li Chang'an's basic information, but not much. It only contains Li Chang'an's name, age, student status, ability, and family composition, and the rest is confidential. Most people only know these things, so the housekeeper of the Ming family misjudged Li Chang'an's background. Xiaoming's impression of Li Chang'an's files only stopped after the ringworm incident, and he mistakenly believed that Li Chang'an's files were first-level secrets. So he quickly said to Mo Yintian next to him, "Old Mo, you have to advise this kid Yin Ping not to check this kid's file privately, because he will be traced by the patrol officers." Mo Yintian took a breath of air. What did Xiaoming mean? How could he not know? How could an 18-year-old have such a high level of confidentiality? Mo Yintian had mixed feelings in his heart. After looking at other people's cubs, he was looking at his own, and suddenly he felt like that. After seeing Li Chang'an's excited look, the sophomore chief's face turned gloomy, and he looked at Yin Ping with a look full of hatred. "You said that you were a genius after all, so why don't you stop me?" Waste. At this point, the sophomore chief gave the opposite party a look and stopped attacking. The sophomore students of Longhai Battle School were very puzzled. Why not fight? I saw the sophomore chief jump off the ring very neatly. Li Chang'an came to him, patted his shoulder, and said, "Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner next time." The sophomore chief sighed and forced himself to comfort himself. He finally got a meal, not a loss. Li Chang'an came to the sophomore ring and asked, "Are you the strongest sophomore in Longhai Battle School?" Everyone on the other side was dumbfounded by Li Chang'an's question. They were stunned for a while and then said in unison, "Ah, I should forget it. What does should mean?" Li Chang'an was a little dissatisfied, but considering that he was in a hurry, if he didn't hurry up, his junior year would be over. "Do I need to wait for you to recover?" Li Chang'an asked the other person, still retaining some human kindness. The sophomore student opposite had a serious expression and said decisively, "Yes." "Nice, brother." The junior chief of Tanglin University almost laughed out loud at this moment, but when he saw Li Chang'an walking towards him, his bright smile suddenly broke. He was distracted and was successfully attacked by the opponent, almost knocking him off the ring. Seeing this scene, Principal Xiaoming's face turned darker than the bottom of a pot that had just been burned. A good exchange meeting was suddenly changed beyond recognition by a stick. Xiaoming was furious, and his venerable level strength turned into an invisible big hand and lifted Li Chang'an from the ring to the rostrum. Then, throw the next sentence. The exchange will continue. For a moment, many people breathed a sigh of relief. The principal finally took this piece of meat away. Li Chang'an struggled angrily for a few times, and his 6 rewards were just caught by the principal and were gone. Xiaoming looked at Li Chang'an's unconvinced look angrily and amusedly, and compromised. "Let you make 3 demands that I can do at the cost of not causing trouble for this exchange meeting." 11. The anger on Li Chang'an's face dissipated instantly and turned into a flattering smile. "Look at what you said. Am I such a messy person?" "Huh." Xiaoming glanced at Li Chang'an's villainous face. "Then the request is reduced to 2? Li Chang'an looked solemn and said, "No, not one less." "Principal, you're a big shot. You can't keep up with your words, but you can't bully me, a kid who's just grown up." Xiaoming rolled his eyes. He knew that this B asterisk 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 D was useless, and it would be even harder to get some benefits from him. "Tell me, what do you want?" Principal Xiaoming sat on the chair, picked up the teacup, blew on it, and asked. Li Chang'an said without thinking, "First give me 10 to 8 dragon-type secret realm beads." The tea that Xiaoming had just held in his mouth suddenly spurted out. Mo Yintian looked strange. He felt that compared to Li Chang'an, although Yin Ping was a little arrogant, he was still kind-hearted. Under Xiaoming's gritted teeth, Li Chang'an finally replaced the 10 dragon-type secret realm beads with a dragon-type secret realm bead that was comparable to the dragon's nest secret realm bead. It's called Long Tan and is one of Principal Xiaoming's collections. One is worth 5 ordinary dragon-type secret realm beads, counting the one he won from Dong Fei Xuan and the blue CJ dragon beads. Li Chang'an has already accumulated 8 of them. There is only one left to reach the full level of the dragon's nest secret realm pearl. Li Chang'an's second request is for borrowing rights from the 3rd floor library of Tanglin University. Principal Qiuming happily agreed to this request, which showed that Ji Chang'an was at least still focused on his studies. Moreover, based on Li Chang'an's recent contribution to Tanglin University, the ringworm incident, it is not a violation to unlock the third-level borrowing rights for him. With the third level of borrowing rights, Li Chang'an can borrow most of the high-level inheritance, almost like 90% of the teachers at Tanglin University. Only those respected old professors have higher authority than Li Chang'an. With the inheritance and collection of Tanglin University, Li Chang'an can quickly accumulate his own skills. Only in this way can he improve his system as quickly as possible. Compared with this, all king-level resources are slow. Li Chang'an's third request is not too much. He hopes to get a place in the 9-story Soul Tower secret realm. Originally, he asked for a place on the 7th floor as a lion, but Principal Qiuming sneered a few times and refused directly. Principal Qiuming said that Li Chang'an was just thinking nonsense. As the number of secret realm places in the 9-story Soul Tower increases, the number of merits required is not 10,000 or 20,000. The second level has 50,000 merits, and the third level has 100,000 merits. 323-inch the 4th to 5th floors do not have enough permissions and cannot be redeemed at all, let alone the 3rd floor, represented by the 7th floor. The authority and merit required are incalculable, and you need to make a great contribution to Dongwang Kingdom before you can practice there. Up to 3 levels of Soul Tower, 1 day of training time. Principal Qiuming impatiently gave an acceptable condition. Deal. Li Chang'an agreed immediately. Qiuming, he felt that the price was still too high. Li Chang'an left the rostrum with satisfaction and happily returned to the auditorium to watch the game. Some students sitting next to him moved their buttocks silently and quietly moved away from Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an doesn't care. The strong are always alone. The weak are in groups. Well, that must be the case. Of course, it's not a waste of time for him to stay here to watch the game. He has another important thing to do. Qiuming felt a little more relaxed when he saw Li Chang'an sitting so calmly. Pretty sensible. In this way, without Li Chang'an as a troublemaker, the first day of the exchange meeting between Longhai War School and Donglin University ended peacefully. After Qiuming awarded awards to several outstanding students, he suddenly spotted Li Chang'an's figure approaching from the corner of his eye and felt a knot in his heart. In a flash, he arrived in front of Li Chang'an and shouted in a low voice, "Didn't you promise me not to cause trouble?" Li Chang'an looked wronged and said aggrievedly, "Isn't this over? Besides, I'm here to receive benefits." Qiuming was very confused. Is this guy so kind-hearted about giving out benefits? Li Chang'an knew that he would not be able to pass this test without convincing Principal Qiuming. So he took out a few bottles of the regular version of Shuechan pills and handed them to Qiuming. No, selling it to juniors and seniors at 20% off the market price is not considered trouble, right? Qiuming looked wary, and under Li Chang'an's calm eyes, he tested the quality of Shuechan pills. Is this thing sold at 20% off? Don't you use it yourself? Hearing this, Li Chang'an took out the sublimated version he used and said, "This is what I use." Qiuming took out a sublimated version of the snow toad pill. Even if he was not a blender, he could sense that the energy contained in this seemingly ordinary pill was several times that of an ordinary snow toad pill. He knew that this boy would not wrong him. Is this thing for sale? Qiuming asked tentatively. If pills of this level could be supplied, wouldn't the quality of students at Dongling University be much higher than that of the other 7 prestigious universities? Li Chang'an gave Qiuming a speechless look. If you don't sell it, the output will be low, and I won't even be able to use it myself. It was successfully blended by Yao Yao's talent. Qiuming suddenly realized. He remembered that Li Chang'an had a medicine rabbit and exclaimed, "No wonder you have to spend such a high price to evolve a medicine rabbit. If Li Chang'an can stably trigger his potion rabbit talent, no amount of resources will be too much. This is a money rabbit." Li Chang'an thought Qiuming disagreed. So he said miserably, "Principal, look, I've offended people recently. It's hard to sell this thing in the association, so I won't give back to my alma mater." Qiuming laughed and said that although Li Chang'an would be fine if he offended the Ming family, the Ming family could still make some stumbling blocks secretly. 30% off. The discount cannot be lower than this when sold to our school students. Xiao Ming showed a sly smile like an old fox. Damn it, Principal, you are robbing money. Li Chang'an exclaimed. Xiao Ming clasped his hands behind his back, as if he wouldn't let go until he promised. In the end, Li Chang'an was defeated. Okay, 30% off. Xiao Ming's trick succeeded, and a gentle smile bloomed on his face. Okay, he is indeed an outstanding student of our school, and his consciousness is high. However, the quality of the medicine sold by Yu Yin must not be lower than the good level. The quality of blends can be divided into inferior, ordinary, good, excellent, perfect, and premium. Li Chang'an proudly replied. Who are you looking down on? I was taught by Grandma Jing myself. Xiao Ming was stunned and felt that Li Chang'an was still a bit reserved as a genius. At least in one aspect, he was particularly persistent. The two reached a consensus, and Xiao Ming let Li Chang'an go. The moment the two turned their backs, expressions of profit appeared on the corners of their mouths. In fact, Li Chang'an's lowest expectation is to sell it at a 50% discount. After all, based on his blending success rate, the market price of 50% off can actually receive twice the cost price. 30% off the market price, although it's a little less profitable than the Blender Association's price. But this is a university. As we all know, college students are mostly a poor race, and a 30% discount on the price is enough to drive these college students who live a tight life crazy. And the sales are quick. Li Chang'an immediately took a loudspeaker and shouted loudly before everyone left. It's a clearance sale? It's a clearance sale. Excellent quality snow toad pills are on sale at 30% off. On sale at 30% off. The high-level Beastmaster students who had not yet left suddenly stopped and looked directly at the main row of medicine bottles placed by Li Chang'an. The former sophomore chief was the first to rush to Li Chang'an and asked nervously, Brotherly Shui, are you telling the truth? Li Chang'an picked up a bottle of Shui Chan Wan and put it in his hand. If you don't believe it, you can check the product first. Principal Chiu also cut the price. If you don't believe me, ask him. At the same time, Li Chang'an showed his certificate as a senior blender. Many students looked at Xiao Ming, who nodded. Those high-level beast masters who were living a tight life could no longer wait to come to Li Chang'an to inspect the goods. No one dares to do an empty job. They all know that Li Chang'an's mental power is extremely terrifying. There is no difference between stealing in front of him and committing suicide. Li Chang'an also showed his bank card account number and asked them to transfer money. After a while, the 3 rows of Zuechenwan were cleared. The popularity of the scene made the senior beast masters of Longhai War School look forward to seeing it. They felt a little regretful about why they didn't buy a bottle. That was an excellent quality snow toad pill. One pill was worth their hard work for a day. If they added a training room, the bonus would be unimaginable, especially since it was 30% off the market price, and it was still the market price of ordinary quality snow toad pills. They actually hesitated. Ever since the first bottle of Shui Chan Wan was sold, the curvature of Li Chang'an's mouth turned up is not as difficult to suppress as AK. Some students from Tanglin University who had not bought Shui Chan pills looked at their adopted father eagerly in front of them, hoping that Li Chang'an would come up with another batch. Li Chang'an kept a warm smile and looked at the seniors with eyes filled with the scent of money. Ahem, it's sold out. But half a month later, there will be a batch of snow toad pills for sale. If I don't go on a mission, a batch of excellent quality snow toad pills will be released every half month. Of course, I guarantee that as long as I am at Tanglin University, the price of Shui Chan pills will remain unchanged and will always be 30% off the market price. Oh, the crowd suddenly cheered. Some teachers and professors at Tanglin University looked at Li Chang'an much more kindly. The kid finally had some conscience. As for the teachers in the Department of Harmony, they looked calmly. At present, Li Chang'an only grabbed the Shui Chan pill business. It means that the other party only wants the high-end market, and the rest of the basic market is still theirs, which is harmless. Moreover, the materials for making snow toad pills are scarce, And even if they can only make them a few times throughout the year, the quality they produce cannot compare with freaks like Li Chang'an. The other party has a relationship with the reconciliation master. It is unwise to compete with him to obtain medicinal materials. It is better to give up this high-end market. Anyway, not all college students are rich, and most of them still can't afford Shuechan pills, even if they are sold at a 30% discount. This is also the result of Li Chang'an's careful consideration. If he still dares to sell tiger bone powder, believe it or not, these teachers from the reconciliation department will start to join forces to target him on the spot. When the students from the Longhai War School across the street heard that Li Chang'an could still produce a batch of excellent quality Snow-Chan pills in half a month, their eyes turned green. Why is there no such living Buddha in their school? Mo Yintian was speechless at this moment. Li Chang'an was actually a senior blender. Judging from his generous spending, he was also a genius blender. What kind of bad luck did Tanglin University have to bring such a treasure back to Tanglin University? How unfair is God? Yin Ping sat opposite, his eyes widened. What? Li Chang'an is also a genius blender? He had already gotten Li Chang'an's name from the teacher. He originally wanted to go back to school to practice hard, cultivate pet beasts, and strive to surpass Li Chang'an. But seeing this scene, the anger that had just risen was suddenly wiped out, and I could only become dejected. At the level of high-level beast masters, personal talents are of little use, unless they are top-notch cultivation talents like Wen Miaohua and Zhong Yueza. Otherwise, from this stage onwards, it will all be a grind, and high-level magic auxiliary potions will be particularly important. Although Yin Ping has a rich family, he is not stupid enough to compete with a genius blender to see who can take more drugs. With the opponent's training speed, coupled with this extremely high-quality snow toad pill, is simply a fantasy to surpass Li Chang'an. After Li Chang'an sold the Shuechan pills, he left a QR code for the communication group and ran away. With this money, he continued to buy the materials for Shuechan pills, and the vacant land was used to grow the medicinal materials needed by Wen Miaohua. Only in this way can we obtain the excellent quality snow toad cake from Lin Fia, and this profit can be rolled out. His high-level cultivation qualifications can never be cut off. Li Chang'an hummed a song and returned to the yard of Donghu community. Kong Sihui had a piece of teacher stuffed in her mouth. The pastry made by Hua Jing asked in surprise, "What could make you so stupid and happy like this?" Mu Qingqing was about to hand the peeled orange in her hand to Li Chang'an when she saw her son and said, "I figured out the sales channels for Zuechenwan. 2.1 inch. Kong Sihui was shocked. She already knew what Li Chang'an had caused recently, and she also knew that the sales of the Shuechan pills he sold on the shelves were dismal. Sold to whom? Li Chang'an turned in a circle, waved his hand, pointed in the direction of Dongling University, and said, "Students of the entire Dongling University can get a 30% discount on the market price." Mu Qingqing held out the orange and then took it back, tasting it herself, and frowned. "What kind of orange is this? It's sour, it's so sour. Why didn't she think of this method back then?" Sure, Hua Jing saw his disciples' thoughts and complained, "Don't think about it. With your success rate back then, there is no way you can make money in Shaoan's way." The Mu Qingqing was sunk. She had almost forgotten her son's outrageous psychic talent. As long as he successfully mastered the trick, he would only get better and better, not worse, until it reaches perfection. Of course, this talent has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the success rate and quality are guaranteed, but the disadvantage is that it is difficult for the blended products made by Li Chang'an to break through to the level of premium products. The perfect product depends more on the right time, place, and people, as well as the aura of the blender. It is difficult to achieve this through mechanical perfection and duplication of Li Chang'an. This is different from weapon techniques and requires the maker's passion and loyalty for harmony. Li Chang'an's heart is all about swordsmanship and petting animals, and it is difficult to focus on harmony. But everything has a disadvantage. Li Chang'an contracted with Yao Yao, and the sublimation effect of his talent Tianxiang Silver Gui Hammer almost eliminated this disadvantage. Thus, a blended monster with a high success rate and a perfect product rate was born. A few days later, The exchange meeting between the two schools was successfully concluded. I heard that nothing went wrong in the next few days. Generally speaking, the students from Longhai War School were more powerful. But when it comes to other aspects such as cultivation, coordination, and academic research, the students of Dongling University have surpassed Longhai Battle School. After Shi Huajing handed over the last bit of blending knowledge, he returned to his busy work. Mu Qingqing also took her grandmother back to Hongyan City. After being away for such a long time, Mu Qingqing also had to take care of the tea house business in Hongyan City. After the Qin family gave their part of the tea business to Mu Qingqing's business began to take off. If we don't go back every once in a while, this economic advantage that has finally become popular will be easily lost. Grandma also missed the old guys in Mujiakan, so she urged Mu Qingqing to leave. However, the Thousand Spirits Festival that Shi Huajing said was held at the transition between spring and summer. It was still early, and there was still 1.5 months left, so Li Chang'an was asked to practice more on his blending skills. She knew that, without a few instructions, her disciple, who was given a heavy responsibility, would definitely only make snow toad pills and tiger bone powder. For a while, the small building became cold again. Fortunately, Kong Sihui came over from time to have a meal, which made the place a little more lively. Is today the last batch? Li Chang'an straightened up on the medicine field in the yard and asked Yao Yao. Yao Yao, Guji. Well, it is indeed the 5th batch of medicinal materials. Li Chang'an wiped his sweat, and now the blank skill points have accumulated to more than 3,000 points, which is enough to upgrade a low-level skill, Mist, to the origin level, or upgrade the mid-level skill, Moonlight Ball, to the dominance level. Because of her last trip to the blazing secret realm, Yao Yao began to pay attention to her core skills. The core skill of the fog environment system can be upgraded to the origin level, 08, because its previous ruler was the goddess of the moon. Now that the goddess Huanyue's divine personality has been completely shattered and disappeared, this skill has no owner. Compared to the uncertain skill of the moon ball, Yao Yao thought it would be better to get the origin level of the mist skill first. If someone suddenly reaches the origin level during the short period of time when the goddess Huanyue leaves the throne, it will be called blood loss. After all, it was the Huanyue goddess who used her own experience to tell them that this road could work. Guji Chang'an had some. Yao Yao couldn't wait to see what special effects the origin level fog had. Most of the blank skill points that Li Chang'an had just accumulated disappeared immediately, and the mark representing the fog skill completely dimmed. The low-level skill, Mist, has been upgraded to the origin level. In an instant, waves of crystal white mist filled Yao Yao's silver-white pupils. The mist was like the gauze on the skirt of goddess, spreading layer by layer. Cover this small building. No, more like a lockdown. Li Chang'an's eyebrows heat up, and a burst of information comes from the soul contract. Intermediate skill, Mist Blockade. After the low-level skill Mist is promoted to the origin level, it will be automatically promoted to the mid-level skill, Mist Blockade. The mist on Yao Yao's body gradually stopped spreading, and her absent-minded pupils also regained their vitality. How is it? Li Chang'an asked. Yao Yao's little paws shook slightly, and a moon ball appeared in the room, and the surrounding heroic spirit was dyed with silvery moon. Guji, feel it now. Yao Yao was full of confidence. Li Chang'an stretched out his mental power and touched this unique mist. Even with his mental power, his eyes were in a daze for a few milliseconds. It's incredible. Li Chang'an sighed. The contact-level fog blockade combined with the moon sphere could actually slightly affect him. If these two skills are upgraded to the origin level and put into battle, they should be able to affect the opponent for a while. Just this moment is enough to turn the entire battle around. Moreover, Mist Blockade is not a single target skill, it is a field skill. It is the same for Yao Yao when there are many people but few people. In addition to the much stronger mental illusion, Yao Yao can also freely fabricate fog to explore unknown places, which will provide great help to Li Chang'an in exploring dangerous places in the future. Li Chang'an touched Yao Yao's ears and praised. Not bad. Yao Yao's two moonlight ribbon-like ears twitched happily, and Li Chang'an's love was the highest praise for her. We've almost saved up the medicinal materials. I'll call Uncle Lin first. Li Chang'an still remembered his promise to accompany Wen Miao in the snowball fight. Yao Yao, Guji. Then I will replant the herbs in the yard first. Li Chang'an called Lin Fia, who would arrive in the evening, so he took advantage of the time to pack his winter clothes and luggage. Although Li Chang'an was not worried about the cold, when Miaohua was in a snowy country with heavy snowfall, so he still had to bring some clothes and shoes that were good for airtight as *X. Otherwise, it will be uncomfortable to get wet. In the evening, Lin Fia took advantage of the heavy snow, and the goshawk appeared on time. The first thing he said when they met was, "Where are the medicinal materials?" Li Chang'an took out a handful of medicinal materials from the ivy spirit guard ring. Lin Fia inspected the goods and said with satisfaction that all the medicinal materials were put into his space ring. Then he took Li Chang'an and flew all the way. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, Li Chang'an saw the beautiful snow-capped mountains again. The silver moon hangs high in the sky, casting misty moonlight, reflecting on the white snow, creating a layer of soft, clear light. The snowy goshawk gave a sharp cry and accelerated towards the depths of the mysterious snow-capped mountains in the distance. Not long after, Li Chang'an saw Wen Miaohua's figure waiting in front of the igloo from a distance. Sitting beside him was a petite girl with dragon horns on her head and a pair of moist golden eyes looking curiously at the sky. This Binglan Xianling has grown so big. Li Chang'an sighed. Lin Fia touched his nose proudly. It doesn't matter where this is. There is no richer ice element fantasy in the entire Dongwang kingdom. How can a natural spirit like this not grow quickly in such an environment? Li Chang'an didn't refute. He knew that Lin Fia's words were not wrong. This was indeed the training holy land for ice beast masters. Lin Fia glanced at Li Chang'an again. This meeting shocked him. Although he knew that Li Chang'an had broken through to the realm of high-level beast masters, he did not expect that Li Chang'an would find the path he wanted to take so quickly. The round aura around him was all too familiar to him. "Have you found your own way?" Lin Fia asked nonchalantly. Li Chang'an said leisurely, "I redeemed my quota for the 9-story Soul Tower some time ago. I was lucky enough to find it," and nodded. Lin Fia was a little worried about gains and losses. He found that Li Chang'an's progress was so fast that it was unbelievable. Not only the speed of cultivation, but also other aspects, techniques, own system, and even coordination strength are all improving simultaneously. He is in Li Chang'an's grade, and he is still jealous of the school beauty. There is really no comparison between his precious apprentices in this regard. His current mood is that he is both afraid of Li Chang'an suffering and afraid of Li Chang'an driving a Land Rover. After a while, will Li Chang'an still like Miaohua? Lin Fia didn't know that decades of hard work had taught him that human nature is the least able to withstand the test. The snow goshawk gave a low cry, swooped down quickly, then spread its wings and slowed down, landing steadily in the open space in front of the igloo. As soon as Li Chang'an jumped down, Wen Miaohua rushed into Li Chang'an's arms excitedly and held him tightly. Today, Wen Miaohua is wearing a blue coat and skirt. Her green silk hair has now turned into long silver hair, and she is wearing a pair of dark brown snow boots. A pair of straight thighs were wrapped in blue stockings with fine dragon scales tattooed on them, which shone blue in the moonlight. Li Chang'an held Wen Miaohua with both hands, and her legs were tightly wrapped around his waist. He chuckled and said, "Well, I've grown a lot during this period, and I feel a bit undulating." When Wen Miaohua heard this, her 2 pink ears quickly turned bright red. She opened her mouth and took a bite on Li Chang'an's neck to show her shame and anger. Lin Fia's eyes twitched, teasing his apprentice in front of him. Is this really okay? Forget it. This middle-aged uncle felt disappointed. If he had stopped him a few times, Li Chang'an would have gone straight to the king-level realm. This was not a good thing for the young couple. Lin Fia consciously disappeared and left. When Miaohua regained her composure, looked at Li Chang'an's face lovingly with her clear spring eyes, and took the initiative to give him a sweet kiss. Li Chang'an naturally responded enthusiastically. When he sensed the departure of the big light bulb, he naturally had no scruples. Holding Wen Miaohua in his arms, he walked into the house. The young Binglan Xianling was at a loss as he watched his master and another man with a terrifying aura leave, screaming anxiously. Li Chang'an pressed Binglan Xuanling's little head along the way, turned it aside, and said, "Children, don't look at adults' matters." Binglan Xianling became even more anxious. Wen Miaohua glared at Li Chang'an with a blushing face, stretched out her jade hand, and took Binglan Xianling into the beast-controlling space. The moon and stars were sparse, and the lingering sorrow of the night turned into silent sobs, like weeping and complaining. The next morning, Li Chang'an walked out of the igloo refreshed. He was so excited last night that when Miaohua was still asleep. The physical strength of a king-level beast master is not incomparable. Although he can cultivate the land, when Miaohua's physical fitness is so good that he was defeated in a few rounds and complained endlessly. As soon as Li Chang'an went out, he saw Lin Fia making a fire and making soup in the open space. "Uncle Lin, do you usually eat this?" Li Chang'an frowned, a little dissatisfied. Lin Fia said quietly, "This is made for you." Miaohua usually eats vegetable salad and nutrition bars. Li Chang'an raised his eyebrows and said, Hey, isn't this even more outrageous?" Lin Fia took a spoon and scooped up a spoonful of soup, tasted the saltiness, and said, "Okay, you can eat it." Miaohua was in the running-in stage with the ice unicorns, so the diet was naturally based on the preferences of the unicorns. But don't worry now, the running-in phase is over and you can live like a normal person. Otherwise, how could I let you into Miaohua's room last night? Feeling Lin Fia's needle-like death gaze, Li Chang'an scratched his head guiltily. Lin Fia threatened in a cold tone, "If you dare to let Miaohua down in the future, I will chop you alive." Li Chang'an maintained a correct attitude and solemnly promised, "I will never let Miaohua down. Besides, not many girls are willing to get close to me." At the same time, he added in his heart, "Except Kong Sihui, an older leftover girl." Lin Fia's eyes flickered and he began to think. He reviewed Li Chang'an's life. It seemed that except for Miaohua, there were really not many women of the same age around this boy. Even after entering Tanglin University, except for his job as a hunter, he was almost insulated from the opposite S***X. If he hadn't known about the relationship between Li Chang'an and his apprentice, he would have thought that Li Chang'an's sexual orientation was abnormal. Lin Fia came to his senses, cleared his throat, and asked Li Chang'an to sit down and have breakfast. I have to say that Lin Fia's cooking skills are not bad. Looking at the sticky mess, it tastes surprisingly good. A large pot of thick soup was finished by 2 grown men in one go. After breakfast, Lin Fia lay on the ice chair. In this environment, there is no more affordable home than an ice chair covered with blankets. Equipped. In the process of digesting food on the spot, Lin Fia accidentally remembered the identity of Li Chang'an's blender. "By the way, Mr. Li, can you blend the Ice Glory Potion and Snow Lotus Pill?" Li Chang'an replied without hesitation, "Yes, I am a senior blender, a certified one." As he spoke, he took out his senior blender certificate and showed it to Lin Fia. Ice Glory Potion and Snow Lotus Pill are both high-level mantra auxiliary potions, which are the most suitable blending medicines for ice beast masters to swallow in high-level realms. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Fia's face. "It'll be all right if you know how. Let's go and show you the way. You'll be busy for a while." Li Chang'an suddenly felt uneasy. He felt that he was here to act as a coolie. Lin Fia asked the snow goshawk to stay in the igloo and summoned another ice overlord-level pet beast, the snow hidden wind and frost leopard. This overlord-level beast is extremely fast, even as fast as lightning in a snowy environment. Even the most terrifying blizzard cannot harm this overlord. The snow-hidden frost leopard is all white, with the lines on its hair like twisted black snowflakes, and its forepaws are covered with frost that never melts. A frost tail nearly 10 meters long swayed gently in midair, scattering pieces of ice crystals. 9 meters high and more than 20 meters long. Even if it walks on the snow, it will still leave no footprints. No trace left on the snow. Come up, let's set off. Lin Fia greeted Li Chang'an and took him on the back of Shuyin Feng Shuang leopard. After Li Chang'an sat on it, he felt like he was sitting on a soft and flexible sofa. Did the snow-hidden wind frost leopard run? It disappeared in the wind and snow at a very fast speed, but Li Chang'an didn't feel a single blow from the wind and snow. Li Chang'an suddenly realized, is this what Shuyin meant? Not only his own figure merges with the snowstorm, but also the terrible power of the snowstorm itself can be spent. Not long after, the snowy wind and frost leopard stopped, and what appeared in front of Li Chang'an was a frozen canyon. The crystal-clear icicle at the entrance of the canyon is like a solid city wall that has been guarding it from eternity to the present. In the wind and snow, it silently sits and watches the ebb and flow of the world. We're here. Lin Fia patted Shui Yin Feng Shuang leopard's neck, and Shui Yin Feng Shuang leopard roared. The ice wall in front of him was like rubber, separated from it, and turned into a giant half-open door. Snow-hidden wind and frost leopard immediately trotted and entered the giant door. After Li Chang'an entered the world inside the giant door, the biting chill outside immediately dissipated and became very cool and comfortable. But there was still a vast white snow scene all around, and there were all kinds of ice monsters playing and rolling on the snow. So happy. This is the snow country of fertility, an ideal land for ice monsters. Lin Fia introduced. Some ice-type cubs who knew Lin Fia very familiarly jumped on the snowy wind and frost leopard, admiring this unique perspective from Lin Fia's shoulders and head. However, no ice pet beast dared to approach Li Chang'an, which seemed very deserted. Lin Fia glanced at Li Chang'an sullenly, and Li Chang'an spread his hands helplessly. This is why I don't contract ordinary pet beasts. There was a hint of solemnity in Lin Fia's eyes. Although he didn't know what race Li Chang'an's pet beast was, his intuition told him that it was a very terrifying ethnic group. Because among those cubs who are afraid of Li Chang'an, there are many king-level and throne-level offspring. Even the bloodline of the king-level will not necessarily make these cubs so fearful. Overlord-level bloodline? Lin Fia was slightly stunned. This is a lucky boy. But this is worthy of his precious apprentice. Hey, there are so many elves. Bubble's voice came from the bottom of Li Chang'an's heart. Li Chang'an was stunned and looked around. Didn't he find any natural spirituality? Pow Pow came out of the beast control space on his own initiative, transformed into an elf in his original form, and sat on Li Chang'an's shoulder. He opened his big glasses and looked curiously at the prosperity of this fertile snow country. Chang'an, look, they are there. Pow Pow happily pointed to a blank spot in the air. Lin Fia was attracted by the sound of bubbles. Looking back, he saw a talking elf sitting on Li Chang'an's shoulder. This is my third favorite, Bubbles. Li Chang'an replied. He looked at the plan pointed by Bubble and saw nothing. So he secretly used the beast-controlling resonance, and his dark glasses were covered with amethyst color. There was a natural spirit in the sky with a bird's body and a fish's tail with a pair of big wings, looking at them curiously. Really? Is this water spirituality? Li Chang'an murmured. Lin Fia heard the sound and looked over. There's nothing. Is this kid stunned? But I randomly noticed Li Chang'an's purple eye color and understood it instantly. Is it the special perspective brought about by the resonance of the beast? Lin Fia couldn't help but sigh at Li Chang'an's luck. This kind of special pet beast was hard to find, and it would be of great help to Li Chang'an's future cultivation, because after he reaches the king level, he will try to analyze the rules of the world. Always observing the world from a human perspective, it is inevitable that there will be some one-sidedness or omissions. If there is a pet beast that can provide special vision at this time, you can observe it from another perspective, and you may be able to gain more and more mysterious insights. No, he has been here so many times and hasn't found anything special. As soon as this kid came, he discovered something that he hadn't discovered after looking at it so many times. What did you see? Lin Fia replied, unable to restrain his desire to explore. Li Chang'an didn't hide it, saying, it's the natural spirituality of a bird's body and fish's tail. Its feathers are very beautiful. Fragments of natural spirituality. Lin Fia opened his mouth, But he didn't expect that the special vision Li Chang'an obtained was related to natural spirituality. Among the many records of Dongwang Kingdom, this special vision of observing nature is always one of the best aids to beast masters. Buzz, this ice spirit with a bird's body and a fish's tail, heard Li Chang'an's praise and happily spun the air. It felt very honored to be praised by the original ancestral spirit master and took off an ice crystal-like feather from its body without hesitation. The feather swayed and landed in front of Li Chang'an, who reached out and caught the feather. Because of this, Lin Fia was able to see this ice crystal feather and couldn't help but curse. "I'll throw away your mother's formed ice spirituality." Every spirituality that falls into the world and can be observed by humans can enhance the corresponding talent of the Beastmaster. Lin Fia came so many times and never got it once. Li Chang'an had only been here for a long time before he obtained a piece of Muromi's ice spirituality without any effort. The discrepancy made Lin Fia's mentality explode. Li Chang'an picked up the feather and brought it to Pow Pow. Pow Pow held the feather, opened his mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. Lin Fia covered his heart, looking like he had a myocardial infarction, and his back molars were almost broken. How could you just eat ice spirituality like this? What a waste. Unexpectedly, when the ice spirit with a bird's body and a fish's tail saw that Bubble was willing to swallow part of its body, it screamed in surprise and rolled and spun happily in the air. It ate, it ate. Li Chang'an could feel this emotion from the voice of ice spirituality. The ice spirituality was intoxicated with itself for a while, and then disappeared in a hurry. Bubble explained through soul communication, "Any spirituality swallowed by me, even if it dies and disappears in the outside world, can still be revived in the endless abyss." Li Chang'an suddenly understood why this natural law was so exciting. Compared with immortality, they are even more happy that the original ancestor spirits can recognize them and are willing to let them become the dependents of the original ancestor spirits. Lin Fia had a sad face and was about to say something to Li Chang'an when the temperature around him suddenly dropped. It fell below the lowest temperature line he had ever known. Even if he couldn't see it, Lin Fia could feel the spiritual fluctuations around him. Could it be that Li Xiaozi directly let his pet beast eat the spiritual fragments given by the ice spirituality, angering the natural spirituality in the rich snow country? Lin Fia greeted Shuyin Fengshuangbao and planned to protect Li Chang'an, but he saw the scene with the highest blood pressure in his life. I saw Li Chang'an holding his two hands and shining ice spiritual fragments, as well as some rare wood spiritual fragments, continued to fall from the air and fell into his hands. At the back, Li Chang'an couldn't hold his hands anymore and shouted loudly, "Wait a minute, come one by one." As soon as these words came out, those who were very obedient in spirit no longer lost their composure. Lin Fia has lived for so many years, and this is the first time he has seen the natural spirit obey a human being's words for the first time. Emotions of envy, jealousy, and hatred surged in my heart. Why is this brat, who doesn't even have a contract with an ice-type pet beast, so popular with ice-type natural spirits? Although it is still mixed with wood-type spirituality at this moment, how can Lin Fia have the time to think about the special features of it? His eyes were blocked by two huge lemons, so he cannot see clearly. So sour, so damn sour. Pow Pow picked up the spirit with both hands, opened the bowl left and right, and took a bite of the spirit drop, eating it happily. In fact, this can be regarded as a ritual for Pow Pow to witness spirituality, and it will become an important resource for him to master the status of Yuan Long in Wanling ruins in the future. The real original ancient dragon is divided into blood plus personality plus authority. Mao Mao has completed the preliminary recognition of the first two items, but there is still one position of authority that she has not yet obtained. But Bubble is far behind. Only the bloodline is initially recognized. The status needs to go through the All Souls Patrol ceremony to obtain, and the authority is far away. These natural spiritual surrenders today are very important to Pow Pow. because they lay a solid foundation for the future pilgrimage of all spirits. This unique meeting will benefit both Pow Pow and natural spirituality, a win-win situation. When these natural spirits saw that the bubbles were not repulsive to a corner of their bodies, they flew excitedly in mid-air. There was a faint whistling sound of wind and snow all around the snow, hidden wind, and frost leopard. Li Chang'an seriously doubted that if the snow, hidden wind, and frost leopard hadn't suppressed it here. The natural spirituality here, which has been so excited that it cannot be controlled, has set off an unprecedented snowstorm. Li Chang'an coughed a few times and gave Pow Pow a look. Pow Pow barked twice, and these excited natural spirits quickly calmed down. Making an ancient ritual to bubbles is the highest respect for them. Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Lin Fia with a numb expression, and said, "Uncle Lin, let's keep walking." Lin Fia glanced at Li Chang'an resentfully, which made Li Chang'an shiver violently, and a chill surged from the bottom of his heart. "I'm not interested in stirring up shit." Li Chang'an crossed his arms and took a few steps back. Lin Fia rolled his eyes and said, "I wanted to ask if there is any natural spirituality left, and I want to give it to Miaohua." Li Chang'an was stunned for a moment. "Are these things useful to Da Xia?" Lin Fia asked in surprise. "You don't know? Do I need to know?" Lin Fia was knocked down by Li Chang'an's words. No wonder this guy was so indifferent. He didn't know his feelings. So he explained, "This ice spiritual fragment can help Miaohua improve his ice talent again, without any side effects or sequelae." Li Chang'an suddenly realized that this was the case. He looked at the natural spirituality surrounding him like a king. Asked Lin Fia, "What is the explanation of these spiritual fragments? For example, the spirituality that looks like a bird is suitable for a beast master who has contracted an ice bird pet beast. And a spirit that looks like a dragon is suitable for a beast master contracted with an ice dragon species." Lin Fia was messy in the wind. Huh? Is there such a thing? He didn't know. Li Chang'an's eyes fluctuated. It seemed that he could no longer count on Lin Fia, and he turned his head to look at Bubble on his shoulder. "Is there any record in the inherited memory?" Bubbles frowned. His clear purple eyes were slightly absent-minded, and he seemed to be looking through the family tree. After a while, Pow Pow came back to his senses and said, "There is indeed such a thing, but in the end it is all natural, and in most cases the difference after use will not be big." 11. Li Chang'an put his right hand on his chin, thoughtfully, and then said with a big hand, "I want them all." Bubble sighed. He knew it would be like this, but it was just one more piece of spirituality that fell off. Anyway, these natural spiritualities will not leave here and will be restored soon. After Pow Pow gave the order, Li Chang'an asked Lin Fia to make an ice bucket and let the ice nature spirits put all the fragments into the bucket. "Put each piece, not many, into this bucket," Li Chang'an shouted to the sky. Under the supervision of Bubble, some natural spirits who planned to fill in more body parts angrily took back the excess parts. Lin Fia was confused at first. Huh? Are the spiritual fragments in your house calculated by buckets? Then he saw that in the ice bucket in his hand, various fragments were visible to the naked eye, filling every corner of the ice bucket. Li Chang'an smiled, showing his white teeth. "Yes, my family's spiritual fragments are made in buckets." Lin Fia carefully put the ice bucket into the space ring, and then took Li Chang'an to the center of the snow country. When he walked into the snow country, Li Chang'an saw many small igloos and various neat terraces, in which various ice spiritual plants were planted. "Huh, why is the snow country so quiet today? Didn't you see an adult ice monster?" Lin Fia was a little confused and had a bad feeling in his heart. He said to Li Chang'an, "Let's go to the palace and take a look." The snowy wind and frost leopard accelerated its pace, and half an hour later, Li Chang'an saw a tower spire from the distant horizon. At the speed of the snow-hidden wind and frost leopard, it would still take 30 minutes to see the snow country field camp. This rich snow country is unexpectedly big. When the two of them approached, Lin Fia's expression suddenly became confused, while Li Chang'an had a strange look on his face. In front of them were two neat rows of ice beasts. They were of different shapes and races, but the only thing they had in common was the solemn look on their faces. Lin Fia remembered that when he brought Wen Yaohua here, the battles were not that big. Even the ice unicorn was far inferior to the standard of greeting. Lin Fia realized that Bubble was unusual. Yes, even the natural spiritual beings are so partial to this kid. There is no guarantee that this little elf is a descendant of some ancient and noble race. Li Chang'an and Lin Fia jumped off the snowy wind leopard and stepped forward slowly. Lin Fia reminded, "This is the welcome ceremony of the Snow Kingdom. Be solemn and don't make any mistakes." Pow Pow sat on Li Chang'an's shoulder, looking at these ice beasts standing at attention with clean eyes. Every ice pet beast, swept by Bubble's gaze, straightened their chests unconsciously. Li Chang'an pursed his lips and suppressed the complaints in his heart. This is not a welcome ceremony. Isn't this just a military parade? All he had to do was say, "Hello, comrades." The two of them reached the end of the welcome ceremony. A little man wearing an ice jade crown and holding a gold scepter inlaid with green crystals quickly stepped down from the throne. Came in front of Li Chang'an, in front of Pow Pow to be precise. Kneeling on one knee, he expressed his respect in the most sincere ancient elf language. It roughly means, "Noble 560 original ancestral spirit, supreme king of all spirits, please allow Zwerisi, the last descendant of the Jibing royal family, to express your most sincere respect to you." Lin Fia had a dull look on his face. It was obvious that he understood the language of the Lord of the Snow Country. He never expected that this humble Bubble could have such a big background. Original ancestral spirit, king of all spirits. Bubble also put away his curiosity, transformed, and resumed the form of Wanlingsu abyssal dragon in the air, swimming in the air. From an elf as big as a palm to a whale of more than 200 meters, Lin Fia's eyes widened with disbelief at this sudden change. When Bubble returned to the form of an ancient dragon, Snow Country's Lord Sheris raised her head and kept telling her inner excitement and admiration in ancient elf language. "The legend has revived, no, the legend has returned." Sheris threw down her scepter, opened her arms, and shouted loudly. "Aha!" A low-pitched sound came from Peopeo's mouth. The white light flashing around it formed ribbons, surrounding it, faintly singing ancient songs. All the natural spirituality of the fertile Snow Country showed its shape under the illumination of white light. Lin Fia looked at the natural spirits flying with the bubbles in shock. This scene was like a dream, and even the most vivid words could not describe this wonderful scene. The Lord of the Snow Country, Sheris, looked at the natural spirits following Bubble with envy, but it was a pity that it could not follow the original ancestral spirit. In order for the Snow Country to survive, it has given up its identity as a natural spirit in exchange for enough power to protect the people of the Snow Country. That's why he said he was a descendant. It's so beautiful. When Miaohua's voice suddenly came from behind Li Chang'an, and Li Chang'an turned around in surprise. "When Miaohua has arrived here on Ice Qilan Xiaobai, is this the Bubble you told me before?" When Miaohua got off Xiaobai's back, Li Chang'an stretched out his arms to hug her and pulled Wen Miaohua into his arms. "Yes, this is the true appearance of Bubbles. The form of the elf is just the original appearance of their clan." Li Chang'an briefly introduced Pow Pow to Wen Miaohua. Wen Miaohua was a little disbelieving. Is the elf form Peopeo's original appearance? Li Chang'an scratched and sniffed Miaohua's little nose, and the other party looked at him angrily. "You have to give up something for your own tribe, right?" Li Chang'an's words were very cryptic and concise. When Miaohua didn't understand, but Zwerisi, the Lord of the Snow Country, felt the same way and murmured, "Does even the original ancestor spirit crown make this choice?" Bubbles seemed to hear Sheris's murmur and groaned, and a white light spot fell from the pure white body, floating in front of Sheris. Sheris glanced at the white light spot, her eyes full of struggle. She lowered her head deeply, clenched her fists, and apologized. "I let you down. For the sake of my people, I cannot accept your gift." Li Chang'an took Wen Miaohua's hand, came to Zwerisi, and said, Returning to the identity of the spirit of nature does not mean that you give up your people. Doesn't it mean that Bubble has some different powers while maintaining its original form? When Sheris heard Li Chang'an's words, she swallowed her saliva. Is this allowed if she wants everything? Seeing Zwerisi's hesitation, the ice monsters who were the guards came behind Zwerisi and pushed Zwerisi. They all seemed to be saying, "Your Majesty, you have done enough for us. Go and get your own wish." Sheris looked at these people in surprise and a little moved, then fixed her gaze and said, "Dear master, please forgive me for being rude. With this gift, I still will." Li Chang'an directly stuffed Bubble's blessing into Sheris's mouth before she could finish speaking. Instantly, a violent wave of ice energy erupted next to Zwerisi. Immediately afterwards, Zwerisi's slender body gradually plumped up and turned into a 1.7-meter female ice elf. The crown and scepter also became suitable sizes. Li Chang'an's evaluation of Zwerisi's current state is just one word: great. Broad-mindedness is not enough to describe today's Sheris. Zwerisi wanted to curse in shame and anger, but she heard Li Chang'an's next words. "Look, haven't you lost the power to maintain the Snow Kingdom?" As soon as these words came out, Sheris realized that not only had she returned to her identity as a natural spirit, but her power to protect the Snow Country had also not been lost. Sheris was frightened by this surprise and was a little overwhelmed. Li Chang'an said calmly, "Look, you still have to be greedy to be a spirit. You want both, so what's the harm in giving it a try?" Sheris immediately knelt down on her knees and made the most loyal oath to Bubble. At the same time, the ice monsters behind her also knelt down and made the same move as their king. "Uh-huh," Pow Pow responded, turning into his original form again, AICA, landing on Li Chang'an's shoulder, yawning. It seems that restoring Zwerisi's identity as a natural spirit will also consume a lot of money for Bubble. Li Chang'an could feel that the energy in Bubble's body, which was greater than Mau Mau's, was running low at this moment. However, the allegiance of a fertile snow country is also of great help to Bubble. Sheris gave up her identity as a natural spirit to protect the snow country, and at the same time changed the bloodline of the monsters in the snow country. It can be said that every monster in the snow country has the possibility of transforming into an ice spirituality. Their belief is immeasurable in helping Bubble complete the All Souls Patrol ceremony. After all, this snow country will continue to give birth to new cubs in the future, which is another belief. Lin Fia was already stunned. This apprentice hadn't even gotten married yet, but he had already followed him to get the dowry. What's this? Then Pow Pow returned to the beast-controlling space to rest, and the beasts of the snow country warmly entertained Li Chang'an, the master of the original ancestral spirit. It was said to be a treat, but it was actually some ice-type spiritual fruits. Li Chang'an worked tirelessly to make these ice-based materials into ice-based spiritual food, pushing the banquet to a climax. None of the residents of the snow country expected that this respected Yushinren could actually cook delicious food. At the same time, they looked at Wen Miaohua with more and more friendly eyes. To be cared for so much by the master, this human girl was also a great person. Although Wen Miaohua had an auspicious beast like the ice unicorn, which gave the residents of the snow country an initial favorable impression, Su Ruisi did not object to Wen Miaohua's future signing of an alliance with the snow country on behalf of Lin Fia. But with so many ice monsters, it's impossible for every one of them to show favor to Wen Miaohua. Originally, one of Wen Miaohua's future tasks was to improve the favorability of the residents of Snow Country to the level of friends or above. Unexpectedly, after today's announcement, just being Li Chang'an's partner directly allowed Wen Miaohua to complete this long-term task. Lin Fia also vaguely sensed the change in the attitude of the residents of Snow Country towards Wen Miaohua. I ate a piece of fish in silence. The waves behind the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. After the banquet, Li Chang'an also found that Lin Fia's attitude towards him had become much more cordial. He changed from the wild boar that took away my apprentice to the domestic pig that took away my own cabbage. It's a huge improvement. After returning to the igloo, Li Chang'an received warm hospitality from Wen Miaohua, and the room felt warm for a while. But Wen Miaohua was only a level 6 beastmaster after all, and his physical strength was too low. The pet beast he contracted did not focus on physical strengthening, so they were defeated in just a few rounds. Afterwards, Li Chang'an held Wen Miaohua in his arms and asked, "You have finished running in with Xiao Bai. Are you going to school next?" Wen Miaohua's long eyelashes were stained with a few drops of water, and there was a hint of disappointment in her moist, beautiful eyes. "Well, Master arranged for me to take classes at Yujing University." Li Chang'an was not surprised when he heard this. Lin Fia was originally from the Zhou Kingdom guarding the north, and Yajing University was his alma mater. Wen Miaohua can get the best training there, and no one dares to say no. Unlike him, he has to earn everything by himself. His principal and dean avoided him every day like they were guarding against thieves. Li Chang'an sighed. What about those two old men? Xiaoming Jiang Tongfu. As for that, it's so G awesome. Don't they know what kind of virtues you have? If I give you 10 minutes, you can empty out the treasure house of Dongling University. When Miaohua felt the change in Li Chang'an's mood. Did you encounter any troubles in college? Or are you unhappy at Tanglin University? When Miaohua bit her lip, struggled with her eyes, and said, I can ask Master to let you, Chang'an, transfer to Yujing University so that no one will bully you. In fact, she also has selfish motives. If Li Chang'an can transfer to Yujing University, wouldn't she and Li Chang'an be able to be together every day? The girl had some expectations in her heart, and her calculations were making a lot of noise. Li Chang'an quickly stopped him. Don't do this. I'm afraid that Old Man Xiao will bring a large number of venerable level beast masters to block Uncle Lin's door. For the sake of Uncle Lin's life, safety, and the friendship between the two schools, let's give up this idea. Li Chang'an broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. If he really did this, Yujing University would probably be demolished by the angry Qiuming. But he knew that the old men at his university were always worried about Zhong Yueza running away with a bucket. If this happened again, and old things happen again, he was worried that these retired old men would really wear armor and go into battle and fight to the death with the old men from Yujing University. When Miaohua made a regretful noise, pouted her little mouth, and drew circles on Li Chang'an's chest with her slender fingers. Li Chang'an took a breath of air conditioning. When did Hua become so wonderful? The temperature in the room rose again for a while. The flowers on the temples are swaying with golden steps, and the hibiscus tent warms the spring pot. On the other side, in Lin Fia's house, Lin Fia was drinking wine, eating side dishes, humming a song, and suddenly sneezed, and an inexplicable chill spread directly from the soles of his feet to the sky. Lingai, I'll sneeze. Who is it? Who is plotting against me? In the next few days, apart from messing around with Wen Miaohua at night, Li Chang'an made some high-level magic auxiliary potions during the day. In order to express her gratitude to him, the lord of the rich snow country, Sheris, specially gave him a mark. With this mark, most of the ice-based beasts would betray him when they saw it. Surprisingly, Lin Fia also had a facility similar to a training room here. If Lin Fia hadn't driven Li Chang'an away, he might not have wanted to go back to school. During this period, Lin Fia also took Li Chang'an to see the origin of snow toad cake. There's a group of ice toads living in that place, and the leader of the group is Lin Fia's contracted pet beast, the overlord-level Snow Moon Ice Toad King. Li Chang'an remembered that the snow toad cinnamon produced by Shuiyue Ice Toad King was also the main ingredient of a king-level cultivation potion. It seemed that there would be more trouble for Lin Fia in the future. After being sent back by Lin Fia, Li Chang'an also returned to his daily life of ascetic cultivation. This time he brought back a lot of snow toad pills, which are of excellent quality. It will be much easier to make high-grade snow toad pills. In the next month, Li Chang'an started the cycle of taking drugs, making medicines, and buying medicinal materials. The extra high-grade Shuechan pills were sold to college students who were waiting for food. Part of the funds from selling the snow toad pills were also used to purchase the materials for tiger bone powder, allowing Li Chang'an to practice faster. However, when you reach high-level beast masters, realm breakthroughs are not calculated on a monthly basis, but on a yearly basis. Even in today's training environment, where everyone is a beast master, there are only a few students who can break through to the third level of beast master before graduating from university in 4 years. Tangling University has only produced 3 in the past 20 years, 2 of which are Li Chang'an's parents. After reaching the king-level beast control, the progress of training was even slower. However, a genius like Mu Qingqing, although he did not focus entirely on training, it took nearly 20 years to break through from the king level to the throne level. The time of Li Mingxuan's breakthrough is not yet known, but Kong Sihui is estimated to be just a few years ahead of Mu Qingqing. Only a more evil genius like Kong Sihui can break through to the venerable level before his 70th birthday. Yes, Kong Sihui is 65 years old this year, which is still the age Ji Chang'an secretly got from Li Mingxian. It looks very big, but comparing the lifespan of the Heavenly King level, Kong Sihui can only be regarded as a child. If compared with the venerable level, it is probably no different from a child of 1 or 2 years old. After all, the lifespan of a 1,000-year-old tortoise, a 10,000-year-old tortoise, and a heavenly king-level beast master is not much different from that of a tortoise. Even with Li Chang'an's level of talent, combined with the best potions and training environment, the experience bar at level 7 has only increased by 1/10. Including the 5% from previous training, a total of only 15% has been filled, and the remaining 85% of the experience bar is still far away. If he relied solely on hard training, Li Chang'an would need to practice until October to break through to level 8 Beast Master. Although he could catch up with Qinghua's secret realm, it was too slow and he needed stronger strength. Fortunately, Shi Huajing said that there would be an opportunity to help him make a quick breakthrough during the Thousand Souls Festival in Thousand Souls Food City. Now that a month has passed, plus the week spent rubbing elbows with Wen Yaohua, it will be time for Shi Huajing to make an appointment with him in a few days. Li Chang'an also used his own authority to get a preliminary understanding of the general content of the Thousand Souls Festival and prepare for the subsequent journey. There are 2 major festivals in Qianling Wanqi City, Tianling Festival and Wanshi Festival. Among them, Thousand Spirits Festival is a festival celebrating the birth of food spirits. The so-called food spirit is a unique existence unique to Thousand Souls Food City. It is neither a living thing nor can it be contracted by a beast master, but they have a strange method, eating soul blessings. The blender who is blessed by the food spirit can obtain a special ability. For example, when the blender is blessed by the food spirit of wine, when brewing wine, the final quality of the wine will be improved to a higher level. Blenders who are blessed by the food spirit of snow toad pill will be more comfortable when blending snow. After the human beast masters entered Thousand Spirits Food City, the types and numbers of such food spirits increased greatly. As for the reason for the birth of food spirits, humans have not yet received scientific confirmation, and there are different opinions. It is recognized by everyone that the more extensive a food spirit is, the more powerful its strength and blessings will be. The difference between the food spirit of wine and the food spirit of Shuechan pill is a world of difference. The former can be effective as long as it is wine, while the latter can only act on Shuechan pill. As a close disciple of Shi Huajing, Mu Qingqing also participated in the competition back then. She was lucky enough to receive the blessing of the food spirit of tea. Therefore, the tea she makes is of higher quality than others of the same type. Moreover, the powerful epiphany effect of Ziling tea is also due to this blessing. Speaking of which, Li Chang'an, as Mu Qingqing's most precious son, has never tasted the ancestral spirit tea. Thousand Souls Festival, as a festival to celebrate the birth of food spirits, naturally involves the participation of food spirits. The blenders use their best blends to please these food spirits. If they can get the love of a food spirit, they will receive the blessing of the food spirit as mentioned above. A person can receive at most one soul-eating blessing, except for one kind of people, the owners of the Phoenix Post. The Bronze Phoenix Post can receive up to 3 food spirit blessings, and the Silver Phoenix Post can receive up to 6 food spirit blessings, with a minimum of 4. The number of blessings that the owner of the Golden Phoenix Post can have starts with 7 blessings and reaches a maximum of 9 blessings. Mu Qingqing is actually also the owner of the Phoenix Post, but her Phoenix Post only has 7 silver lines, not gold. But the quality of her blessings is indeed of the highest quality. In addition to the blessing of the food-eating spirit of tea, there is also the blessing of the food-eating spirit of broth. Although the latter is not as good as tea, it still involves a wide range of things. After Li Chang'an learned that Mu Qingqing had the blessing of the broth-eating spirit, he suddenly realized that it was no wonder that when he was a child, he loved to eat her stewed chicken soup and boiled meatball soup. After much thought, Li Chang'an felt that his strongest reconciliation ability was in the field of spiritual food, in addition to Mu Qingqing's words and deeds. What he and Yao Yao usually do most is make food rations for Mao Mao and Pao Pao, 2 big eaters. Moreover, in the extreme assessment, he also successfully created his own king-level spiritual banquet, which was more complicated and more valuable than the king-level set meal. If he doesn't take advantage of this, Li Chang'an feels that he is out of his mind. Therefore, before Master Hua Jing came to pick him up, Li Chang'an spent the rest of the week perfecting his own 3 yuan spring festival banquet, in addition to practicing, trying to maximize the effect of this spiritual banquet. Before a week had passed, Shi Hua Jing came to pick him up. "Grandma Jing, long time no see." Li Chang'an greeted Shi Hua Jing, who was wearing a floral skirt. Shi Hua Jing was wearing light makeup at the moment, with a warm smile in the corner of her eyes, and gently hugged her good disciple grandson who had reunited after a long absence. "Shaoan, have you missed me?" Another uninvited guest seemed much more enthusiastic and unrestrained. "Mom, why are you here too?" Li Chang'an opened Mu Qingqing's face, and Mu Qingqing immediately looked sad and pretended to cry. "Shaoan grew up and began to dislike me as an old mother. Woo woo woo." Li Chang'an rolled his eyes and ignored Mu Qingqing's charade. Shi Hua Jing came out to rescue him, hugged Mu Qingqing, and said, Okay, how old are you? And you still like to act like a baby? Your mother is the owner of the Silver Phoenix tie. She only has 2 blessings on her body. She has recently broken through to the level of a 2nd-level spiritual food master. Taking this opportunity to get 1 or 2 more blessings will be of great help to her future reconciliation journey. Big. Mu Qingqing hugged Shi Hua Jing with her backhand, smiled, and gave Li Chang'an a provocative smile. Li Chang'an snorted and walked straight into the airport. 1,000 Spirits and 10,000 Food City is outside the borders of Dongwang Kingdom. They need to go to the capital Yujing first, and go directly to 1,000 Spirits and 10,000 Food City from the teleportation array there. Shi Hua Jing arranged a special plane from the Blender Association, which was very fast. It departed at 9 in the morning and arrived in the capital Yujing at 5 in the evening. If the area of Dongwang Kingdom is many times larger than that of the previous life, it would be very fast to travel through half of Dongwang Kingdom in 8 hours. This is even more thanks to the birth of the beast-controlling civilization, which allowed humans to create mechanical pet beasts. Here we are. Here is Yujing, the capital of Dongwang Kingdom. Shi Hua Jing introduced Li Chang'an. When Li Chang'an walked out of the airport, at first glance, he felt that it was big and prosperous. Needless to say, there is a lot of traffic. It has a strong sense of future technology, but it also has a sense of historical heaviness that is inconsistent with it. 0. Please give me flowers. Mu Qingqing also said aloud. Yujing is also the city in Dongwang Kingdom that has the best preserved pre-civilization buildings. The houses we live in now are all extended from these buildings. Li Chang'an suddenly realized, no wonder he felt a sense of dissonance. Let's go to the hotel first. After the Thousand Souls Festival is over, I will take you to visit Jade Capital City. Mu Qingqing comforted, because they only have 1 night's rest They have to go to the Mediator Association tomorrow, go straight to the teleportation array, and go to Thousand Spirits Food City to familiarize themselves with the environment and festival content. Li Chang'an nodded. Business was important, and he would have plenty of time to travel in the future. The three of them rested in the hotel for a night, got up before 6 o'clock the next day, washed up, took a bus to the Blender Association, and had breakfast there. Li Chang'an's first impression of the Blender Association in Yujing City was that of luxury, but it was not the kind of luxury that was extremely vulgar. Instead, it has a hint of low-key luxury, with carved beams and painted buildings, pavilions and pavilions, a strange tree for every 3 steps, and a rocky mountain for every 5 steps. When you turn your head, you will see an elegant landscape painting, and when you look up, you will see the vicissitudes of history. Although this is not the headquarters of the Blender Association, Huajing's prestige here is quite high. Just a few steps away, there are several people saluting Huajing, and Ji Chang'an is a bit hesitant. Mom, do everyone here know Grandma Jing? Why do so many people say hello? Li Chang'an secretly asked Mu Qingqing beside him. Mu Qingqing showed a smile that said, "You too have this day," and explained, "Your Grandma Jing is a native of Yujing. Yujing City has finally produced a third-ranking harmony master. How can it be impossible to be proud of it? It can be said that what your Grandma Jing said here is more useful than the president of the Yujing City Blender Association." Li Chang'an said, "Oh, this is actually understandable. If Mu Qingqing also becomes the blending master on the ranking list of the blending division headquarters, Hongyan City and Tianheng City will probably treat her as an ancestor." The three of them walked through the winding path and came to a clean and elegant courtyard. There was a lake in the courtyard. There was a 30-square-meter pavilion in the middle of the lake. A bluestone road connected the shore and the pavilion. That pavilion is the end of our journey to Thousand Spirits and Food City, Huajing said to Li Chang'an with a smile. Li Chang'an glanced at the neatly arranged flowers and plants around him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. As expected of a rich and powerful Blender Association, even the teleportation formation must be made so low-key, luxurious, and meaningful. However, before they could sit on the teleportation array, they still had to wait for several waves of people. They were also going to Thousand Souls Food City to participate in the Thousand Souls Festival. About a quarter of an hour later, a group of panting young people and 3 energetic old men came to the courtyard. One of the neatly dressed old men saluted Master Shenhua Jing and said, "Master Shenhua, I'm sorry, we're late." Hua Jing responded calmly, "We have just arrived, so it's not too late. There's still 3 of us. Let's get ready to go when everyone is together." When the 9 young people behind the 3 old men saw the teacher's mirror, their eyes almost turned into 1,000-watt flashlights. They whispered, "Wow, that's Grandmaster Shenhua in the 3rd seat. This is the first time I've seen a real person. She looks so young. She is dozens of years younger than my mother, and she doesn't look out of place when standing with us." Yes, how to maintain it?" An old man with sharp eyes coughed heavily and said, "Quiet." Due to the majesty of the old man, several girls immediately shut their mouths, and the remaining boys also calmly closed their ears. The last old man with a plump figure apologized cheerfully. "The children were so offended just now. Please don't blame me, Grandmaster." Huajing showed a kind smile. "You don't have to be so formal. It's a good thing for young people to be energetic. Seeing them like this makes me feel a lot younger." Ha ha ha. At this moment, the last group of people arrived in time. Li Chang'an's eyes widened when he saw the person coming. "Magnificent! Hua." This was Mu Qingqing's surprised laughter. Among the 3 people who came last, 1 old and 2 young, Wen Miaohua was among them. Mu Qingqing rushed forward in surprise, hugged Wen Miaohua, rubbed her face affectionately, and made a few surprise sounds. "Ah, our Hua has grown up a lot." Wen Miaohua, who had always been cold-tempered, couldn't stand Mu Qingqing's enthusiasm, so she sheepishly shouted, "Aunt Qing." Li Chang'an pulled away his old gangster mother with black lines on his head and protected Wen Miaohua behind him. Mu Qingqing groaned a few times. You heartless brat. You forgot your mother when you had a wife. Li Chang'an just laughed and had no reaction at all to Mu Qingqing's words. Or maybe after all these years, he, as a son, still doesn't know what Mu Qingqing is like? The man behind the old man who came last saw the close look of Wen Miaohua and Li Chang'an, and his eyes were full of jealousy. Li Chang'an, who had initially developed his mind's eye, felt the man's emotions immediately, and his indifferent eyes fell on the man. The moment the man saw Li Chang'an's gaze, a senseless fear instantly rose from the bottom of his heart, as if he had seen something terrifying, and he shuddered. The old man who was leading Wen Miaohua and the others also noticed Li Chang'an's movements. He frowned and moved closer to the man. Only then did the man recover from fear and fighting. The old man's eyes twitched. The only son of the Li family was even more evil and domineering than the rumors said. Which old fool in the Department of Psychology said that the only son of the Li family was cautious and humble. At the same time, he was secretly surprised. Is this aura and spiritual power really possessed by an 18-year-old, 150 kid? He has determined Li Chang'an's level. Among the 4 students from freshman to senior year at Eugene University, except for Chang Yuxing, who has some hope, no one else is even qualified to stand in front of Li Chang'an. Another Zhong Yueza. The old man felt helpless. Why did this thief god favor those old non-cultivators at Dongling University so much? But after his eyes saw Wen Miaohua, the haze in his heart dissipated a lot. Fortunately, there was still hope for them at Eugene University. Li Chang'an's little episode also attracted the attention of the other 3 old men. They looked at Li Chang'an with some serious eyes. They all lamented in their hearts that the rumors were true. As for the 9 young men and women, perhaps their coordination ability is extraordinary, but their own strength is too weak. They haven't noticed the abnormality at the scene, and they still can't hide their excitement. Mu Qingqing coughed lightly, and Li Chang'an turned his attention to Wen Miaohua behind him. Wen Miaohua explained in a low voice, I don't know that person. It's the first time I've met him, so it's okay. Li Chang'an understands what Xiao Jiao wife means. If you don't know her, you can beat her without any worries. If you don't know her, you can beat her to death. She will handle the follow-up. When the old man from Eugene University heard this, his eyelids jumped wildly. He felt that after returning this time, it was his principal who should be worried. Compared to when Miaohua abducting Li Chang'an, it was easier for Li Chang'an to deceive Wen Miaohua. Shi Huajing calmed the audience and said, Now that everyone is here, let's go. 3 waves of people stood on the teleportation array. It was not until the 9 young people saw Li Chang'an standing in front of them that they noticed that there were 2 other people beside the teacher's mirror. One of the girls asked the old man, Teacher, who are those 2 people? Before the fat old man could answer, the teleportation array was activated. There was a burst of spatial roar, and the dozen or so people disappeared in place, leaving only a few crystal fragments of space. Qianlingwanqi City is far away from Dongwang Kingdom, so space transmission also takes more than 10 minutes. Of course, this takes into account the stability and security of the legend, which is why it takes so long. If it is a simple and crude space teleportation like that of the phaseless mirror ghost, although it only takes more than 10 seconds, it requires extremely strong physical and mental strength. Otherwise, what is teleported will probably be just a puddle of flesh. The fat old man took advantage of the space teleportation period to introduce Li Chang'an to this group of restless young people. The woman next to Grandmaster Shenhua, Mu Qingqing, is a close disciple of the Grandmaster and a second-level spiritual food festival. You must not treat her lightly. The 9 young people nodded repeatedly. The second-level spiritual food master corresponds to the throne level. It is an existence that even the king-level powerhouses must treat with courtesy. The ancestors of their family were only at this level, so how could they dare to neglect them? And, judging from Mu Qingqing's aura, he is probably not very old. He has become a second-level spiritual food master at such a young age, and his future achievements may not be as low as those of the Shenhua Grandmaster. The fat old man was very satisfied with the reactions of the young people. and then said, "The other young man is Master Mu's only son, Li Chang'an." Several young people suddenly realized that he was the second generation, and he was the real second generation, the only son of the spiritual food master. The fat old man was afraid that a few people would misunderstand, so he quickly said, "You guys, don't underestimate that young man. He is also a senior blender." These young people said it was not surprising. They had a master mother who taught them through words and deeds. It was only surprising that they had poor coordination skills. Moreover, this opponent is only 18 years old, a 7th-level Beastmaster, and has killed a King-level Beastmaster head-on. In terms of combat power, all of you young people present can't even lift a finger from him. The mouths of these 9 young people have grown so big that each of them seems to be able to swallow an egg. What kind of magical configuration is this? The senior coordinator was just 2 years younger than them, and at level 7, he could kill a King-level Beastmaster alone. They had never heard of such a monster. Even in the history of the school's Beast Control Department, we have never seen such a person. The fat old man's voice was not loud, but the 3 people at Yujing University could still hear it, especially the man who had a crush on Wen Yaohua. When he heard that Li Chang'an had the fighting power of a King-level Beastmaster, the resentment in his eyes deepened. The old man from Yujing University glanced at the man and said through a message, "That's why I tell you to calm down and put away those thoughts that you shouldn't have. Let me remind you, Li Chang'an not only killed a King-level Beastmaster, but also killed a throne-level Bright Unicorn head-on. If the other party is really ruthless, even the power of your family may not be able to protect you." The man's eyes became much clearer after hearing this. Although his family is very powerful and has ancestors at the venerable level, the protector assigned to him is only at the throne level at most. This also means that Li Chang'an has the ability to break through the Guardian's protection and kill him. Maybe Li Chang'an can't kill him now, but don't forget that the other party is a peerless monster. If you wait another year or 2, even the throne level will not be able to protect him. By then, unless a king-level powerhouse is guarding him day and night, there will be no way to prevent Li Chang'an's assassination. But given his status in the family, even the king-level powerhouses are too lazy to look down on him, let alone guard him tirelessly day and night. Thinking of this, the man found that he seemed to be a little unsteady on his feet again. He seemed to have really gotten into a big trouble. For a moment, several young people who had been warned by their elders were silent. Apart from being frightened, they also felt at a loss after seeing the world. 10 minutes later, the space fluctuations of the teleportation array stabilized again, and what appeared in front of them was a magnificent city. Outside the giant city is a bustling market, with people coming and going, fireworks, and it's so lively. The place where they are located is on the right side of the giant city gate. There are also a dozen eye-shaped teleportation arrays on the side to teleport people or monsters. Shi Huajing promptly reminded, "This is not the Dongwang Kingdom. Both the Beast Kingdom and the 4 major human countries can come here. The forces are complicated, so be careful in everything." Most people bowed their heads and said, "Yes, seriously," but the one that gave Shi Huajing the biggest headache was Li Chang'an. She knew that this weird disciple was very noisy most of the time and had a strong ability to cause trouble. The biggest variable in Thousand Souls Food City this time was Li Chang'an's own actions. It was precisely because of this that she called Mu Qingqing to suppress this unruly boy as a mother. After the warning, Shi Huajing led everyone to the resettlement site. Li Chang'an glanced at the teleportation array behind him and found that there was the symbol of Dongwang Kingdom on the side, and other teleportation arrays also had the symbols of various countries. But there was no one guarding these teleportation arrays, which made him very confused. When Mu Qingqing saw her son's application, she explained in a low voice, "This is a teleportation point set up by various countries. Don't worry, no one dares to touch it. Don't you want to know the difference between Phoenix Posts? Let me tell you. In addition to the different tests they have to face, the 3-color Phoenix Posts also receive different rewards." Li Chang'an became interested, and what he wanted to know most was the treatment issue. Mu Qingqing continued, The Bronze Phoenix Post has the qualifications to set up a space teleportation point. He can teleport directly to 1,000 Spirits and 10,000 Food City. The owner of the Silver Phoenix Post can obtain the right of residence in 1,000 Souls Food City and obtain a property there. And the teleportation point here is the fixed teleportation point that Silver Phoenix Post owners for various countries give up their real estate in exchange for. Its status is equivalent to the real estate in 1,000 Souls Food City. It cannot be allowed. If you dare to tamper with other people's private houses, the punishment is very serious. Even a big country is not willing to face this kind of punishment. Li Chang'an thought of the teleportation point in Yujing City and asked, "Who established our teleportation point?" Mu Qingqing pointed at Shi Huajing. "We in Dongwang Kingdom have a total of 3 fixed transmission points. This one was established by your grandma Jing, so the mediators in Wei Jing City respect you so much." Only then did Li Chang'an realize how important Shi Huajing's status was in the hearts of the people of Yujing City. As for the owners of the Golden Phoenix Post, they are the smallest group of people. After passing the test, they can obtain a resource output point. Don't underestimate these things. The resources inside are unique to the environment of 1,000 Souls Food City. Even if you take seeds and plant them outside, you cannot grow such a unique resource. Mu Qingqing secretly pointed in a direction, which should be the Ming family's territory in Qianling Wanqi City. Li Chang'an's eyes flickered, and he seemed to understand why there was such a big gap between the Ming family and other Phoenix Post owners. While mother and son were talking, when Miaohua was also in the queue at Yujing University, and her thoughts were a little distracted. She didn't expect that just how long had passed before Li Chang'an's strength had grown to this point, and she was still a little girl who had just broken through to level 7 Beastmaster. Although he can fight across levels, compared with Li Chang'an, it pales into insignificance. Is she really worthy of Chang'an? When the little girl was thinking wildly, she accidentally bumped into a pedestrian. When Miaohua came to her senses and quickly apologized to the pedestrian. I'm sorry, are you okay?" The pedestrian when Miaohua bumped into was wearing clothes that were very similar to those in Sakura country in his previous life. When the short man saw one Miaohua, his eyes lit up a bit, and he pretended to have a broken bone. Groaned, "Ouch, my arm hurts so much." When Miaohua was a little panicked, Bing Qilin Xiao by side, and just when he was about to speak, relief flashed in his cold eyes. Fortunately, the big devil is there. Li Chang'an didn't even say anything. He unsheathed his black blade fong, and a bright sword light that could reflect people's hearts spattered blood on the short man's arm. The short man screamed, and an arm flew away. Li Chang'an kicked the short man to the ground and stepped on the 5.3-foot short man with his hard boots. On his head, the breath was gloomy and terrifying. "Does your arm still hurt now?" The short man's pupils shrank suddenly, and he felt the aura that was extremely close to death. How could a high-level beast master have such a terrifying aura? He was scared. The short man suppressed the fear in his heart and said quickly, "No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Please spare my life." A murderous intent flashed in Li Chang'an's eyes. This civilized man was as disgusting as ever. But thinking of Shi Huajing's previous instructions, Li Chang'an did not embarrass this short man. After seeing Li Chang'an leave, the short man thanked him profusely, picked up his arm, and hurriedly walked out of the city. Shi Huajing's eyelids were twitching wildly. Not long after her warning words, Li Chang'an started to speak. Although the responsibility was not his, Shi Huajing felt inexplicably that this 1,000 Souls festival trip would not go smoothly. Mu Qingqing explained to Li Chang'an, "That person is from the Snake Kingdom. He is considered a human being from the Beast Kingdom. Don't worry about it." Li Chang'an's eyes fluctuated for a moment, and he remembered that the Beast King of Snake Japan was only a top overlord-level monster and could not compare to the behemoths of the top 10 beast nations. "Grandma Jing, I remember that among the rules of 1,000 Spirits in Food City, there is no rule against killing people outside the city." Shi Huajing covered her forehead in pain, and the 9 young people's eyes suddenly became horrified and their hair stood on end. That short man is still a king-level beastmaster after all. Kill him as soon as you say it, especially the man from Eugene University. His legs were trembling, and he couldn't walk. There is no such rule, but it is not recommended. Sure, Huajing finally mentioned. A gentle smile appeared on Li Chang'an's face, and he said to the shadow behind him, "Go ahead and do it cleanly." In the horrified gazes of several young people, a snake-shaped black shadow broke away from Li Chang'an's shadow and swam towards the short man. That kind of aura, a king-level pet beast. It's not an ordinary king-level beast. This snake shadow is the Purgatory Green Demon Python that Mao Mao adopted as a follower of Purgatory. Although it fell from the Overlord level and lost its previous strength, this does not mean that it has been weakened. On the contrary, its foundation and talent have been greatly enhanced. Originally, the Purgatory Blue Demon Python reached the Overlord level, which was the top. However, after being adopted by Mao Mao as a kinsman, the upper limit of his potential has been greatly increased, and he has the possibility of becoming an ecological master. Due to the limitations of Mao Mao's strength, the Purgatory Green Demon Python has always maintained a high level of Mao Mao's strength. Recently, Mao Mao broke through to Commander 1-star, and the Purgatory Blue Demon Python strength was restored to King 1-star. Yes, this strength gap will continue until the Infernal Demon Python returns to the Overlord level. The Purgatory Green Demon Python was originally a wild beast, the Infinite Greenhorn Python, with extraordinary strength and a good player at the same level. Now that it has acquired the status of a Purgatory familiar, its combat power has soared even more. If it is at the same level as by Sui Kong now, it may not be able to be suppressed by the Phaseless Mirror Ghost and the Candle-Eyed Dragon Snake. The King's 1-star Purgatory Green Demonic Snake is enough to deal with an ordinary King-level Beast Master. The old men looked at Li Chang'an more solemnly. Li Chang'an's tone did not sound like he was speaking to a guardian beast, but more like a master speaking to a domestic slave. The short man didn't start cursing until he reached the city gate, and his mouth was full of obscene remarks about Li Chang'an and the media. The short man's eyes were full of resentment. If Snake Japan hadn't been so powerful, he wouldn't have had to run outside the city and take the teleportation array back for treatment. The short man looked at the clinics in the city and reluctantly walked out of the city gate. The treatment in the city was too expensive, and he couldn't bear it. But he was worried about the medical doctors outside the city and was afraid of being tricked, so he had no choice but to return home. When the short man walked out of the city gate a few steps, a red and black snake shadow suddenly burst out from a shadow, causing the pedestrians around him to scream. At this time, most of the strong men from various countries lead the younger generations to participate in the Thousand Souls Festival, Purgatory Library Snake. These 10 games made many people subconsciously protect the geniuses of their own countries. The short man's eyes were frightened. He had no time to summon his pet beast, and the pressure from the Purgatory Green Demon Snake was too great for him. Even the direct bloodline of Lord Baki had never given him such a terrifying feeling. The Purgatory Green Devil Snake spit out a mouthful of black flames, instantly incinerating the short man. He took a big gulp of the short man's ashes, swallowed them into his belly, and belched beautifully. It struck very lightly, and Hei Yin deliberately avoided the short man's space storage bracelet. The Purgatory Green Devil Snake held the space bracelet in its mouth, swung it, swam into the shadows, and disappeared. The 2 lines of armored guards of Thousand Souls Food City at the city gate were indifferent. As long as the other party did not kill people in the city or destroy the teleportation array outside the city, it had nothing to do with them. The young people from all over the world who witnessed this scene realized for the first time the dangers of the outside world. Their eyes became solemn, and they looked left and right as they walked, for fear that something might attack them in the dark. The strong men from all over the world are also laissez-faire about this. Compared with the previous outing atmosphere, this cautious idea can help these little guys adapt to this new world. Li Chang'an, who was walking on the road, suddenly realized something was wrong with the shadow behind him. He slowed down slightly, turned his head, and took the space bracelet held by the Purgatory Green Demon Snake. Then he touched its rough snake scale head and said with appreciation, "Well done. Go back and let Mao Mao reward you." Upon hearing this, the purgatory green demon snake waggled its swimming tail like a happy husky, hissed, and returned to Li Chang'an's shadow again. The young people who were traveling with him felt their scalp numb when they saw Li Chang'an's skillful way of turning over the space bracelet. This was definitely not the first time that this god of death had done such a thing. When several old men saw the appearance of the purgatory green demon snake, they became more determined in their previous thoughts. The old man from Yujing University sighed again. He inexplicably thought of Li Chang'an's master, Kong Sihui, who is no longer at Zhong Yuez's level. It's Zhong Yuez's talent plus Kong Sihui's unscrupulousness. God knows what the mentality of those old guys at Tangling University is when they see this kid every day. Probably a mixture of love and hate. No, maybe more complicated. If Principal Qiuming knew what the old man was thinking, he would hug the old man enthusiastically and cry bitterly. My dear friend, finally, someone can understand his feelings. Li Chang'an dug out a few unique spiritual plants from the snake Japanese kingdom, some makeshift materials, and several large piles of snake Japanese currency from the short man space bracelet. It's a pity that he can't use it. Dong Wang does not allow the currency exchange of the Beast Kingdom forces. Mom, what are these? Li Chang'an took out 2 light blue crystal coins. Mu Qingqing turned around and looked at her, her expression unchanged. Oh, this thing is the spirit coin you've been thinking about for a long time. Li Chang'an was shocked. This turned out to be the common spiritual coin used by king-level beastmasters in Dongwang. He thought of a question. Mom, are spiritual coins universal to the entire Blue Star? The old man from Yujing University answered this question for Mu Qingqing. Young friends, I don't know that there are 2 types of spirit coins. One is the general spirit coin, which has the highest value, and the other is the spirit coin issued internally by each country, and its value may be a little bit lower. The spirit coin in your hand is the universal spirit coin and the origin of all spirit coins. It comes from the 9th level secret realm, Blue Crystal House. This secret realm is the same as 1,000 spirits and 10,000 food city. No one can master it. It is said that it is also the 9th level secret realm, the secret realm above the level. Blue Crystal House only produces tens of billions of blue crystal spirit coins every year, and competition among countries is very serious. The 2 blue crystal spirit coins in my hands are equivalent to 6 to 8 golden sword spirits in Dongwang Kingdom. Currency. Hearing the old man's explanation, Li Chang'an understood the preciousness of the 2 spirit coins in his hand. There were a total of 10 blue crystal spirit coins and thousands of dark green crystal coins in the short man's space bracelet. Then this is the spiritual coin of Snake Japan. Li Chang'an took out the dark green spiritual coin. The old man from Yujing University nodded. Exactly. However, the value of the Baki spirit coins of Snakewalk Kingdom is relatively low. Only 200 Baki spirit coins can be exchanged for 1 blue crystal spirit coin. Doubts appeared in Li Chang'an's eyes again. The trade flow between the countries of Blue Star was not smooth, so where did this exchange value come from? So he humbly asked the old man from Yujing University, Old man, why is there an exchange difference between spiritual coins? Is it because of the strength of each country? The old man from Yujing University waved his hand, and Mr. E made his favorable impression of Li Chang'an slowly rise. He explained patiently, the current Kanglan star does not like this kind of economic system. The situation you mentioned can only work if the trade between the entire planet is extremely smooth. This exchange difference lies in the gap between the spirit coin casting techniques of various countries, as well as the value of the blue crystal spirit coin itself. After various countries obtained the blue crystal spirit coins, they discovered that this crystal coin had a special power that could help the evolution and breakthrough of pet beasts. However, the Blue Crystal House cannot be controlled by others, and the production capacity is not enough to meet the needs of all races on Blue Star, so there are counterfeit spirit coins from various countries. The closer the effect of the spirit coin is to the blue crystal spirit coin, the higher the value, and vice versa. The old man said very proudly, "Our Dongwang Kingdom's spirit coin casting technology is one of the best in the entire Blue Star. Therefore, the exchange difference with the blue crystal spirit coins is not that big. However, the Shua Kingdom is small and weak in strength, and the Baki spirit coins minted are also of low quality, so the exchange difference is naturally very huge." Mu Qingqing also mentioned in passing, "Nowadays, many king-level pet beasts need to add this kind of spirit coins to their evolution rituals, among which blue crystal spirit coins are the best." Li Chang'an understands what his mother means. What Yao Yao will face is a king-level evolution ceremony. In addition to various evolution materials, spiritual coins are also indispensable. With his temperament, if he wants to do his best, he must directly buy blue crystal spirit coins. I just don't know how many blue crystal spirit coins Yao Yao's evolution ceremony requires. Li Chang'an thought secretly, and he counted the number in the space bracelet. In addition to 10 blue crystal spirit coins, the total value of those Baki spirit coins from Snake Japan is only 13 spirit coins, or even less. You must know that the worse the quality of the spirit coins, the greater the quantity required to exchange for blue crystal spirit coins. 6 golden sword spirit coins from the Dongwang Kingdom can be exchanged for 1 blue crystal spirit coin, but 200 Baki spirit coins may not be exchanged for 1 blue crystal spirit coin. This is the cruelty of reality. The other young people also looked like their useful knowledge had increased after hearing the old man from Eugene University. Although they have extraordinary backgrounds, their elders rarely tell them about things that involve the realm of king-level beastmasters. They only learned about the origin of spirit coins and the difference between spirit coins today. The group of people walked for a while and finally arrived at their destination, which was a fairly large house with 6 rooms in total, including the kitchen and toilet. This is the property of Mu Qingqing, the owner of the Silver Phoenix Post, in Thousand Spirits and Food City. Being able to get this property means that she has already passed the test. Each team chooses a room and goes in by yourself. Mu Qingqing and the other elders said, and the 4 elders thanked her in unison. They knew that Mu Qingqing let them live here for free. Li Chang'an asked in Mu Qingqing's ear, "Mom, there are more than a dozen people. Can we squeeze into 3 rooms?" Mu Qingqing rolled her eyes. "Where do you think the city of Thousand Spirits and Foods is? It's a secret realm above the 9th level, where you can use your spatial abilities at will." The implication is that although the room is small, they can use space energy to expand it. None of these old men's strength is lower than the throne level. Expanding the space is no trouble for them. All they need is the protection of Mu Qingqing, a resident of Thousand Souls Food City. Li Chang'an stuck out his tongue, knowing that he was asking for trouble. After the 2 groups selected 2 rooms, Mu Qingqing took Li Chang'an and Wen Yaohua into another room. "I'll leave this place to you, 497. I share a room with your Grandma Jing." After taking some precautions, Mu Qingqing walked quickly. Before leaving the room, she gave Li Chang'an a mysterious smile. You know, Li Chang'an received the help from his mother's eyes and was very helpless. When Mu Qingqing hugged Wen Yaohua, she already knew that he and Wen Yaohua had taken the last step. She was urging Li Chang'an to work harder and give her a grandchild as soon as possible, preferably both. Li Chang'an sighed. Wen Yaohua in a room blushed and lowered her eyes, not daring to look at him. It's 11 o'clock at noon now. He can't show off his S*X in the daytime, right? Li Chang'an glanced at the bright sunshine outside the house and gritted his teeth. The scenery is beautiful and the flowers are arranged upright. So he drew the curtains, closed the door, and turned on the protective formation. Then there was a feeling of charm in the house. An hour later, when Yaohua lay in Li Chang'an's arms and asked quietly, "It's been so long. How can I? Don't you feel the baby's breath in your belly?" Li Chang'an was speechless. How long had they established their relationship? How could it be so fast? Besides, Ice Qilin Xiaobai also heard Yaohua complaining. How can it be so fast? You already have the purest Qilin blood flowing in your body. That guy contracted 2 more monsters, and a candidate deity. with a bloodline of auspicious beasts and an extremely evil natural disaster. It would be even harder for the two of you to have a child than to reach the sky. Unless there is help from the gods who hold the power of pregnancy, there is no chance. When Miaohua heard this, her face turned pale and she was a little at a loss. She knew why both parents wanted her and Li Chang'an to get married as soon as possible. Wasn't it just to have a child? For a moment, when I heard Miaohua, my heart was in a state of confusion. Li Chang'an flicked Miaohua's forehead with his finger. What are you thinking about again? In what age do you still have this idea? Miaohua felt a little aggrieved, and Li Chang'an's next words made her feel ecstatic. Besides, there's no need to be anxious for a while. When Yao Yao has some control over pregnancy, she can have a child anytime she wants. Ice Qilin Xiao Bai. How come everything good can happen to this guy? Miaohua immediately relaxed and fell asleep tiredly in Li Chang'an's arms. The next day, when Li Chang'an walked out of the door, he heard Mu Qingqing's teasing voice. Young man, you have good physical strength. You can actually work hard from yesterday to now. Li Chang'an suddenly had black lines on his head, and some young people who got up early looked at Li Chang'an with envy. This guy's love is so good. Okay, everyone get up. Tomorrow is Thousand Souls Day. Today you can visit Thousand Souls Food City everywhere and get familiar with the environment, but you must pay attention to safety. After Shi Huajing said the last words, the four old men took their respective students and left the room in unison. Not long after, Shi Huajing, Mu Qingqing, and Li Chang'an also set out to visit Thousand Souls Food City. Walking on the streets of the city, Li Chang'an asked Miaohua about the reason for his visit. After all, Miaohua is neither a blender nor a pet beast who has a contract to assist in blending. It is better to come to Thousand Spirits and Food City and practice at Eugene University. I just act as a mascot. People with Xiao Bai around me usually have good luck. So those people from the Mediator University spent a lot of money to invite me here. Miaohua explained sheepishly. Li Chang'an didn't expect that Ice Qilin could be used for this purpose. Miaohua seemed to be able to make money in this way, and he also made a lot of money. How much did you earn this time? Miaohua compared the numbers, and Li Chang'an was shocked. He worked hard to hunt, but Miaohua made more money on a business trip. Moreover, all business trip expenses will be reimbursed by the client. What is the difference between traveling and traveling? Hey, wait. Li Chang'an remembered that Kong Sihui's phoenix seemed to be an auspicious beast. And why did he look so poor? Mu Qingqing helped Li Chang'an solve this question. Hui took the wrong path in her early years and owed a lot of money. It was only in the past few years that she paid off the debt. And it seems that she didn't expect that there was such a way to make money. When Mu Qingqing said this, she smiled awkwardly. Li Chang'an can probably guess why no one asked Kong Sihui to do this. Compared with Ziyao Tianhuang's good luck, Kong Sihui herself may be more troublesome than what the client will face. Therefore, those who have some ideas settle for the next best thing, preferring to find second-rate auspicious beasts and pet beasts with lucky talents, rather than being ripped off by Kong Sihui. In the subsequent chat, Miaohua also explained the identity of the other man accompanying him. He is a descendant of a big family in Jade City. He contracted a pet beast that can increase the success rate of reconciliation, so he was hired as an assistant. Li Chang'an thought thoughtfully. This was the case even in Jade Capital. It seemed that Yao Yao was even more precious than he imagined. Just in case, he asked Mu Qingqing, Mom, are these kind of pet beasts that assist in reconciliation very rare? Why does a capital like Jade City need to hire additional people? Mu Qingqing sighed. Her son was so full that he didn't know when he was hungry. How could such a pet beast that increases the success rate of reconciliation be so easy to find? If it were so easy to make a contract, Medicine Rabbit wouldn't still be under strict jurisdiction. There are many pet beasts that assist in blending, but these pet beasts that can improve the final success rate and even quality are very rare. Otherwise, the blenders wouldn't be staring at the races on the Blender's Divine Pet list every day, eager to contract one. Therefore, many times in large-scale mediator competitions, many players will hire some lucky beasts to add to their competition. Li Chang'an is very proud. As expected of me, he got the Yao Yao contract early. Ahead is the Qianling Festival Food Street. Shi Huajing pointed to the busy street in front, and Li Chang'an looked in the direction of her finger. At the moment, the food street is busy with the opening tomorrow, but some shops have already started trial operations to build up popularity for the upcoming festival tomorrow. Li Chang'an took Wen Yaohua's hand and came to a dessert shop. This dessert shop seemed to have been open for a long time and was more deserted than other shops on the street. But his intuition told him that this restaurant was tastier than all the restaurants he had visited along the way. When Shi Huajing saw Li Chang'an walking into the store, he nodded approvingly. Yes, Xiaon has a good eye. He picked a big one as soon as he came. Mu Qingqing was also a little unable to hold back. She seemed to know the deliciousness of this restaurant. She took Shi Huajing's hand, followed Li Chang'an, and couldn't wait to go in. After Li Chang'an walked in, the first thing he felt was the fragrance, followed by a hint of sweetness. But the fragrance was sweet but not greasy, as if it could arouse the gluttons in people's stomachs. Is this really just a dessert shop? When Miaohua licked her tongue, and she didn't eat anything sweet anymore. Li Chang'an glanced at the menu on the wall and said loudly, "Boss, please order 2 portions of Phoenix milk paste and red bean double skim milk." After a while, a mature man opened the door curtain and walked out from the back of the store. He was wearing a white apron with his sleeves rolled up on his arms. He had some stubble on his face, but his eyes were bright. What caught Li Chang'an's eye the most was a pink elf following the man, with a plum blossom on its head and yellow-white sleeves. Its figure was illusory, but could indeed be observed by the naked eye. Li Chang'an secretly thought, "Is this the food spirit? It does have a spiritual flavor, but it is still very different from the natural spirit." Mu Qingqing watched the man come out and shouted directly, "Boss Su, Japanese pear syrup and a pickled plum blossom cake." Shi Huajing seemed more reserved and said gently, "A portion of almond tofu." As soon as Boss Su saw the visitor, he laughed and said, "Hey, 2 rare guests are here, but they are on a first-come, first-served basis. I will serve these 2 desserts first." Mu Qingqing waved her hand and said, "It's okay. This is my son and daughter-in-law, Shaoan, and this is our Dongwang country's best spiritual food master, Su Changqing. He has the highest rank among pastry chefs, and he is the one who makes the best desserts among spiritual food masters." When Su Changqing heard Mu Qingqing's words, he looked at Li Chang'an and Wen Yaohua carefully and sighed. "They are really talented and beautiful. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Miss Mu's children would look like this." Li Chang'an said modestly, "Master Su is so complimentary." The plum blossom elf following Su Changqing stared at Li Chang'an curiously, as if looking at something rare. Su Changqing slapped his head and said in annoyance, "Look at my brain. I chatted until I finished my work. You guys are waiting impatiently. I'm going to prepare now. By the way, I'm treating you today." When Mu Qingqing heard this, she showed off her fierce temperament as Kong Sihui's best friend and immediately said, "Then get a double portion of what I just wanted." Su Changqing laughed dumbly, said hello, and walked to the kitchen. Before leaving, the plum blossom elf tapped Li Chang'an's cheek with her finger before following Su Changqing, and then backed away like a frightened deer. After finding out that he was fine, he looked at his fingers in surprise, cheered, and followed Su Changqing. Su Changqing opened the kitchen door curtain and glanced at Li Chang'an in surprise. Meyer was actually willing to approach a stranger. This young man seemed a little unusual. Li Chang'an glanced at the crazy plum blossom elf in confusion, turned to Shi Huajing and asked, "Grandma Jing, is that a food spirit?" Shi Huajing looked at Li Chang'an with the eyes of sizing up rare treasures. "That is indeed a food spirit, but that food spirit was created by Su Changqing. To be precise, it is a new food spirit that was born because of the plum blossom cake made by Su Changqing. It is precisely because of this that it has always stayed by Su Changqing's side." Mu Qingqing was amazed. "This is the first time I've seen Meyer willing to touch someone other than Boss Su." Li Chang'an smiled and didn't explain much, just said, "Maybe I am more popular with food spirits." When Miaohua glanced at Li Chang'an strangely, Although she had learned from the master that Li Chang'an was a very natural and spiritual welcome, she always felt that the master and Chang'an were hiding something. Soon, Boss Su brought all the desserts on a big plate. Boss Su also gave Li Chang'an and Wen Miaohua a plum blossom cake each. He winked at Li Chang'an and said, "This is the honey plum blossom cake made by Maya herself. Try it." Li Chang'an accepted it all with an embarrassed look and put the sweet-scented osmanthus cake into his mouth. The pastry looked very solid and melted in his mouth. With a light bite, the rich plum blossom aroma and light sweetness explode in your mouth. Li Chang'an had heard that the highest praise for desserts was that they were not sweet, and thought it was really not sweet. But now it seems that it is not sweet, but that the sweetness is just at the level that you can taste, coupled with the inherent flavors of various ingredients. This sweetness is even more inconspicuous, and it is truly sweet, but not greasy. Just look at when Miaohua's hamster eating look next to you, and you will know that Su Changqing's craftsmanship is worthy of Mu Qingqing's praise. The plum blossom cake might be a bit dry to eat alone, so Li Chang'an snatched a piece of pear syrup from Mu Qingqing and took a sip each of Wen Miaohua and tasted it carefully. Anyway, Mu Qingqing asked for 2 portions. After the group finished eating, they breathe a long sigh of relief. Li Chang'an feels that there is a faint fragrance of plum blossoms in the breath he exhales. Today is an eye-opener. When Su Changqing saw several people finishing their meal, he came over and asked, "How's it going?" Mu Qingqing, like Li Chang'an, gave Su Changqing a thumbs up when Miaohua nodded squirrely, and Shi Huajing picked up the paper towel on the table and wiped his mouth, making a good comment. Su Changqing laughed heartily. Any chef would feel very happy when he hears the customer's praise. That's good. After coming out of Su's dessert shop, Mu Qingqing opened her stomach, took Li Chang'an and the couple, and started sweeping the food on the street. Following Mu Qingqing, Li Chang'an met many spiritual food masters who lived in seclusion here. Without exception, they were more or less followed by food spirits. It opened his eyes. Be it sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed meat with rice flour, stir-fried vegetables, etc. Behind each of them is the masterpiece of a master. Li Chang'an finally dragged Wen Miaohua and Mu Qingqing out of the food court and came to a new area, Wanjingcheng. 0. Wanshan is different from the surrounding food streets and residential areas. It is more like a fantasy kingdom than a forest, with strange plants growing everywhere. For example, watermelons grow on trees, and a pot of meaty soup is stewed in a 3-meter diameter mushroom. Shi Huajing said, "This is Wanjinging, and it is also the place where most 4th-level food spirits are born." The content of the Wanshi festival is to require the blender to use Wanjinging's ingredients to blend things that the food spirits like. Level 4 food spirits. Li Chang'an was confused. He knew that there were differences between food spirits, but he didn't know that there were detailed classifications. Shi Huajing asked Li Chang'an with a gentle smile, "In the food court just now, didn't you see a lot of food spirits born with them?" Li Chang'an nodded. It was indeed the case. The wide variety made him feel a little confused. Those are 5th-level food spirits. Shi Huajing explained the classification of food spirits to him. Food spirits born from this specific concoction have the narrowest scope, so they're the lowest level 5 food spirits. Above this is the 4th-level food spirit, which has a slightly wider scope, such as the vegetable food spirit. Green vegetables can be fried, boiled, or stewed, and can involve many blends. For example, the broth-eating spirit blessing your mother received was given by a 4th-level food spirit. Then there are the 3rd-level food spirits, which can affect a wider range of things, including wine, meat, rice, and other wide-ranging things. This is when Mu Qingqing said, "The other blessing of tea on me is a 3rd-level blessing." Li Chang'an was shocked. Even the 3rd-level food spirit already had such a broad meaning. What would the 1st and 2nd level be? Shi Huajing understood the meaning of the expression on Li Chang'an's face and said with a faint smile, "Actually, the 1st and 2nd levels are not as outrageous as you think. The scope of influence of the 3rd-level food spirit is already at its peak. Furthermore, the first and second levels are also considered to be divided. Don't forget that this city is called the Holy Land of the Mediator. Li Chang'an blurted out. Could it be that the first and second level food spirits are abilities related to reconciliation? A hint of admiration appeared in Shi Huajing's eyes, and he smiled and said, Smart. You can get it done with just a few clicks. There are 3 first-level food spirits, which correspond to the 3 major areas of reconciliation: spiritual food, potion, and alchemy. Alchemy? I don't think I've seen any blenders in this field appear before. Alchemy involves the field of mysticism. Unfortunately, the living beings of Blue Star have been slow to develop in this area, so basically no one has been recognized by the alchemy spirit food. Li Chang'an's face trembled a few times, but of course he couldn't develop any more. The Beast Control Master would rely on his pet beast skills to blast away any mysterious phenomena. No matter how mysterious the stories are, no matter how weird the rules are, they are not worth mentioning in the face of absolute firepower. It is precisely because of this that strange existences, such as immortal bodies who understand the rules, rarely appear in Hong Kong Blue Star. Even if it appears, I'm afraid the strong beast masters will break the rules and study them repeatedly. Shi Huajing continued to explain. The second-level food spirit is actually several subfields of the first-level food spirit. The knife skills, heat and seasoning of spiritual food, the spiritual identification, extraction and association of medicine, and the sulfur soul and mercury essence of alchemy. And salt body. Getting the approval of one of these 9 second-level food spirits is as difficult as climbing to the sky. From the discovery of Thousand Spirits Food City to now, only 5 people in the world have been recognized as level 2 food spirits. There's not even a single first-level food spirit. Mu Qingqing puffed up her chest proudly, and Li Chang'an pouted. No wonder Shi Huajing accepted his mother as a close disciple. To be recognized by the third-level food spirit can almost be said to be a top genius in the field of blender. And Mu Qingqing is a blender blessed by the third-level food spirit, the food spirit of tea. Shi Huajing asked Mu Qingqing to take Li Chang'an to wander around the 10,000 food forest, but she had to do some personal things first. Mu Qingqing also knew that her master was busy, so she agreed and rushed to Wanzi Forest with Li Chang'an and his wife. After walking into Wanshalin, the first impression is that of complexity. Various flavors are mixed together to create a complex smell. For a person with sensitive senses like Li Chang'an, this is no less than a torture. Fortunately, Mu Qingqing was prepared. He took out 2 small black pills and handed them to Li Chang'an and Wen Miaohua. If you eat it, your sense of smell will be greatly blocked for a period of time. Li Chang'an and the 2 hurriedly took the pills, and the indescribable smell in their noses disappeared for a while. Even the air they breathed seemed much fresher. Mu Qingqing said while walking, but, Shaoan, you still have to adapt to the environment of Wanshalin as soon as possible. You can't always rely on blunt-smelling pills. The Wanshur Festival is of great significance to you, and Wanshalin is a place you can't avoid. Li Chang'an said helplessly, I'll try my best. The 3 of them didn't go far when they saw a group of people surrounding a fleshy bamboo, as if they were expecting something. Mom, that's that. Li Chang'an pointed in the direction of the group of people. Mu Qingqing looked over and said, Ah, they're there to give birth to food spirits. Li Chang'an was confused for a moment. Can food spirits be born as well? Mu Qingqing said matter-of-factly, Of course. Where do you think the tens of thousands of 5th-level food spirits in Thousand Spirits in Food City come from? Aren't they all created by living creatures? Li Chang'an lowered his head, frowned, and thought secretly. He always felt that this method of birthing had some problems and had great hidden dangers, so he asked, Is there any defect in the food spirit created by this kind of birth? Mu Qingqing looked at her son meaningfully and said, Which food spirit has no defects? Just like the broth food spirit, it cannot affect the barbecue. This is its defect. It's just that the food spirits born from this violent method of birth, which has no sense of beauty at all, have greater flaws than ordinary 5th-level food spirits. But so what? Those are also level 5 food spirits. If there are more of them, They can still be comparable to level 3 or 4 food spirits. Li Chang'an immediately understood the identities of those people. Mom, you mean these people are the ones who reconcile the family? Children can be taught. There is no one else in these families. There are as many garbage blenders as you want. If you can't get the normal food spirit blessing, then you can give birth to one yourself, and you can still get the blessing. Li Chang'an understands that another way to obtain the blessing of a food spirit is to create a food spirit yourself. As a creator, he will naturally receive the blessing of a new food spirit. Mu Qingqing added. So, through this method, those holding families can contract the cooking of large-scale spiritual banquets, IEB, and the price paid is small. All it takes is a real spiritual food master to hold the show and cook the main course, and leave the rest to these garbage mixers. Li Chang'an sighed. He had also done a king-level spiritual banquet before. Even with his physical and mental strength, he found it very tiring. If we follow this approach, wouldn't it be possible to hold many large-scale spiritual banquets in a row? Now was when Miaohua's turn to explain, well, I have seen many banquets held by big families, and the spiritual banquets held for 7 days are all in this pattern. A sly smile appeared on Mu Qingqing's face, and she said, Fu Xiaoan, why don't you give it a try? Maybe you can give birth to a level 4 food spirit. Li Chang'an glared at his unreliable mother angrily. He finally noticed that Mu Qingqing started to let herself go as soon as she arrived at 1,000 Spirits in Food City. No, what a pity, Mu Qingqing said regretfully. A voice of surprise came from the distance. It's about to be born. Hurry up, keep your business, keep your morality, and come and witness it. 2 timid young people waited nervously in front of the plump bamboo, and a fat pink elf was born from the bamboo. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 2 people, and then he blew out a pink breath and merged with the 2 people. Suddenly a group of people cheered. They had been busy for so many days and finally succeeded. At this moment, a gray mist fell from the sky and hit Li Chang'an's head. It was like a full-face hood covering Li Chang'an's head. When Miaohua exclaimed, panicking and trying to separate Wu Tuan and Li Chang'an, but couldn't touch Wu Tuan. This scene happened to be seen by the group of He family members who were planning to go back. They looked at each other with astonishment on their faces. Li Chang'an felt a wet and salty smell at first, and the skin on his face was numb, as if he had been irritated by something. Then I heard when Miaohua's exclamation and Mu Qingqing's voice, this is an unformed food spirit. Hua, please use your little white power. Li Chang'an shouted in his heart, Bubbles. The bubble in the form of the origin appeared in front of Li Chang'an. He grabbed it with his little hand, and with a pop, the gray mist was taken off Li Chang'an's head. Li Chang'an finally regained his sight and saw the culprit who hugged his face. The mist ball in Bubbles' hand suddenly revealed a pair of pitiful, tearful eyes and made a whirring sound. Mu Qingqing stepped forward, carefully observed the gray fog, and said to Li Chang'an, this is a very rare natural food spirit that has not yet taken shape. If you really want to explain it, it is similar to the situation of wild humanistic evolution beasts. When Mu Qingqing said this, Li Chang'an understood. For example, shortly after the 5 fire spoon beast first appeared, scholars later discovered wild 5 fire spoon beasts in the wilds of Dongwang Kingdom. Similar to the imprint of rules, the first time it appeared, there were traces on the rules of Blue Star. Under the accumulation of various special conditions in the wild, very rare situations like the wild 5 fire spoon beast may occur. Food spirits are special creations of Thousand Souls Food City, and they are also the product of human intervention. Many blenders believe that those first and second level food spirits were created by a blender who surpassed the upper limit of all civilizations on Blue Star. Now that the city of 1,000 spirits and 10,000 foods is located on the Blue Star, it is possible for naturally born food spirits to appear, but again, it is very rare. And natural food spirits like this that have not yet fully formed are even rarer. Those in the blender family looked at the natural food spirit that Li Chang'an picked up, and then looked at the fleshy bamboo food spirit that they spent more than half a month and worked hard to produce, and they felt bad at all. A few people wanted to come over and chat for a few words. Mu Qingqing glanced around coldly and put on the badge of the second-level blending master. Those people stopped immediately, turned around, and left in a hurry. Senior blending master, I can't afford to offend you, so leave now. When Mu Qingqing saw that everyone was running away, he smiled brightly and suggested to Li Chang'an, Heir, you could try to cultivate this little guy. Maybe you will be surprised. This unformed natural food spirit is extremely malleable. If you want to cultivate it artificially, it depends on the blending level of the blender. Naturally, Li Chang'an would not miss such a good opportunity. He also wanted to see how much the 3-yuan Spring Festival banquet he had perfected weighed. Anyway, he is also the owner of the Golden Phoenix Post, so it is not a big deal to waste a food soul blessing slot. Pow pow, during this period, this little guy will be given to you for safekeeping. Li Chang'an ordered. Pow pow immediately made a salute and smiled at the gray fog, quite like a little devil. Gray fog, sad face? The three of them continued on their way. After Bubble threw the gray mist into the beast controlling space, he immediately ran out, grabbing delicious food and stuffing it into his mouth along the way. Li Chang'an also ate a lot. The most delicious thing he had ever eaten was a special animal called the brazier sheep. This animal has an extremely high internal temperature and usually eats a lot of spiritual plant from the Wanxia forest. It only needs to be slightly grilled, and the flavor of the roasted lamb will be so delicious that you can bite your tongue. It's a pity that the number of this kind of brazier sheep is very small. If it weren't for Bubble's guidance, Li Chang'an might not be able to catch this rare ingredient. Wanxian is very vast. Li Chang'an and the other two walked for a long time without seeing the end. If they didn't want to see the venue of Thousand Souls Festival, he really wanted to explore all the way there. When they reached a cliff, Mu Qingqing decided to return the same way. There's no point in going any further. Without special authority, almost no beast master can reach the end of the 10,000 food forest. Along the way, Li Chang'an learned from Mu Qingqing that the city of 1,000 souls and 10,000 foods may not look big, but it is actually as big as one can imagine. Just like Wanxian, Li Chang'an would have thought that 1,000 souls Wanxilian city had a planet stuffed into this area. The city of 1,000 souls and all foods is divided into 4 levels. The outer residential areas and streets are the outer areas. The all-food forest is the middle area. The inner area is where the first and second level food spirits stay. It is said that the core of the secret realm of 1,000 spirits and Food City is on the last floor, but unfortunately, no one has ever entered it. Not only is there no end to Wanxian, but no one can fully explore how big the outermost residential area is. This is also the reason why Mu Qingqing said that without authority, there would be no end at all. After the three people returned the same way, they saw Shi Huajing waiting for them at the entrance of Wanxian. As soon as they met, Mu Qingqing took Shi Huajing's arm and showed off her son. Master, listen to me. Xiao got an unformed natural food spirit in Wanxia Forest. Shi Huajing's eyes were also full of surprise. How lucky is he? Can he meet this? Ahem. I think it's not my luck, but that Hua is by my side. Naturally, Li Chang'an would not think that it was his good luck. Putting aside his past situation, he wanted to get. It is basically impossible to get good things without solving 1 or 2 thorny problems. Rather than saying that he is lucky, it is better to say that he is extremely unlucky. All he meets are lucky guys. All he did was kill all these lucky guys and get the spoils from their hands. Just like the harvest from the blazing secret realm. If Li Chang'an hadn't accepted the mission of the moon-embracing monkey, he would have been hammered to the ground by the moon-charging ape if he were an ordinary copper-colored 9-star hunter. Not to mention getting crystal flowers, glowing glue, and an artifact fragment. In a sense, his luck was quite bad, but he was strong enough, and he was able to overcome these troubles. Li Chang'an felt that it was when Miaohua who was able to get the pie from the sky this time. Mu Qingqing blinked her eyes, and she also recalled everything she had encountered since Li Chang'an became a beastmaster, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. Li Chang'an is either in trouble or on the road to trouble. For a moment, even Shi Huajing looked at the silent Li Chang'an with some pity. This child's luck was indeed a little different from ordinary people. After the Wanshalin tour, they went to the Thousand Souls Festival venue to have a look. The venue of the Thousand Souls Festival is a medium-sized square, with a road paved with white bricks and stones in the middle and columns standing on both sides of the road. Various patterns are carved on the cylinder, including food spirits, humans, and various other alien races. These reliefs tell the origin and development of the city of thousand spirits and foods. The city has 4 floors, which is also derived from the information of these reliefs. At the end of the stone road, there is a 5-meter diameter round platform, 1 meter above the ground, with a stone crown placed on it. The surface of the stone crown is mottled, as if it has experienced countless years. That is the Thousand Spirits crown. The winner of every Thousand Spirits festival will wear this stone crown and receive a baptism. Shi Huajing pointed to the Thousand Spirits crown on the round platform and said to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an reacted quickly. Is this an opportunity for me to quickly break through the realm? Bingo! Mu Qingqing snapped her fingers. This baptism has saved me a lot of time. In Mu Qingqing's session, she received the blessing of a 3rd-level food spirit and a 4th-level food spirit, and directly won the winning spot. In short, whoever receives the highest quality and largest number of blessings will be the winner of this Thousand Souls Festival. 3 first-level food spirits will determine the winner. Under the current circumstances, there will definitely be no black whistle blowing. After several people left the venue, they returned to Mu Qingqing's house, and the remaining people who were traveling with them also rushed back one after another. Shi Huajing saw that several people had different expressions on their faces, frowned, and asked, "What happened?" The fat old man stood up and said, "Let me tell you, on the road today, we met people from the 3 major blender families. Among them, people from the Ming family made rude remarks and had a dispute with the little guys. Later we found out that the Ming family Si Ping and the people from the Snake Wa Kingdom were mixed together. There was a little guy with a special pet who heard the other person's plan. They want to join forces with foreigners to eliminate us participants from Dongwang country, and they will share the extra benefits 50-50. When Shi Huajing heard this, he was filled with anger. His elegant temperament suddenly became extremely cold, and he said word by word, "Mingjia." Mu Qingqing was also very angry. These people from the Harmony family were still so annoying. They still had some dignity at that time, and knew how to hide it when they colluded with outsiders. Now he is becoming more arrogant and blatant, not even bothering to cover up. Li Chang'an's eyes flickered. He was already thinking about killing people from the Ming family outside the city. Although the 3 major families have their own teleportation arrays in the city, after returning to Dongwang Kingdom, they will not be protected by the rules of Thousand Spirits and All Food City. Mu Qingqing was angry and gave Li Chang'an a slap on the head. Don't think about whether you have something or not. The most important thing for you now is to improve your strength and coordination level. Shi Huajing also gave an approving look. Now the Dongwang National Harmony Association's breaking point lies with Li Chang'an. As long as Li Chang'an can complete the test of the 4-stripe Golden Phoenix sticker, then Dongwang Kingdom will not have to be constrained by a huge family. From the fact that Bai Lao supports them, it can be seen that Li Chang'an is a trustworthy backer and will not do things like the 3 major families who cheat on others. At that time, it will be the real time for Dongwang Kingdom to liquidate the 3 major families. Shi Huajing suppressed the anger in her heart and said to several people, "Everything remains as usual. Let the children do their own thing and leave the rest to me." Shi Huajing's eyes were cold, and he immediately went out. Several people in the yard looked at each other, and Li Chang'an took the lead in carrying Wen Miao back to the house. He first came to adhere to the principle that soldiers will block it and water will cover it. No matter how angry he is, he can't change the fact that the Ming family colluded with foreigners. Moreover, there are conditions for the winner of the Thousand Souls Festival. Only blenders who participate for the first time and are under the age of 50 can compete for the chance to be the winner. The rest of the people can only get the blessing of the food spirit. Li Chang'an already has the killer weapon of creating his own king-level spiritual banquet. As long as he is not a senior blending master, he can basically ignore it. Besides, there are not many senior blending masters under the age of 50. Ji Chang'an has only heard of his wife's example so far. It is also required to participate for the first time, which basically eliminates the possibility of the older generation competing. Not to mention the snake Japanese kingdom, which came from a poor place. If they came up with such a genius as a mediator, it is better to believe that they have produced a beast-controlling genius comparable to Zhong Yueza. The next day, Thousand Souls Festival officially begins. The streets are crowded with people, and the cheerful atmosphere of the festival is everywhere. Li Chang'an walked out of the house and saw the sad faces on the faces of several old men. "What's wrong?" he asked. The old man from Eugene University replied, "The three major families used a dirty trick to buy out all the raw materials for the concoctions that the little guys are good at." Li Chang'an was speechless. The ingredients he wanted to make for the Thousand Spirits Festival must be produced locally in Qianling, Wanqi City. This rule is the same as the All-Food Festival. Didn't you get ready yesterday? Isn't this a matter of considering the freshness of the ingredients? I thought it would be best to buy them early this morning. Li Chang'an, now I want to go to Wanjingcheng to get these materials, but I don't have enough time. Maybe a few children will have to wait until the next Thousand Souls Festival. The sharp-eyed old man sighed. The children they brought with them were easily targeted because their information was known to many people. The sharp-eyed old man sighed. He wanted to be perfect, but he fell short. This world is really unpredictable. Although Li Chang'an has not appeared many times in the field of mediators, the material of the 3 Yuan Spring Festival Banquet involves a wide range of things and has been affected a lot. But, fortunately, I picked up a lot of materials related to the 3 Yuan Spring Festival Banquet at Wanshilin yesterday, and threw them all into the ring. Li Chang'an thought sadly. If it weren't for a special treasure like the Ivy Spirit Guard Ring, which could maximize the activity of spiritual plants, he might have chosen to buy the materials early this morning. Now with yesterday's preparations, Li Chang'an did not lack many materials, and Zhu Qingqing quickly bought back the materials he needed. The first thing Qing said when he came back was, "Fortunately, I picked a lot of things yesterday. Many people on Thousand Souls Festival will go crazy this time. The 3 major families have gone too far this time. Next Thousand Souls Day, they may be attacked by other forces." Li Chang'an also knows that this kind of situation will happen in the future, and even in the future, as soon as the Thousand Souls Festival is over, people from other countries may take action. But what he is more concerned about is why the 3 major families would do such stupid things this time. Aren't they afraid of provoking public anger? Suddenly, Li Chang'an heard the words written in a book in his previous life. If there is a 20% interest, capital will be ready to move. If there is a 50% interest, capital will take risks. If there is a 100% interest, capital will be willing to risk hanging. If there is more than 300% interest, capital will take risks. Capital dares to trample all laws in the world. Li Chang'an asked several elders, "Are the leaders of the 3 major families stupid?" The chubby old man shook his head and said, "These 3 family heads were all killed from the corpses of their brothers and sisters. Their government and calculations are not low. That's because their intentions are so big that they risk having their homes confiscated and annihilated to do this kind of thing." Li Chang'an's calm voice caused the expressions of several old men to change drastically. Shi Huajing walked in from the outside and said in a deep voice, "Yes, the plan is indeed very big. Now not only the 3 major families are buying up materials like crazy, even other foreign families with golden phoenix posts are doing the same thing." As soon as these words came out, almost everyone couldn't sit still. Mu Qingqing quickly asked, "What happened to Master?" Shi Huajing took a deep breath and slowly told the whole story. This year's Thousand Souls Festival is the 89,999th held by Thousand Souls in Food City, which is a special time. The winner this time will be eligible for an increase in authority. What? The exclamations of several old men echoed throughout the yard. If these families with golden phoenix posts qualify as winners this time, it will mean that the other party is one step closer to controlling Shengling Fong Food City. So, please give me flowers. This is something that all the forces in Blue Star except the Harmony family do not want to see. But if those aristocratic families are willing, the worst they can do is stay in Thousand Spirits in Food City and not go out. Li Chang'an touched his chin and said in wonder, "Emotion, the city of thousands of souls and food, has existed for at least nearly 90,000 years. Sure, Huajing Mu Qingqing. Is this your focus?" Sure, Huajing warned earnestly. Before, your opponents were only the three major families, but now you have to face the entire Harmony family of Blue Star. There will always be one or two amazing talents who will appear. It is the first time for senior blending masters under the age of 50 to participate. Looking at the whole world, although there are few, there are still some. Several old men also nodded one after another. Yes, they have understood that Li Chang'an, who now has complete information, is the hope of their group. We must not let those aristocratic families succeed. Due to the emergency, Shi Huajing and several old men began to conduct surprise counseling on Ji Chang'an. There's still a few hours left before the Day of the Thousand Souls, so it wouldn't be wrong to say a little more. So Li Chang'an told the perfect San Yuan Spring Festival banquet. A blending master plus several blending masters, you said something to me. It actually raised this king-level spiritual banquet to an unbelievable level again. The old men look at me and I look at you. The only problem now is that after their discussion with Li Chang'an, this spiritual banquet will be 0. Perfection is very perfect, but can Li Chang'an make it happen? Although this is a king-level spiritual banquet, its complexity is comparable to that of a throne-level one. Even if some senior blending masters have just started it, they can easily overturn it. Of course, the effect of this spiritual banquet is worthy of the effort. Shi Huajing is the only one who knows Li Chang'an's exaggerated spiritual talent. To others, it's a fantasy to be familiar with him once and twice. But for Li Chang'an, this is not a fantasy. It is just an indisputable fact. Shi Huajing asked with concern, "Shaoan, what help do you need?" Li Chang'an went through the new 3 Yuan Spring Banquet in his mind and considered his own abilities and things he needed to pay attention to. "I need help." Several old men immediately decided, those children can do it. No, I don't believe them. In this case, each of them may be bribed by aristocratic families. Li Chang'an took the photo without thinking. The sharp-eyed old man suggested, "Before the Thousand Souls Festival begins, we can ground and monitor these children so as not to give the family a chance to bribe them." Li Chang'an was speechless immediately. If Blue Star was a world with lone martial arts, this would indeed be a good idea. But the reality of Blue Star is so magical. Who knows what kind of pet beast has the ability to bypass the monitoring of the king-level Beastmaster and conduct transactions with those young people? The sharp-eyed old man also knew that he had made a stupid suggestion, so he calmly stopped talking. The old man from Eugene University suggested, "The other person I brought can give it a try. Although you and him, there is some dissatisfaction, but his pet beast can increase the success rate of reconciliation, which is really helpful to you." 17. Li Chang'an spread his hands, and Mu Qingqing answered for him. "My son contracted a medicine rabbit." The old man from Eugene University also shut up. Medicine rabbit. That's okay. Just pretend that I didn't say that there is no need to question the gold content of being in the top 5 of the Harmonizer God's favorite list." Li Chang'an smiled, raised an index finger, and said to everyone, "I don't need any practical assistance. I just need a little luck." The old man from Eugene University instantly understood who Li Chang'an was talking about. "Okay, you and Wen Miaohua are also an unmarried couple and are worthy of trust." Shi Huajing also made a decision and said, "That's it. Wen Miaohua assists Li Chang'an. Everyone else, please do your best to buy materials. If you can get them together, it's all one." Several people also understand what Shi Huajing means. With one more person, the Harmony family will devote more energy to the attack, and Li Chang'an's chances of winning will be greatly increased. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Shi Huajing said in a deep voice. A group of people came to the square of Thousand Souls Festival in great force. The square was already crowded with people, but most of them were denouncing the families of blenders. "You guys from the Harmony family are too overbearing. If you buy out all these materials together and don't give us a way to survive, You won't be able to live well in the future. Yes, 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 don't even think about it. Although the onlookers shouted at the top of their lungs, the people from the Harmony family remained motionless and allowed these people to insult him. When the people of the Harmony family saw the arrival of Shi Huajing and his party, a hint of ambiguity appeared in their eyes, but the expressions on their faces were still disdainful. Su Changqing brought some people close to Shi Huajing. Li Chang'an recognized these people. Most of them were blending masters living in seclusion in the food street. Senior teacher, some old friends, and I brought some materials here. You can see if they are useful. Su Changqing took out packages one by one. Shi Huajing asked several old men to look at it. The chubby old man said, "These materials can support 2 more people to participate." Several young people behind the old man showed some smiles, and no one wanted to be absent on this important day. The old man from Eugene University said with some relief, "Since then, we have 5 candidates for the exhibition." Su Changqing felt a little regretful. It's a pity that some people are unwilling to get involved in this matter. It's a pity that they are so short-sighted. If this group of evil-minded Harmony families were to win the 770 reward of this 1,000 Souls festival, then our lives would be even more difficult in the future. Shi Huajing waved his hand and said magnanimously, "It doesn't matter. They remain neutral and don't favor the Harmony family. I'm already very grateful." Su Changqing still sighed. He was right. He just hated the fact that iron cannot become steel. Shi Huajing expressed his gratitude to the masters who extended a helping hand. "Thank you all for your help today. Shi Huajing, will remember your kindness. In addition to these things, I will give you generous rewards on behalf of the Blender Association." Some older blending masters returned the courtesy and said, "Master Shanhua is so polite. This is what we should do." They were also very satisfied with Shi Huajing's attitude. This time they were willing to take the risk of being liquidated by the Harmony family and come to help. In addition to some feelings of serving the country, the most important thing is the favor of Shi Huajing. Many of them are old from the Great Cataclysm period, otherwise they would not live in seclusion in 1,000 Souls Food City. But as people get older, they still have concerns. If one of their descendants becomes successful in the future, the meaning of this relationship will be even greater. When people from the Harmony family saw these Harmony masters from Dongwang Kingdom appearing, some young people gritted their teeth. We usually treat these old immortals politely, but we didn't expect that today we would repay kindness with hatred. The older man stopped the young people and said, "It doesn't matter, just bear with it for a while and then settle the accounts after today." There were 2 more people on Li Chang'an's side, which greatly increased the confidence of several old men. When some people from other big countries saw the situation in Dongwang country, they were also inspired and quickly asked people to go to food streets and residential areas to ask their country's reconciliation masters to lend a helping hand. After going back and forth, the faces of the Harmony family became darkened. After all calculations, they still missed the old immortals who lived in seclusion here. But the problem is not big. These old immortals don't usually prepare too many materials. They're just a few more ants. In the ranks of the Guluan kingdom and the noble families, a man in a cloak glanced indifferently at the actions of other countries. His lips moved slightly. "I will win this time, and the rest will be nothing more than chickens and dogs." Coincidentally, the same scene was happening over in the Winter Kingdom. A girl with wavy blonde hair and a proud figure looked disdainfully at the cloaked man from the Guluan Kingdom. Shi Huajing noticed the abnormality of these 2 people, and his face became solemn. Although he had expected it, he was still a little angry when he encountered the situation. The old man from Eugene University asked Shi Huajing, "Those 2 foreigners are dash." A layer of frost formed on Shi Huajing's pretty face, and she said in a cold voice, "The senior blending master of the ancient Lun Kingdom, Akim Sasha, is 48 years old. The senior blending master of the Cold Winter Kingdom, Yelena, is 45 years old." If we talk about blending experience, Yelena became a senior blending master 1 year earlier than Akim. Li Chang'an was surprised. The official term for senior blending master is the 2nd level blending master, but more people like to use the title Senior Blending Master. This Yelena is actually about the same age as her mother, and Mu Qingqing is only 44 years old. Moreover, the other party may have become a Senior Blending Master earlier than Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing looked at Li Chang'an worriedly and asked Shi Huajing, "Master, does Chang'an still have a chance?" After all, looking at the camps of these two reconciliation geniuses, they are all capable assistants invited by the reconciliation family. Shi Huajing did not answer, but Li Chang'an comforted him. The competition on the Thousand Souls Festival is extremely fierce this time. It is not me who needs attention, but the two senior blending masters. As the saying goes, the first bird is shot. At the beginning of the Thousand Souls Festival, people from all over the world will take the lead in targeting the two senior blending masters. Only by excluding them will the remaining people have a chance to compete for that spot. When Mu Qingqing thought about it, she was right. The three major families of Dongwang Kingdom had spent so much effort, but they could only invite 3 young, ordinary blending masters plus 3 ordinary master-level geniuses trained by their own families. If there was a real fight, there would be no need to compete and just admit defeat. Anyway, in the end it would be Akim and Yelena's stage. Therefore, the competition this Thousand Souls Festival is not necessarily about the blending skills, but the stability. Who can complete the final blending despite the interference of others? This is already a victory. Shi Huajing glanced at Li Chang'an with admiration. Her precious disciple had a really good character, and she could see the core contradiction of this incident clearly at a glance. The old man from Yujing University looked at Li Chang'an's back with sadness. How great it would be if this kind of baby were in Yujing University. It's all the fault of that reckless man Lin Fia, who chose Xiao Miaohua and didn't go shopping in Hongyan City. But if he could have lured Li Chang'an over at that time, he doesn't have to be stimulated here now. The remaining 4 young people who could participate heard this and mustered up some courage. What Li Chang'an said gave them an inexplicable sense of confidence, allowing them to dare to show their abilities in front of many blending masters. Not long after, the Thousand Souls Festival officially began. Even though many of the mediators who came from afar were unwilling to do so, they had no choice but to shut up at this moment and quietly wait for the ceremony to begin. In the square of Thousand Souls Festival, first a group of thousands of food spirits swarmed out from the inner city of Thousand Spirits and All Food City. Each food spirit was full of energy, and their eyes were full of expectation. They hummed unknown tunes, swayed briskly in the air, and walked into the square where the Thousand Souls Festival was held little by little. Many people in the crowd looked at this group of simple food spirits with fascination. An old man sighed. I have watched the Festival of Thousand Souls dozens of times, and every time I can't help but marvel at the beauty of these food spirits. Yes, it's a pity that the food spirits can't bring out the Thousand Spirits in Food City. A young man said. Someone glanced at the young man and sneered. If the food spirit can be taken out, it will be your turn? I'm afraid that by then we won't even be able to enter through the gate of Qianlingfang Food City. The young man's face suddenly turned red. He also knew how childish his words just now were. If the food spirits can bring out thousands of souls from Food City, then this place will become a forbidden place for all the big countries and the Lu state. A strategic existence like the food spirit cannot be given to a weak country. Stop making noise. The first and second level food spirits are coming out. Someone reminded, and the people around him fell silent instantly. There is no city lord in 1,000 spirits and 10,000 food city. If we really want to say it, the 3 first-level food spirits can be regarded as the acting city lords, followed by the 9 second-level food spirits. Their authority is much greater than that of ordinary third-level food spirits. Li Chang'an also looked around. The 3 first-level food spirits looked very special. Ling Shi looks like a little cook of 12 or 13 years old, similar to a human girl. She carries a bare backpack behind her, and her chubby little cheeks make many older women feel maternal. The potion food spirit looks like an adult male, with a loose green robe embroidered with gold threads, a pair of unilateral glasses, and a faint smile on his face. The alchemical food spirit is rather special. It does not have a human form, but looks like a crucible. There are 2 holes on the crucible, revealing a pair of purple-black eyes. Immediately behind the 3 first-level food spirits are 9 second-level food spirits. Their appearance is somewhat similar to the first-level food spirits. Different from the spiritual food and food spirits, the second-level food spirits in the 3 subdomains all look like mature women. The knife worker and food spirit is a cold lady with a kitchen knife. Her beautiful body is outlined in a silver slit cheongsam with great detail. The Huaho Shirling is a hot red-haired girl who looks very energetic. The seasoning Shirling is a lazy royal sister, wearing a cream-yellow dress, looking like she has not woken up. As for the 3 second-level food spirits in the pharmacy field, they are the 3 young ladies. The spirit-discriminating food spirit looks weird. The gathering spirit food spirit is a very serious look, and the coordination food spirit is more like a silly and cute doormat. Bag. The 3 second-level food spirits in the alchemy field, like the alchemy food spirits, do not have a human form. The sulfur soul food spirit is a group of ghosts exuding the smell of sulfur, and the mercury spirit food spirit is a liquid metal with no fixed form. The salt body food spirit looks like a giant piled up with salt blocks, more like a stone giant. After the 12 food spirits arrived, the remaining food spirits sang loudly. The strange thing is that no one of the food spirits sings in the same way, and even the tunes are all different. But there are tens of thousands of songs without any sense of disharmony or unpleasantness. Instead, there's a sense of vitality and exuberance. Naturally, Li Chang'an would not let Pao Pao miss this good opportunity for the meeting of the food spirits. As soon as the Thousand Souls Festival began, he let Pao Pao stay on his shoulder and silently watch the rituals of these food spirits. Bubbles, how to raise them? Is it effective? After all, it is the Thousand Souls Festival held by tens of thousands of food spirits. Even if it is not as good as the natural spirituality, it should still be of some use to the pilgrims of all spirits. Pao Pao was silent for a while, then said sheepishly, "Some are somewhat useful, but not much. Although they also have spiritual characteristics, the power they feed back is a bit uncomfortable. It's like adding salty soy milk to a cup of strawberry milk. It always has a somewhat nondescript taste." Li Chang'an felt strange despite the metaphor of bubbles. It seemed that the secret of Qianjiang Wanshi City was greater than he imagined. Since it had little effect, Li Chang'an asked Pao Pao to return to the beast control space first. Yao Shirling, who was solemnly announcing the Thousand Souls Day eulogy, glanced slightly in the direction of Li Chang'an. When seeing the intimate exchange between Li Chang'an and Pao Pao, the tone of the eulogy paused slightly, and then immediately returned to normal. Most people would not be able to hear the brief pause of the potion food spirit, but the other 2 first-level food spirits who were copying and getting along noticed the brief abnormality of the potion food spirit. The 2 first-level food spirits pretended to be very serious and took a secret look in the direction of the potion food spirit's gaze just now. Although they only saw the bubble being retracted, the momentary trembling in their bodies truly told them, "It's coming." The person they had been thinking about for so many years finally showed up. The 2 first-level food spirits looked at the people around them, thinking that today's Thousand Souls Day might not be a good one. "I hope that human being will seek happiness for himself." After Yao Shirling finished reading the eulogy, he slowly announced that this Thousand Spirits blessing meal had officially begun. Li Chang'an and others followed the guidance of several elders and walked to the area closest to the square platform. But when they set foot on the white stone road, as if passing through an invisible door, the scene in front of him suddenly became wider. "Wow, it's so big!" a girl behind Li Chang'an exclaimed. A young man from a harmonious family came over, looked at the girl with disdain, and whispered, "Bumpkin, you." This girl was stopped by other girls on the spot. Otherwise, it would be easy to make a joke at a solemn venue like Thousand Souls Day. Mu Qingqing also walked in. This time, she was also a contestant, as the only blending master in the Dongwang National Blending Masters Association. She is responsible for guiding a few little ones. Go straight forward to the area at the end, whereas the reconciliation venue for the newcomers. Mu Qingqing pointed to the farthest area and said. A boy swallowed his saliva and asked uneasily, Master Mu, where are you? Mu Qingqing smiled and said, Mediators like me who participate for the second time are usually in the second area. Don't worry, none of the mediators participating in the second round will go to the first area, and you don't have to worry. It is not allowed to hurt people here. Otherwise, the place will be cleared and you will not be allowed to enter the 1,000 Spirits and Food City again for life. But you should also note that although you can't hurt people, you can still do some disgusting things. A timid girl asked. For example, Mu Qingqing showed a mysterious smile, and Li Chang'an took over, such as verbal abuse, insulting actions, unpleasant smells, or sharp sounds that only humans can smell. Some pet beasts unintentionally reveal negative debuffs, or high-level pet beasts have just the right amount of pressure, etc. 17. Every time Li Chang'an said away, the faces of the remaining 4 people turned pale. One of the male students stammered, These first-level food spirits will take care of it, right? The other 3 girls also looked at Mu Qingqing expectantly, hoping that she could deny this possibility. It's a pity that Li Chang'an gave them the final blow. These methods will be just right, and you will never be hurt. Mu Qingqing also looked regretful, regretting that her son was right. The 4 young people let out desperate wails. Since they would not be hurt, the food spirits would never care. The only thing that makes them happy is that before the people from the blending family can deal with the 2 senior blending masters, they probably won't pay too much attention to these little losers. Li Chang'an's words also fell into the ears of the 3 first-level food spirits word for word. Although Li Chang'an's words were very explicit, that was the fact. They are just food spirits, not the real city owners. If their owners were still there, such despicable behavior would naturally be kicked out. Then he was put on the blacklist of the blender industry. But there are not so many ifs in the world, and the reality is always cruel and explicit. The 1,000 Spirits in Food City still has no owner. Under Mu Qingqing's encouraging eyes, the 5 Li Chang'an people came to the first area. Here were the mediators from all over the world who were participating in the 1,000 Souls Festival for the first time. There are 2 rows of blending workbench in the first area, and the first one is naturally occupied by 2 senior blending masters. Li Chang'an and Mu Qingqing behind him looked at each other and occupied the last blending workbench in the first area and the first workbench in the second area in perfect agreement. The 2 workstations are adjacent to each other. If those in the back area want to attack Li Chang'an, they must first face Mu Qingqing. And next door to Mu Qingqing, Li Chang'an also met a familiar person, Su Changqing. This spiritual food master who makes desserts is also participating in the 1,000 Souls Festival for the second time. He was shaken off by Shi Huajing to suppress the situation. Although Su Changqing is only a senior master in the mediator rank, his strength is already at the king level, which makes him very suitable to deal with some special situations. Moreover, this pastry master may not be able to make other things, but when it comes to desserts, he is even better than a top blending master. Among the people in the first area, the only ones who can pose a threat to Li Chang'an are the 2 senior masters, and the rest are not qualified yet. This is why Li Chang'an chose to stay away from Akim and Yelena. The wind and waves there were too strong, and he was worried that his small boat would easily capsize. Seeing that Li Chang'an decisively chose the last mixing table, the remaining 4 people also followed suit and stood next to Li Chang'an. At least with Li Chang'an, the god of death, I feel safer. Seeing that Li Chang'an was so alert, the people of the Ming family couldn't help but feel angry, wondering why this scourge was so cautious and so quick to attack. However, they also chose the workbench in the row opposite Li Chang'an and proudly showed a cold smile to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an ignored the group of people and carefully checked whether the tools on his blending workbench were damaged. After all the mediators were in place, the assistants also entered the scene and came to the mediators who needed assistance. When Miaohua showed a bright smile to Li Chang'an and stood between Li Chang'an and Mu Qingqing, so that Mu Qingqing could also enjoy Qilint's auspicious beast aura. Mu Qingqing secretly thought in her heart that she is indeed the daughter-in-law I have loved since childhood, but she is more caring than her brat. Boom! A simple and melodious bell rang, heralding the beginning of the Thousand Spirits Blessing Banquet. Li Chang'an moved quickly and directly summoned Mao Mao and Yao Yao. Mao Mao is responsible for frightening some villains with unclean hands and feet outside the workbench, and Yao Yao is responsible for assisting him in preparing and processing materials. As for Bubble, it is responsible for resonating with Li Chang'an's beast control, providing a large amount of spell power and the final protective measure. The one he was guarding against was none other than the four young mediators participating in the exhibition and Su Changqing. Don't blame him for being suspicious. We have only known each other for a few days, and it is such an important occasion. Li Chang'an will not entrust his trust to a group of familiar strangers so easily. It is always good to be more prepared when going out. Some people in the Ming family who were planning to do evil consciously chose to stop after sensing Mao Mao's aura. The dark red dragon just glanced at them, and the pet beasts in his body, as well as the pet beasts on the field that assisted in the coordination, all stopped. No matter how they activated the soul contract, these beasts all fell into a deep coma. During this process, they could not feel any breath and did not suffer any harm. According to the unspoken rules here, this is a compliance method. Mao Mao's lazy dragon eyes showed a trace of disdain. These little tricks were left over from their tricks. Don't think that Gulong is a group of arrogant and reckless men. There are also many insidious and cunning species among them. When it comes to being insidious and vicious, these special ancient dragons may not necessarily lose to humans. It's just a branch application of Gulong's coercion. The other people from the Harmony family in the first area saw the miserable situation of the Ming family and invariably ignored Li Chang'an. They are here to win the blessings of the food spirits, not to deliver food. This battle has just begun, and the highlight is still on those two. It is obviously not cost-effective to waste such a good opportunity for a senior blender. The master blending genius of the Ming family was so angry that he almost bit his cheeks to bleed. These losers can't do anything well. Can't you see the situation clearly? Deal with the two senior reconciliation masters first, and then talk about other things. Now it's good that the entire Ming family, except him and the foreign aid, has been wiped out. For a moment, the genius wanted to kill this group of people with a knife. The face of the head of the Ming family, who was watching the game from the outside, also became very gloomy, as if he could drip water. It's this Li Chang'an again. The heads of the Murong family and the Yin family looked at the head of the Ming family happily. The smile on their faces made the head of the Ming family almost break the antique walnut in his hand. The Qinling banquet is still going on in an orderly manner. Although the Ming family has stopped petting animals, they're still fine and can still mix things. But without the assistance of the pet beast, the Ming family would not be able to interfere with the reconciliation between Akim and Yelena. As for the two masters of reconciliation of the Ming family, they're the hope of winning the championship and are important links that cannot go wrong. How can they take action? Soon the first tester took action towards Yelena. I saw the patterns on a ghost-faced tiger begin to twist, forming a ghost face in front of it, facing Yelena. Yelena's silver pupils glanced at the ghost face, and a golden summoning array appeared under her feet. A golden knight, riding a white horse, stood beside her. The holy light shone in all directions, easily shattering the ghost face. The ghost-faced tiger's skills were shattered, and, at the same time, it was affected by the holy light. After the ghost face was shattered, the scattered dark energy caused some problems in the tempter's reconciliation process, and it soon failed. The experimenter looked gloomily at the failed work in front of him and left the scene angrily. With the first tempter, the others stopped pretending and took action secretly. This pattern can be described as the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing his magical powers. Even Yelena and Akim, the two throne-level beastmasters, felt overwhelmed with panic. Li Chang'an was at the end of the first area, watching all this silently. I was secretly glad that I had occupied this place in time and escaped from the chaos of this group of gods in time. Otherwise, with these means and lower limits of reconciling the aristocratic families, it would be really not easy to completely create the 3 yuan spring festival banquet. At least it's more than 10 times more difficult than before. The blending family is also very smart. They have found a group of king-level talents, but their blending abilities are only high-level blenders or even lower-level imported goods. Just to discuss these 2 senior blending masters. It's a pity that they didn't find anyone at the throne level, because at this level, they all have their own rules of conduct, and there's a high probability that they will not be invited for such trivial matters. If there is a psychological stain left on their way of controlling beasts, it will be a blood loss. Although Akim and Yelena are in a hurry, they're senior blending masters after all, and their strength is at the throne level. Faced with the harassment of a group of king-level beast masters, he was still able to barely complete his work. It's just that the quality is not what they expected. Yelena continued the reconciliation work at hand, biting her lip lightly. If these damn 023 thugs weren't bound by this rule breaker, she would have asked the Holy Spirit Knight to stab these ants to death with a single shot. Occam was in the same mood. Surrounded by him were a gorgeous giant lizard and a golden python, protecting his harmony from going amiss. However, Occam is a little smarter than Yelena. He will take the initiative to accept the interference of some king-level beast masters and draw some blood on some parts of the body that do not affect the coordination. With just this move, a group of king-level beast masters were eliminated, and these people will not be allowed to enter Thousand Souls Food City in the future. This also made those who intervened hesitate to move forward and turn their attention to the more honest Yelena. Yelena is so angry, but she is a woman and younger, so she can't lose face. If there is any irreversible curse that makes her skin ugly, Yelena would be very reluctant. Therefore, it can only bear it. While others were busy interfering with the 2 senior blending masters, Li Chang'an was working hard on his side. 3 of the other 4 young people traveling with them have completed their respective works and placed them in protective covers on the workbench. This kind of protective cover has space capabilities, can hold large things, and can also maintain the spirituality of the concoction and the state of the spiritual food when it comes out of the pot. Moreover, attacks below the level of Ecology Master cannot penetrate this protective shield at all. At this moment, the man who was traveling with Wen Miaohua suddenly became angry and attacked Ji Chang'an suddenly. Without thinking, Wen Miaohua activated the beast control resonance with Ice Qilin Xiaobai, trying to block Li Chang'an. But the man didn't expect that there was someone faster than Wen Miaohua. Oh no, it was a dragon. Mao Mao blocked the man's attack. His sapphire blue dragon eyes were like endless abyss, looking at this daring man indifferently. Li Chang'an recognized him and coveted his wife's man. The old man from Yujing University outside the court had a dark face and saluted Master Hua Jing, saying, "Senior Master, please calm down and leave this matter to me." Yujing University. Old Man Lin's family will give you and Xiao Yu Li a satisfactory explanation, and I guarantee it with the reputation of Yujing University. Sure, Hua Jing glanced at the old man indifferently, and without saying a word, he accepted the request. The old man from Yujing University breathed a sigh of relief and stared at the man who was thrown out of Thousand Souls Food City by the food spirit with cold eyes. Huh, run? Where can you run to the huge Dongwang Kingdom? Even if you're sent abroad, Old Man Lin will catch you back at all costs for his own innocence. When Miaohua gave a false alarm, the man's sneak attack just now made her heart almost jump out of her throat. But why did Mao Mao react so quickly? It was as if he had expected it. She could see clearly just now. When she was sprinting, Mao Mao was lying on the ground and yawning. As for why, it's all thanks to Bubbles. Li Chang'an already possesses spiritual talents, and he also has the power of mind, which makes him very sensitive to the emotional fluctuations in the hearts of living beings. In addition, the same is true for Bubble due to his racial characteristics. Under the resonance of the beast, the two are in harmony. With the 100% compatibility of the ancient Dragon King, this spiritual perception is not weakened, but is combined together in detail. Even stronger, the man was not very strong, and his inner emotions were completely spied on by Li Chang'an. Whatever the other party wants to do is under his control. So Mao Mao's actions seem to be a backup move, but he starts second and arrives first, faster than Wen Miaohua. However, although the man's violent outburst did not cause Li Chang'an to make any mistakes, it did cause trouble for the remaining unfinished girl. Due to a little negligence in the other party's work, energy leaked and repelled each other, and the work that should have been successful was turned into a table of coke. When Miaohua saw that the failed girl's eyes were filled with tears, and her eyes were full of resentment towards the man, others also came to comfort her, except Li Chang'an. He still had the most important step to complete and had no time. The Spring Festival Banquet of the Three Yuan Dynasty is divided into Wooden Banquet, Water Banquet, and the Last Thunder Banquet. Three different and familiar spiritual banquets need to be combined harmoniously, which requires countless mental energy. Even Li Chang'an can't spare any extra attention at this stage to pay attention to other people. Moreover, Yao Yao also used Moontide Blessing and Moonlight Shine to help Li Chang'an recover his mental strength and dispel fatigue. At this point, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Li Chang'an has reached a very important scene. Some sharp-eyed children of aristocratic families also discovered the specialness of the spiritual food made by Li Chang'an, and the vibrant atmosphere made their scalps tingle. Mad, there's actually a deep-water crocodile hidden here. This energy fluctuation is no worse than those two. So those people invited by the Harmony family separated some of them and took action against Li Chang'an. So all kinds of curses and disgusting debuffs were secretly thrown at Li Chang'an. Mu Qingqing was anxious and quickly put down the reconciliation work at hand, trying to stand in the way for her son. But Li Chang'an stopped him with a look. I saw Mao Mao standing in front of Li Chang'an's workbench, and all the king-level curses and debuffs disappeared instantly, as if they had never appeared. There was a look of disdain in Mao Mao's eyes. What piece of rubbish! It was not even 1/1,000,000th as strong as when Bubble transformed. The Purgatory Singularity doesn't even have the slightest interest in devouring it. Most of these curses and debuffs went into the mouth of the Purgatory Green Demon Snake. The eyes of those who took action were all wide-eyed. Were there beast skills? What about such a big curse? All gone. At this time, someone realized that these ordinary little fights could not affect this Dong Wang person at all. So those who were frustrated by Occam's mentality also turned their attention to Li Chang'an. Looking at the spiritual banquet made by Li Chang'an, its energy fluctuations are no less than those of the two senior blending masters. This Dong Wang man cannot be allowed to successfully create the spiritual banquet. At one time, the number of people attacking Li Chang'an was actually more than those on Occam and Yelena's side. Outside the venue, the head of the Ming family finally looked better. He didn't think Li Chang'an could defend against so many people taking action. The heads of the other two major harmonious families in Dongwang Kingdom also breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the indifferent Shi Huajing with a joking look. Fortunately, people from other countries intervened. Otherwise, if Li Chang'an really succeeded, the three of them would not only lose face, but all their previous arrogant expenses would also be in vain. Although Shi Huajing looked very calm on the surface, she was actually very nervous inside. This was the first time in her life that she had been so nervous. The balance of the world's major forces would be broken by a group of king-level beastmasters. If it had been yesterday, she would not have dared to think about it. Shi Huajing's fingers hidden in her sleeves clenched tightly. "You must hold on, little Chang'an." But what surprised everyone was that even though so many people were playing dirty tricks in private, Li Chang'an remained motionless and continued cooking the spiritual feast in an orderly manner. It was as if their efforts just now didn't exist. The Purgatory Green Devil Snake in the singularity of Purgatory vomited the snake letter and was barely 3/3 full. It would be better if I had more. A group of people did not believe in evil and once again increased their efforts to attack Li Chang'an. The movement here even attracted more king-level beast masters to greet Li Chang'an. Yelena suddenly felt that the pressure on her body had been reduced a lot. She thought it was because the group of people were tired, so she looked up. Oh, he was bullying another unlucky guy. Yelena didn't care what others thought. Anyway, she was secretly happy and continued to improve the work in her hands. Akim also glanced at Li Chang'an, and then turned his attention back to reconciliation. Like Yelena, he was a Taoist friend rather than a poor Taoist. With this kind of sympathy, it is better to work harder and improve the final quality. Too much energy was wasted before. Even though there were so many people pulling out dirty tricks, Li Chang'an remained indifferent, with irregular metal noises, curses, debuffs, and even stinky attacks. Of course, the user of the last trick was slapped by the food spirit and flew out of Thousand Spirits Food City and was blacklisted. Because he affected the mediator on the side, the other party fell into a coma, which naturally triggered the rules of Qianli Festival. Yao Yao only used one shot of moonlight to purify the stench that had not had time to drift over. Only then did these people realize that this Dongwang man actually contracted a medicine-making rabbit. Yao Yao's appearance was very different from that of ordinary medicine-making rabbits. If Yao Yao hadn't taken out the small medicine hammer just now, these people wouldn't have thought about the medicine rabbit. However, they also understood that with the moon-based purification skills of the medicine rabbit, their unscrupulous methods really could not affect this Dongwang person. At this moment, several short snake Japanese people took out several props, including a blow dart, 2 metal balls, and several sick kunai. The snake Japanese man holding a blow dart took the lead, and a sharp and rapid arrow came to Li Chang'an in an instant. Mao Mao waved the prison tail and shot down the blow dart. But it wasn't over yet. The moment the blowgun was shot down, a ball of miserable green, poisonous mist exploded instantly. The pair of metal balls followed closely and exploded in front of Li Chang'an's mixing table. The violent explosion flames spread to the workbench in front of Li Chang'an. Several snake Japanese were slapped by the angry food spirits and flew out of Thousand Souls Food City. This was the first time they saw such people who blatantly violated the rules. Before those snake Japanese were thrown out, a look of joy appeared in their eyes. "Little bird Yujun, we have avenged you." That was Master Baki's snake venom. How could that Dongwang person resist it? Li Chang'an looked calm and saw Mao Mao taking a deep breath. The explosive, green poisonous mist was sucked into his stomach before it had time to attack. Just some unrelated negative states. Then, under the shocked eyes of everyone, he yawned and lay lazily on the ground, as if those poisonous things just now were just a small dessert. But this is the fact. Although the venom of the Yamata demonic snake is very terrifying, it may not be able to poison the ancient dragon. If the original ancient dragon could be poisoned by this poison, it would have become extinct long ago. Yao Yao was a little worried and gave Mao Mao shine for several months. Little did he know that Li Chang'an had already established a beast control resonance with Mao Mao, greatly increasing his power, and was able to withstand the overlord-level poison. The snake Japanese who originally planned to attack Li Chang'an after the explosion was thrown out of Qianling Fengshe City by Ling Shi before he could take action. But are they really blind? Just do it in private. What are you planning to do so blatantly? The face of the potion food spirit no longer had an endearing smile, but instead had a cold expression, and he announced to all the guests present. From now on, Qianling City will no longer allow anyone from the Shua Kingdom to enter. I hope all guests will take this as a warning. During the performance, all the power lords in the audience took a breath of air conditioning. It was also the first time for them to see 1,000 spirits and 10,000 food city reject an entire country. Such a severe punishment is unprecedented. This made some people in the mediation venue tremble with fear, fearing that it would affect the forces behind it, so there were a lot less small actions at the venue. This gave many blenders who aspired to the title of winner a quiet sigh of relief. The head of the Ming family was sitting uneasy, as if there was a thorn growing under his butt. He had just felt the warning gazes of the 3 first-level food spirits, and he was already feeling a little uneasy. Lingqi said to the other 2 people, "These humans are too much. I really want to slap these bugs to death." The alchemy food spirit's crucible made a sound of approval, and the cold light reflected under the lens of the medicine food spirit. Don't take action. This is the rule set by the master. Ling sure, Ling muttered aggrievedly. But what should I do if someone is angry? Potion Food Spirit said calmly. I remember that the resource land of the Ming family is considered a good place among the 3-grain gold level. Ling sure, Ling nodded. The Potion Food Spirit seemed as relaxed as just pressing a button and said, "It won't be the case from today on. For alchemy, the Ming family's land will be treated as the lowest standard." The alchemical food spirit made a cheerful sound, and the spirit food spirit's eyes showed surprise. Without the interruption of some people, Akim and Yelena completed their respective works one after another. Because Li Chang'an is a large-scale spiritual banquet, and it is a complicated style where 3 banquets are served at the same time, the movements have to be slower. But it's almost done, and the most important step has been completed perfectly. Li Chang'an divided his mind and noticed that the reconciliation genius of the Ming family had also reached a critical juncture. His Mingguang medicine ape is also a pet beast on the blender's divine pet list. Although the name is lower than Yao Yao, it has surpassed many blenders. Li Chang'an laughed. "You are only allowed to take action, but I am not allowed to fight back." "Mao Mao," Li Chang'an said in his heart. Mao Mao's eyes opened slightly. When the genius of the Ming family came to the most important moment, Mao Mao exuded a terrifying aura, specifically targeting the Mingguang medicine ape. Although the Mingguang medicine ape is a king-level pet beast, it is an auxiliary type after all, and is provided with delicious food by the Ming family. It has not experienced any actual combat. How have you ever seen Gulong's murderous intent? Mingguang Yaoyuan was trembling and his whole body shivered. It didn't matter that it was shivering, but the trembling hands caused by the chills made this crucial step go wrong. A wisp of green smoke slowly rose along with the disbelieving eyes of the Ming family genius. Where's his light spirit ring? Why doesn't it work? Yao Yao glanced at the Mingguang medicine monkey. Hee, this monkey's aura is so threatening. Why is it so weak? It trembles when scared. Li Chang'an whistled, put the last dish of the 3-yuan spring banquet into the protective cover, and looked at the genius of the Ming family jokingly. The genius of the Ming family had never experienced such a grievance. He immediately burst into rage and cursed Li Chang'an. "It's you. You must be the one who did it." Li Chang'an was holding a cup of hot tea and sitting on the chair behind the blending workbench. "Young master, you need evidence to make a complaint. It's not just empty talk, it's all based on a loud mouth. Bring out the evidence, evidence." Looking at Li Chang'an's leisurely and calm look, the genius of the Ming family almost felt his heart explode with anger. However, there was no monitoring of this game, and there was no proof from the sophisticated testing equipment. Another ordinary blending master, invited by the Ming family, was secretly surprised. He remembered that what Li Chang'an was doing should be a large-scale spiritual banquet. How can it be completed so quickly? It's unscientific. Li Chang'an said that although this is not scientific, it is very spiritual. For the production of this 3-yuan spring festival banquet, he spent his hard-earned efforts and increased the production speed and precision several times. This allowed his progress to be ahead of most others, because he knew that during this 1,000 Souls festival, whoever finished later would be waiting for him. Only by completing the reconciliation as quickly as possible can we hope to compete for the winner's spot. The Ming family's foreign aide was in a dilemma at the moment, especially when he saw the sarcastic smile on Li Chang'an's face. He felt bad. He knew that once he went through the final fusion process, Li Chang'an would definitely take action. He was no better than the geniuses of the Ming family. Even if the geniuses of the Ming family were protected by special inscription tools. Didn't you also fall into Li Chang'an's trap? For a while, the Ming family's foreign aide secretly complained to his heart. Shi Huajing finally showed a beautiful smile and looked at the head of the Ming family proudly. The head of the Ming family directly crushed the most precious antique walnut, and his aura suddenly dropped to the limit, shouting word by word in his heart. Due to Li Chang'an's unremitting efforts, the remaining family seeds that had not completed the reconciliation and had taken action against him all failed without exception. These people never figured out why Li Chang'an could do it so quickly. Obviously, he should be the last person to complete it. The time required for a large spiritual banquet has always been the longest among all coordinations. The cooking time of various spiritual foods cannot be filled up by a simple blending skills. How did Li Chang'an do this? Li Chang'an did not answer their obligations. If he wanted to shorten the cooking time of spiritual food, it was indeed not something that could be compensated for by tricks. Therefore, he used the time crystal given to him by Sui Kong to greatly shorten the cooking time of most spiritual foods. Only then did he get ahead of some people. However, because of this time crystal has come to an end and disappeared quietly. The venue of Thousand Souls Festival not only has space expansion, but also has the function of time acceleration. A day spent inside, and only an hour spent outside. Otherwise, letting people who come to participate in the Thousand Souls Festival watch the reconciliation process for a whole day will not only be boring, but also very disappointing. Especially those level 5 food spirits who can't sit still, they are definitely not willing to wait and watch the game. As the internal time passed, everyone stopped reconciling. Even if you haven't finished it yet, you have to stop and admit defeat, because the food spirits are coming in to pick out the delicious food and feast on it. The 3 first-level food spirits released the inner space, and almost all the food spirits rushed in. Only the 3 first-level food spirits and 9 second-level food spirits were left, waiting quietly outside. Seeing this scene, many regular guests who came to participate in the Thousand Souls Festival this time sighed. It seems that there is no harmonious work that can interest those 12 people this year. God knows what needs to be done to gain their approval. I don't know about the first level, but I know the standards for the second-level food spirit. Really? Fine. Listen, as long as you can have the coordination ability across 2 levels. For example, you just broke through to the King-level Beastmaster, but your coordination ability has already reached the level of a top Harmony Master. Who can accomplish this? Now, in our world of blenders, a King-level Beastmaster can be an ordinary Blender Master, and he is already a genius. The blending strength that exceeds 1 level is a peerless talent. So, the reason why the 12 food spirits were indifferent is because our Blue Star's Harmony inheritance is too backward. The other party is not a monster that surpasses the genius, so they can't look down on it at all. After this person's explanation, some people who didn't understand were shocked by the rules of Thousand Spirits in Food City, and fear involuntarily arose in their hearts. No, if it's really that difficult, I remember that there are still people who have been recognized as second-level food cooks. However, some people still remember that in the short 500-year history of Beast Control and Blue Star, there were still 5 people who were recognized as second-level food spirits. The person who first explained said quietly, "How else would I know the recognition standards for second-level food spirits? Although there are few monsters, there are still some. There are tens of billions of humans on the Blue Star, plus hundreds of billions of intelligent beasts. In 500 years, only these 5 creatures have emerged." After saying these words, the people around him fell into silence for a while. An old man looked at the figures of the 12 food spirits and sighed sadly. After the food spirits came in, the atmosphere inside was instantly ignited. Many people are surrounded by 1 or 2 food spirits, but most of them are losers that no one cares about. When Akim opened his work, he found a yellow-brown potion with a sticky, stringy feel that made people feel a little creepy. "Cream, please taste." Akim stretched out his hand to signal to the food spirit holding the candle. Some people have recognized this food spirit as a 3rd-level food spirit belonging to the alchemy field, a fire-refining food spirit. Am I not dazzled? Akim is actually a blending master in the field of alchemy. Everyone in the world has misjudged Akim's true strength. The fire-refining power took a sip of the psychic ointment, and his face was slightly bitter, but after a while, his eyes lit up, and the ointment was unexpectedly refreshing. As a food spirit in the alchemy field, the taste is naturally different from the food spirits in the spiritual food field. In a short time, he ate most of it. The fire-refining food spirit burped, grunted, and gave Akim a small flame. After the small flame came into contact with Akim's body, it blended into it. Akim's face showed a look of ecstasy, obviously very surprised by the blessing of the fire-refining food spirit. When a second-level food spirit is not dispatched, the third-level food spirit is already at the top level. If Yelena does not obtain the recognition of the third-level food spirit, so this Thousand Souls Festival can basically be said to be Akim's victory. Yelena's face looked a little ugly, because she had not yet had a third-level food spirit visit. She, who had always been proud and arrogant, was a little impatient at the moment. She did not expect that Akim would find another way and take the path of alchemy. Compared with the spiritual food and potion fields, the requirements for spiritual food in the alchemy field are much lower. After all, it is a planet with low mystery. It is lucky to find a mediator with good alchemy skills, and the food souls will not ask for anything extra. Therefore, obtaining the recognition of alchemy food spirit is generally much less difficult than the other two major fields. Yelena waited for a long time, but still didn't wait for the visit from the third-level food spirit, so she felt a little frustrated. Her work is Glory Crystal Liquid, which is a very special potion that can help light beasts comprehend a special crystal skill. It is a rare skill comprehension potion in the outside world. I'm afraid it would cause a commotion, but I didn't expect that it would be ruthlessly attacked here in Qianlingwanchi City. Wow, another one has been recognized as a third-level food spirit. Yelena and others subconsciously looked in the direction of the exclamation and saw Li Chang'an looking at Mu Qingqing beside him with surprise. In front of Mu Qingqing's mixing table, there is an elf that looks like a big pot. Rich broth is boiling in the pot, and behind him is a timid little food elf. This little food spirit has a green branch on its head, and a plump golden fruit hangs on the branch. It's the fruit-eating spirit. The fruit food spirit is also a third-level food spirit, covering all fruits. Mu Qingqing originally cooked a small spiritual banquet today, but because he was anxious, Li Chang'an was attacked before, resulting in the failure of cooking a spiritual food. So Mu Qingqing just went along with it and made a vegetable salad and fruit platter with the remaining ingredients. The fruit under her body was turned into fruit wine using the power of the ancestral spirit tree. Moreover, liquid fire energy is added to this fruit wine. If Mu Qingqing hadn't used this to tempt the food spirit, Mao Mao, who was crawling on the ground, might have lost all the patience and drank the fruit wine in one gulp. The fruit food spirit following the broth food spirit, under Mu Qingqing's gentle eyes, carefully picked up a piece of golden luo fruit dipped in special sugar water from the fruit platter on the table. Guoji Shirling's little mouth was stuffed full of slices of golden luo fruit. He looked timidly at Mu Qingqing, and then, with a swish of his little hand, he grabbed another Qingdi fruit. He swallowed it directly into his stomach without even chewing it. He made a grunt and smacked his lips with unfinished content. He looked at the fruit wine on the table, and his eyes lit up. The fruit-eating spirit took a small straw provided by Mu Qingqing and took a sip of the fruit wine. He choked on the fruit wine and coughed repeatedly. The burning pain in his mouth made the fruit-eating spirit quickly grab a few more pieces of the spirit fruit and nibble on them. Stand up. If the scene of the fruit-eating spirit being choked were seen in other people's eyes, Sui Qingqing might have lost the fruit-eating spirit's favor. But this scene was noticed by the wine-eating spirit wandering around. It had not seen good wine for a long time. Today I saw the fruit-eating spirit drinking fruit wine, and I immediately became interested. An accelerated sprint. In Mu Qingqing's surprised eyes, he threw the straw inserted, picked up the unfinished fruit wine, and took a bold swig. Asterisk Kushio, at carat nabla carat at. The wine-eating spirit took a long breath of the fragrance of fruit wine. It had never drunk this kind of wine. It not only has the fragrance and softness of juice, but also gives you a hot blow at an unexpected moment, as if a dignified beauty suddenly took off her heavy dress to reveal the tight leather jacket underneath. The wine-eating spirit raised his glass to Mu Qingqing, obviously asking for another glass. Mu Qingqing looked at the empty wine glass with self-doubt in her eyes, and then looked at the wine food spirit with an expectant look on her face. She didn't expect that she had a talent for making wine. Mu Qingqing was also unambiguous and gave the wine food spirit a new twist. On the basis of the original, the liquid fire energy was replaced by liquid moon energy. The wine-eating spirit took a sip, and the expression of its soaring soul lasted for a long time. If the fruit-eating spirit hadn't poked its face, the wine-eating spirit might not have come back to its senses. The wine-eating spirit shivered in comfort, gave the present a thumbs up, and very generously lit out a wisp of wine fragrance, blending it into Mu Qingqing's body. Now the fruit-eating spirit was unhappy and looked angrily at the wine-eating spirit, whose cheeks were bulging into big buns. The wine-eating spirit was bull by nature, so he staggered out of the venue without drinking. The fruit-eating spirit's anger was destined to be unable to be conveyed to the other party. In desperation, fruit food spirit chased after wine food spirit and scolded wine food spirit, but then remembered that she had forgotten something and quickly returned to Mu Qingqing. The small golden fruit on the top of the head fell, and a flower bone grew in its place. The fruit-eating spirit handed the small golden fruit to Mu Qingqing and motioned for her to eat it. After seeing Mu Qingqing eat the fruit with his own eyes, the fruit-eating spirit confidently caught up with the wine-eating spirit this time and began a long education. For a time, not only the people inside the venue, but also the people outside couldn't help but be in an uproar. The recognition of two consecutive third-level food spirits. Moreover, they are two demanding food spirits, the food spirit of wine and the food spirit of fruit. The Harmony families outside were even more happy. Fortunately, this Dongwang native was participating for the second time, otherwise they would have had nothing to do with this important Thousand Spirits festival. Yelena's face became even worse when she saw that Mu Qingqing had been favored by two food spirits one after another. She remembered that this Dongwang woman was younger than her, and her coordination strength was about the same as hers. With these two blessings, she might soon surpass her in the future. Thinking of this, Yelena became even more irritable. Shi Huajing outside looked at Mu Qingqing with a pleased expression. This girl Qingqing really did not disappoint her in these years. Regardless of the food spirit of wine, the most important thing to her is the blessing of the food spirit of fruit. The path Mu Qingqing took was very different from that of Shi Huajing. They were both the path of a plant blender. But now, Shi Huajing had seen Mu Qingqing and began to integrate her own understanding. He has embarked on his own path as a mediator and is no longer imprisoned by Grandmaster Shenhua's disciples. With the blessing of the fruit food spirit, Mu Qingqing's talent in wood blending will reach a higher level. The realm of the Harmony Grandmaster was already beckoning to her. The sharp-eyed old man sighed. Master Mu is really talented. Now that he has the blessings of these two third-level food spirits, he is even more powerful. The road to becoming a master is probably not far away. The rest of the people also nodded in sympathy, and the masters who lived in seclusion in the Thousand Souls and Food City were even more surprised. One day, their Dongwang kingdom will. There will be another blending master, and the most important thing is that this future blending master has a close relationship with them. An old master even touched his gray beard and said with a smile, "These years of overlord meals have not been in vain." While Shi Huajing was pleased, he also looked at Li Chang'an worriedly. There was still no movement from Xiao inside. Not even a fifth-level food spirit had stopped. Mu Qingqing was worried about her son. "Xiaoan, why don't you have any food spirits? Did you put something wrong in the spirit banquet?" Li Chang'an responded, "There is nothing wrong. If I really want to tell you what I used time crystals to speed up the cooking of the spiritual feast." When Mu Qingqing heard this, she immediately became anxious. "You kid, why didn't you tell me in advance?" Qianling blessings cannot use such foreign objects. The food spirits are insulting the reconciliation. Tao, no wonder. Mu Qingqing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Li Chang'an smiled lightly. He didn't expect the approval of the food spirits. At this time, Bubble was summoned by him, and Li Chang'an asked, "Is it okay?" Bubble glanced at the ceiling inside the venue, nodded and said, Well, that's enough. Li Chang'an took out the Sanyuan Spring Festival banquet, and the rich fragrance instantly filled the entire venue, causing everyone to turn their heads to look. Akim's eyes showed surprise under his cloak. The aroma was simply amazing, even more fragrant than the throne-level spiritual banquet he had eaten. This young man from Dongwang Kingdom is not simple. But more people also noticed that even though Li Chang'an's spiritual banquet was very stunning, not a single food spirit came forward. They just watched indifferently. None of the people here are newbies, and they immediately understood the trick. The genius of the Ming family laughed heartily, beat Li Chang'an hard, and shouted, "You cheated. Ha ha ha. I asked you why you did it so fast. It turned out that you were using foreign objects. Jiang didn't know how to do it. Recognized this kind of person." The Ming family genius's laughter was very harsh, and Mu Qingqing's face turned pale. Shi Huajing even clenched her fists, and her nails dug into her palms without even realizing it. How so? The head of the Ming family sneered directly at Shi Huajing and said, "It seems that there are many sneaky people under the master's sect, and they dare to cheat on such occasions." I don't know what to say. Shi Huajing was about to explode emotionally at this time, but her only calmness was the realization that the Li Chang'an she knew was not a reckless person. In the venue, Su Changqing also came over and asked with concern, "Is there any other remedy?" Li Chang'an waved his hand and shrugged. "There is no way to remedy this. Besides, I am not preparing this large-scale spiritual banquet for these food spirits." As soon as these words came out, Mu Qingqing, Su Changqing, and the four young people who were traveling with him showed doubts on their faces. If it's not made for food spirits, then who is it made for? The genius of the Ming family sneered. "Pretend, isn't the person who came here just a cook for Shi Jiang?" The bubble on Li Chang'an's shoulder was observing the top with concentration, and suddenly said, "That's it now." A gray mist was released from the beast-controlling space by Li Chang'an. Pow Pow carried the mist and placed it in front of the 3 Yuan Spring Festival banquet. Eating spirit prototype, someone recognized the identity of the gray mist and exclaimed. Mu Qingqing frowned. Was Xiaoan trying to give birth to a food spirit? But so far, the food spirits spawned artificially have never exceeded level 4, because most of them are level 5 food spirits. If Li Chang'an wants to win this time, he must at least spawn a level 3 food spirit. Mu Qingqing wiped his sweat for him. Can his son do such an unprecedented thing? Some people from the family of mediators watched Li Chang'an's struggle silently. They did not think that this Dongwang native had this ability. But the genius of the Ming family felt a faint uneasiness in his heart at this moment. I saw that according to Li Chang'an's instructions, Pow Pow roughly stuffed the 3 Yuan Spring Festival banquet into the gray Xia Tuan ministers one by one. First, gurgling water appeared in the gray mist. Then the green vitality of winter trees sprouted. And finally, a clear thunder exploded, and the vigorous vitality of all things competing for power burst out from the gray mist. Streams of cyan light shot out from the gray fog, eventually violently exploding the gray fog. With a bang, the gray mist dispersed in all directions. What no one noticed was that before the gray fog exploded, Pow Pow grabbed it with his little hand and threw it into the gray fog as if he had caught something. Failure to catalyze? The same thought emerged in everyone's mind, but the genius of the Ming family became even more uneasy. The 3 first-level food spirits outside the venue suddenly stood up straight, and the potion food spirit even adjusted his glasses and exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this?" The head of the Ming family originally wanted to laugh at Shi Huajing, but when he heard the first-level food spirit's exclamation, he couldn't express the ridicule. After the gray mist exploded, the light inside gradually softened and emitted a bright green light. A humanoid food spirit, wearing an emerald green skirt, dotted with dots of lightning, because it is about half an arm long. Bubble looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Sure enough, he guessed correctly. The most important thing for the birth of the food spirit was not only the spirit contained in the concoction, but also the vital spirituality. Without this bit of spirituality, Even the blending masters in Nyopi cannot produce food spirits above level 3. The Thousand Spirits Blessing Meal is originally a ceremony to gather these normally scattered spirits, so the greatest number of food spirits are born in this ceremony. When this food spirit in a blue floral dress saw Li Chang'an, he made a very respectful gesture and said, "Creator, please give me a name." Li Chang'an smiled and said the name he had originally thought of. "Then you can call me Chunlei. We will change the name when everyone is here." Chunlei Shiling nodded happily. It understood what the creator meant, and it liked the name Chunlei very much. Even if it wanted to change it in the future, it would treasure this name. Level 3 Food Spirit. The entire audience let out loud exclamations, and 3 first-level food spirits and 9 second-level food spirits stepped directly into the venue. The head of the Ming family directly crushed the armrest of the chair and stood up. The aura on his body fluctuated, and the naked murderous intent in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. A cold snort appeared in the head of the Ming family. He fell back on the chair in pain, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Shi Huajing's cold expression. "By exposing murderous intent in front of me, are you pretending that I don't exist?" Shi Huajing's heart was filled with murderous intent. Don't think that the mediator can't fight. It was just a matter of killing a throne-level person, and she was more than enough to kill a venerable. The head of the Ming family was severely stimulated by Shi Huajing's murderous intention, and quickly recovered his senses, and his clever IQ once again occupied the high ground. The potion food spirit rushed into the venue, followed by other food spirits. It was about to ask Li Chang'an how he did it, but his eyes saw the innocent bubble on his face. This sentence cannot be asked. In the end, I could only sigh, "You did a great job, and you must be the winner this time." As soon as he finished speaking, many people objected. "This is against the rules." "That's right. It's just a third-level food spirit. It's not like no one in the first area has received the blessing of a third-level food spirit." The person who answered was not the potion food spirit, but the cute spirit food spirit. It scolded with a lofty look. "Rules? Who else knows the rules of Qianling Fong Food City better than us?" This. Some people wanted to refute, but considering the tragic fate of Snake Wa Kingdom, they did not dare to speak. The people of the Harmony family were very aggrieved. After Yao Shirling confirmed the name of Chunlei Shirling, he left with a large number of food spirits. Before leaving, he specifically said to Li Chang'an, "I hope you can gather the remaining little guys together as soon as possible. Otherwise, Chunlei will be a little lonely staying alone in Thousand Spirits and Food City." Li Chang'an chuckled lightly. "I'll try my best. You also know that the improvement of cultivation level is not that fast." Pharmacy, Shirling nodded, which was regarded as recognition of Li Chang'an. Ling Shishiling even made a gesture of cheering for Li Chang'an, and the eyes of the other Shirling also showed goodwill towards Li Chang'an. The winner has been decided, but Thousand Spirits Blessing Meal is not over yet. There's still a large number of people hoping to get the food spirit to stop by. After Chunlei Shirling left, there were still a lot of leftovers from the San Yuan Spring Festival banquet, and Li Chang'an generously shared these delicacies with his companions. Su Changqing and others were not polite, put down their burdens, each moved a stool, gathered around Li Chang'an's mixing table, and began to taste the 3 Yuan Spring banquet that was comparable to that made by the blending master. "Well, it's delicious," a girl said, ignoring the hot food, and swallowed it directly. The other 3 young people were in a similar situation. They could no longer care about the loss and focused entirely on the spiritual food in front of them. Su Changqing picked up a piece of spring bamboo shoots and said in surprise, "What a strong breath of life. It seems to have the effect of invigorating the spirit." Li Chang'an explained, "Senior Su, your cultivation level is too high. The effect of 3 Yuan Spring Festival banquet to enlighten the soul and open up wisdom will no longer have any effect on you." Su Changqing was stunned. It turned out to be the effect of enlightening spirits and enlightening wisdom. This is really amazing. He knows how cherished this effect is in human society. The larger the family, the more it needs this kind of spiritual banquet. The children in the family can be spiritually enlightened early, meaning that their talent and spiritual power of the Lu Master can be improved more. Good training. The entire dialogue inside the venue was broadcast to people outside, and the effect of the Spring Festival banquet directly detonated the entire venue. Many people from the Harmony family are already considering contacting Li Chang'an. Although they failed this time, they did not fail completely. No blending family won, and only one blending master without a phoenix post-received the winner's reward. This means that there is no dominant giant family, which is not a failure for them. 0. Please give me flowers. The balance remains unbroken. Secondly, what is most important to a noble family? It must be outstanding younger generations, a steady stream of fresh blood. And Li Chang'an is an old hen that lays golden eggs. How can he not make them think about it? The head of the Ming family darkened his face, feeling a little regretful in his heart. Now he wanted to go back to the past and strangle those two good-for-nothing daughters to death. Shi Huajing had completely relaxed her mind, expressing an incredible ecstasy that came to her heart. He is already the owner of the 4-pattern golden phoenix post, and with the reward of a privilege increase, what will happen to Li Chang'an after he passes the test? Shi Huajing couldn't imagine that this surprise came too suddenly. In the crowd, a few people secretly retreated, came to a hidden corner, took out their communication devices, and began to report the news. Bai Suikong, who was far away in Dongling City, received a piece of news and immediately laughed heartily, picked up the landline phone on the table, and dialed a number. Hey Xiao, are you free recently? Ifengbo, when have you ever seen Bezuguo free? Bai Suikong didn't pay attention to these details and continued. Do you mind going on a business trip? The state will reimburse travel expenses. Ifengbo became interested. Okay. As soon as Bai Suikong hung up the phone, he heard a heroic female voice and the wailing of a door. Kong Sihui kicked open the office door and shouted, "Old man, look who's coming." Bai Suikong stared silently at the debris of the wooden door on the ground. The man with dark green ponytail behind Kong Sihui covered his face, feeling as if he had the urge to turn around and run away. On the other side, after the Thousand Spirits Blessing dinner was over, Li Chang'an slowly walked onto the platform in the center of the square under the attention of everyone. Potion Food Spirit picked up the stone crown and placed it on Li Chang'an's head. Li Chang'an complained, "This thing is quite heavy." Shi Huajing almost couldn't hold back her breath. What kind of occasion is it now? Why does this child dare to say anything? Mu Qingqing had dark hair. She felt that her baby was being misled by her best friend. The more she looked at her, the more she looked like Kong Sihui's behavior. Yao Shiling laughed dumbly, pointed to the platform, and said to Li Chang'an, "Sit on the platform later, and we will start the baptism of 1,000 spirits for you." Li Chang'an's spirit suddenly perked up. He had been busy for so long, just for this 1,000 spirits baptism. He climbed up to the platform, sat down cross-legged, and watched the 3 first-class food. The spirit led the remaining food spirits and began a lengthy prayer and blessing. Li Chang'an listened for a while and found that it was something with little nutrition, so he ignored it. But the sound of the medicine and food spirit was so hypnotic that Li Chang'an soon became drowsy. In a trance, his consciousness came to a strange space or a crowded room. There were many books and scrolls in the room, piled up together. Some were overwhelmed and rolled to the floor. Li Chang'an could smell a strong medicinal smell and a little fragrance of food. He stood on tiptoe and tapped a few times on the space left by the books on the floor, then left the room. Opening another door, an old man with a big head and a slightly short stature appeared in front of him, and a little purple fox lay on the windowsill, enjoying the sunlight that came through. "You won't eat this, you won't eat that. Why are you so naughty?" The short old man threw down his rice spoon and stamped his feet angrily. The little fox in front of him was still lazily moving its ears occasionally, not intending to pay attention to the short old man's annoyance. The short old man suddenly saw Li Chang'an's arrival, and most of his anger subsided. "Oh, we have a guest at home. Hey, this is..." The short old man's eyes widened. He muttered something like, "There really is such a person," and said eagerly, "You are finally here. I can finally be freed." The old man pointed at the little purple fox on the windowsill. "No, that's the troublemaker. Take him away quickly. I don't have to look at him a few more times, and my life will be shortened." Li Chang'an still hasn't realized what happened, but his eyes fell on the little purple fox, and he blinked. It was as if there was some powerful magnet on this little fox, making Li Chang'an unable to move his eyes away. "This fox is Ancient Dragon. Come on,